Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 209-207 Breathtaking Beauty. Blood Titan Square was a vast venue. Open field with a 2-feet-high platform that extended for 50 meters. The square itself was surrounded by various buildings that acted as areas for seating and viewing. The flat open square area itself spanned for 200 acres, or nearly 800,000 square meters. Normally, the square wouldn't be filled to capacity, with only a few battles or plays performed on the platform. However, today, it was filled to the brim. The buildings that towered for hundreds of meters with various viewing areas and seating arrangements were also occupied to the maximum. There were even some who were standing on the shoulders of their spouses or parents. It was incredibly lively as concessions were even sold. Various individuals garbed in uniform were making rounds, levitating through the air seeking customers. When someone wanted something, a shout and a toss later, a bag filled with all sorts of candies, beverages, and entertainment food. Each of these individuals had the clan insignia for the Chen clan on their backs or shoulders. They were profiting immensely from this event. In fact, over the course of several weeks, the Chen clan has publicized this all-alchemic challenge to all 3 major and even numerous minor cities. It's entirely possible that there were members of the ruling clan of the Zhou country to be in various VIP areas, being waited on until the start of this event. At a certain area within the square, a luxurious tent was set up, and it was large enough to be regarded as a mansion. It stood proud with the insignia for the Chen clan levitating above it, large enough to be seen by all those viewing from the buildings on ground. Countless gazes were drawn to it, and reverence and respect flashed without fail. At this time, a figure walked into the square, with his silver eyes, tall, well-proportioned figure, and distinctively remarkable countenance. He was met with all sorts of stares and gaped mouths. This place is crowded. His thoughts were quite casual as he walked through the mass of bodies that were somewhat clustered. Fortunately, there were clear roads of travel, so arriving at one allowed one to push further into the square. At least it's organized. Despite its crowded appearance, there was no issue with movement. He had it rather easy as long as he didn't try to plow through the various bodies. He looked at the buildings that contained numerous life auras. All of this for an all-alchemic clash. This must be quite important. It was rare to see such a gathering without reason. Either those involved were important, or the event itself had a high viewing factor with countless wanting to witness history. After a while, his curiosity got the better of him as he asked an excited young man, "What you don't know, no way you really don't. I can't believe it." The young man was quite wordy, but in the end, he explained what Wine wanted to know. The Chen clan and the Yin clan had an exceptional wager in place against their top-tier alchemists. Normally, the Yin clan would be a given win because they had the most skilled alchemists, but the Chen clan had made everything topsy-turvy as they snatched the alchemist away. This made the event an undecided clash, especially considering that the Yin clan was betting 50% of everything they owned in this challenge, and it was said their patriarch had sworn a spirit oath regarding this challenge. If they lose, they would truly lose everything without recourse except war, because if they went against that oath, they'll lose their only astral core realm expert. If that happened, wouldn't they decline into the abyss? The stakes were real. So everyone wanted to witness this moment of history. It could be the possible downfall of a major clan. Wine was mildly amused. However, this was truly a minor event to him. After a few more questions, he learned that the former top-tier alchemist of Blood Titan City, which originally belonged to the Yin clan, was representing the Chen clan. This made everyone even more excited. If they knew that Wine, the widely acclaimed Prince of Everlore, had casually decided to represent the Yin clan, who knew what they would do? He shook his head slightly. He felt even less excited to participate when he learned the skill level of that so-called top-tier alchemist. Lord Alchemist. That's right. The top-tier alchemist of the Blood Titan City wasn't even a king alchemist. In hindsight, this made sense. After all, There were less than 300 king alchemists within the entire myriad monarch astral territory. With their value, they were likely cultivating in the myriad monarch planet or the other two main planets. Not a lowly continent like this, let alone in one of its main cities. He sighed. For a moment, he thought whether there was any point in this, and his idle desire to participate in an all-alchemic clash vanished. If there was some hint of a challenge, he would love it. However, 6th grade products. In the myriad your continent, he had learned a concoction method called the Earthly 9 concoction method. It was normally a strenuous and extremely exhausting method that allowed the rapid creation of alchemical products, allowing one to concoct 9 portions in the time it took to make one. The 9-into-1 Kai control was one of the few things tested in the myriad nascent Dao Towers examination, but it was simplified considerably. The Earthly 9 concoction method grasped this type of control and matched it with alchemic Kai. However, in the myriad monarch sect, there was a 33 heavenly concoction method. With it, a person splits their alchemic Kai or alchemic force into 33, allowing for 33 products in the time it took for one. It was an extreme method. Very few could ever hope to practice it, let alone obtain mastery. But why Wyan had done so easily? His celestial eyes, mental energies, and physical energies allowed him to handle the extremely exhausting action. Furthermore, it normally took him a few minutes to concoct a single 6th grade product, and that was prior to obtaining alchemic force. With it, he could concoct 33 6th grade, peak tier products in a few minutes, likely a few seconds now. This competition truly lost its meaning the moment he set foot into it. Well, Xiuhei and Su-mei haven't found her yet, so I guess he'll just use this to pass the time. Wyan scratched his chin with disinterested eyes roaming about casually. Considering their target, it could take months to fly. His eyes screeched to an abrupt halt. Those eyes of his caught sight and latched heavily onto a figure within a particular building. It belonged to a human, and an exquisite one at that. Her long, straight hair was like a cascading waterfall of night. It perfectly framed her teardrop-shaped face, revealing her thin S-shaped brows. Those hazel eyes with flecks of navy blue, long lashes, and double-lobed full lips that seemed as soft and delicious as the sweetest cake. Those features paired with her rich caramel skin was absolutely perfect. That willowy bodily frame of hers supported a large set of perky, curvy breasts that made one's hands feel inadequate. Her captivatingly alluring curves were exquisitely superb, tantalizing to the sights. Despite its devilish-lighting sculpted form, she emanated a pristine and refined aura that made one appreciate, not immediately lust after. This was a true nation-toppling beauty even when he compared all the beauties before. Only King Kyumu and Na Zeni could compare. His eyes brightened considerably. Wyan's steps halted entirely. He hadn't had his breath taken away before. But today, it certainly happened. However, he didn't act on impulse. Instead, he started to frown deeply as he focused on that specific area. With his celestial eyes, he could see other individuals besides this woman, and they donned official, imperial clothing, and insignias. It was very reminiscent of princesses and princes of the Wu country with slight differences. After a short series of successive thoughts, his lips lifted into an exceptionally confident grin, just as he was immersed in his own thoughts. A large shadow eclipsed the bright sun as a flying beast floated above the square. Look, it's the Yin clan. It's about to start. The crowd went into an uproar, excited to see and witness this event. Either it will be completely one-sided or intense, but regardless of which, it would definitely be entertaining watching the two overlords of Blood Titan City duke it out. Chapter 210-208 Who Are You? Chapter 210-208 Who Are You? The new arrivals instigated an outpour of cheers, exclamations, and heated discussion amongst the crowd. Wyan felt his body visibly shake from the sheer sound waves produced by the crowd. It was quite infectious, stimulating his heart to feel tingling excitement. Was this how it felt to be a part of the greater crowd? This feeling was fairly novel, even slightly addictive. They are riding the shadow bright hawk. How incredible! I heard it was invincible beneath the astral core realm amongst beasts. Furthermore, It's very close to evolving and becoming a star beast. I heard the N clan had already lost 20% of their territory now. They are fighting to reclaim what they lost. Forced to wager 50% more if they lose this match. Wouldn't they enter a period of decline? I wonder if Hanburu will arrive as one of the top 10 beauties of the Blood Titan city. I truly want to see if her looks make the cut. The conversations were diverse, speaking about all sorts of topics that livened the atmosphere. Wine lifted his eyes and saw the dark-colored hawk with silver stripes on its wings. Its wingspan wasn't much, merely 40 meters. However, upon its broad back was nearly 100 people. These were all the experts and upper echelon of the N clans. And the fact that they arrived alongside the N clan's patriarch had instigated an even greater uproar. This was clearly a desperate showing of strength, as if trying to warn the Chen clan not to take things too far. Shaking his head within his heart, Wine decided to handle this matter and determine his next set of actions. With a swipe of his fingers across his face, a black mask appeared. It was featureless without lips, nose, or eyes. It was marked with a single character at its top that read Ascendant. He hid away his identity for a bit. And it wasn't just for the sake of remaining incognito. It was because those knowledgeable would definitely recognize him if he arrived in person and exposed him. After all it took is one person and one speculation. If that happened, how could he participate in this clash? In fact, the result would be constant fawning. He was a heavenly king and an alchemic king, so how could that not happen within the society of a continent? It would happen even in the sect where experts gathered en masse. To avoid that, he had no issue concealing his identity. With that, he slowly weaved through the crowd. The shadow-bright hawk landed on an opening, causing surging winds and piercing cry to sweep the surroundings. The N clan patriarch stepped off first, allowing his body to gain the most attention. With a brief exertion of his aura, he awed the crowd, a true astral core realm cultivator. The other members followed along and left the back of the hawk, trailing behind the powerful and confident steps of Ng. Their patriarch. They walked onto the stage, immediately becoming center stage of the event. Their auras quietly roiled about, releasing an innate prestige and sensation of highborn. While some couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression and reverence for the strong, others sneered in their hearts at this fraudulently confident showing. Wasn't this just them arriving strong, but having to leave weak? However, Ng wasn't known as the worst patriarch in the entire history of the N clan. Without warrant, this entire display was his attempt at grasping some momentum, and the others simply had to follow along. Ng swept his gaze towards the Chen clan's tent before saying to Hanburu, "Are you sure this alchemist will arrive?" Since he learned of their encounter with Wine, including his monstrous strength and ownership of the Pegasus, he felt that the expert was a myriad monarch sect elder who arrived via Void Gate. He decided to fake it until he made it, be arrogant until the very end. And perhaps this type of personality inevitably led to the current predicament with the Chen clan. It was a wonder how he could even assail the astral core realm. To many, while he wasn't fully incompetent, he lacked the bearing and intelligence of a leader. It seemed all his points were invested in talent and not enough in intelligence. Hanburu firmly nodded her pretty head, but her eyes revealed a wisp of anxiety that betrayed her confidence. While Wine had said he would help, a verbal promise without a proper oath could renege on a whim. This caused her sleepless nights for the last 2 days. After all, they had no other option available to them besides sending out the remaining alchemist and praying to the god of luck. Whoosh! The flap of the Chen clan's tent was pushed open as several figures exited. Seeing these figures, Ng glanced over, and his eyes flashed with a brief light of rage and hatred. There were 2 individuals that were the target of his animosity. The first was the Chen clan's matriarch, Shen Xiaowei. She looks to be in her late 20s and was quite a beauty. She had short-styled black hair and a slim physique. While her endowments weren't exceptional, she had a gorgeous face that was particularly alluring. This was especially with her lips that seemed to be in a perpetual smirk. She exuded boundless confidence and pride that few women had. The other was Yun Daoshan. He had a set of snake-like golden eyes, sharp and particular, with a long nose and sharp chin. He was obviously a beastman, and from the faint greenish scales on his cheeks, He originated from serpents. He was once regarded as the best alchemist of Blood Titan City. He had a smugness within his uplifted lips with a hint of schadenfreude, and it caused Ng to wish to slap the shameless, honorless fool to death with a single move. Unfortunately, with Chen Xiaowei standing beside him, his actions would be definitely nullified. However, it didn't stop him from sending glares of death his way. Yun Daoshan chuckled at this. The Chen clan also had elites, but not nearly as many as the Yin clan. Despite that, their momentum wasn't a single iota lacking in comparison as they walked towards the central platform and arrived. Shen Xiaowei smiled, her eyes a little coy as she waltzed upwards towards Ng. Ng didn't back down. Walking to meet her, the two astral core realms got into close proximity and a few shouted in rampant excitement, wanting a clash of epic proportions to occur. Unfortunately for some, they just talked. I didn't think you'd come. How unfortunate. Chen Xiaowei said. HMPH unfortunate seems like someone's scared. Ng didn't show a hint of weakness. But Chen Xiaowei merely shook her head. You misunderstood me. It's unfortunate that you decided to come and show everyone how incompetent you were as a leader. After she said those words, she grinned, then followed up before Ng could speak with a spiritual transmission. After all, this is all your fault, done all for the sake of a little taste of this peach of mine. Ng froze. His memories of the past that he had repressed had resurfaced, and his anger flared, trying to contain his embarrassment. While those words were said via spiritual transmission, if word truly were to spread of this, wouldn't he be regarded as an idiot for life? All because he wanted to spend a night with Chen Xiaowei. He bet a mine at first. It seemed harmless. Right, it was merely a minor mine. And if he lost, so what if we won? Would he not be rewarded with dual cultivating with a fellow astral core realm expert, and a beauty at that they were exceptionally rare as is? But his innate desire and manly pride led to consecutive losses. His aura erupted, the astral force within him was stimulated as surged his pressure towards Chen Xiaowei. However, she similarly released her aura that wasn't the slightest bit weaker, as they ferociously smashed against each other, causing the wind to become chaos, the clouds to churn, and the ground to quake. This was astral core realm experts. The entire crowd below stifled, as if they were caught up in an explosive shockwave, and their lungs could barely gasp for air. It was horrific, fear entering the eyes of everyone present. Due to the scarcity of astral core realm experts, very few knew of their innate power, and this was especially so for the majority of the crowd. They controlled astral force. A single strand could obliterate an entire mountain. It wasn't an exaggeration. And this was the weakest strand at that. A true fight would devastate a fragile landmass like a continent. Enough a voice descended, causing the world to quake, and the forceful pressure generated by their clash to be negated by a worldly pressure. This was a sky ruler phase expert with a mere utterance of a word. Both of their auras were rendered nullified. Shen Xiaowei and Ng's expressions changed as they felt the oppressive worldly force circulate around them threateningly. They ceased their clash, bringing an end to a nearly catastrophic event. Shockingly, this person wasn't even here. Wai Wine lifted his eyes to the sky. This voice belonged to the guardian of the Bloodforge continent. To prevent astral core realm experts from needlessly slaughtering or causing immense destruction, they assigned a third-stage astral core realm expert to monitor the situation. It was true that those at this level could cause irreparable or total destruction to the continent, but their sole idol meant their spiritual sense was powerful enough to observe the entire continent passively. Of course, this guardian was already on his payroll. He finally arrived near the stage and climbed up onto it via the stairs. When he arrived, countless gazes shifted to him as he stood out wearing a black mask with no face. Besides the ascendant character, there was no other indication of his identity. Shen Xiaowei and Ng glanced over and simultaneously asked, "Who are you?" They glanced at each other and then turned back to Wai Wine. They couldn't sense his cultivation level, but their instincts told them he was incredibly dangerous. Furthermore, that mask seemed to be created from solidified spiritual force that blocked all their perceptions. Wai Wine didn't disguise his voice. "I'm here to participate in the all-alchemic clash. Shall we begin?" Chapter 211 209 Difference Wager. Chapter 211 209 Difference Wager. Yun Daoshin was the first to regain his sense. And he sneered. You hide your face. Are you scared of something? While the crushing pressure from these two powerhouses had disturbed his mind, nearly causing him to urinate himself, he still walked forward and placed a brave front. While he wasn't confident in his battle strength, in the world of alchemy, he had immense confidence in himself. Yes. I'm scared that you'll slither to your knees and beg for lessons. Why Wine didn't even shift his mask to glance at Yun Daoshin. This development allowed the hearts of the crowd to slowly regain their liveliness, once more stimulated by the upcoming event. While spectating a battle between peak experts would be invigorating, that would only be so if they could keep their lives while watching it. Just the auras of these experts suppressed millions with ease, and they hadn't even used any spells or arts yet. That was frightening. The scathing words of Wine and the rowdy response of the crowd caused him to stiffen. Wine shrugged. Patriarch An, shall we begin? He wanted to swiftly handle this matter. And Ji frowned slightly, turning towards Anburu with a questioning look that said, is this the expert you met? Anburu noticed this gaze and hurriedly analyzed Wine's existence to confirm. Besides his mask, his other physical features matched. So, she nodded with a little hesitation. This caused Anji to frown deeper. Inspecting Wine once more. Was this the elder-level figure from the Myriad Monarch sect? After all, they were the only force that could rear Pegasi. It was their signature mount, and no other force used them. While that didn't include those experts that could purchase them, they were few and far between. You'll need to be an expert at the third stage of the astral core realm, dominating a region of a planet for a long time before being able to obtain one or an alchemic king. In fact, Sky Nobles, the lowest ranking disciple that obtained Pegasus by default, required a cultivation base at that level. Its rarity and scarcity could easily be seen from just this. Shen Xiaowei said, an all-alchemic clash is an open challenge. There's no need to hide your identity. My Chen clan isn't so lowly that we'll seek revenge if we lose. These words were obviously trying to push Wine to reveal his identity. Whether her words were true or not, who knows? Wine didn't bother with her nonsense. I'm acting as the representing alchemist for the Yin clan. I'm here to participate, not be criticized for my choices. Shall we start, or is this a forfeit? Shen Xiaowei's corner of her upper left lip twitched slightly. However, a sense of unease emerged in her heart. Her plans that had been carefully calculated all this time felt threatened. It took a lot to bait this imbecile into this challenge, and she even had to risk herself in the gamble. Her systematic and meticulous recruitment of all the Yin clan's elite alchemists while inserting spies to ensure they didn't find a replacement. If this all crumbled because of a last-minute arrival, wouldn't she be the incompetent one? I believe he's right. Are we starting, or will you surrender? Shen Xiaowei. And Ji noticed the minute changes and hesitation in her eyes and pounced. How could he not see that Wine brought about an unexpected variable into her plans? He was already betting everything on this person. Might as well just go all out. Shen Xiaowei frowned. She turned to Yun Daoshin, who seemed to be faintly fuming, but he assured her with a confident nod. Amongst Lord Alchemists, he might not be the best, but he was well-rounded. He didn't fear others in an all-alchemic clash. Fine, Shen Xiaowei said with regained form. She took her posse and left the stage. Staying was meaningless. It was best to push the clash and start it immediately lest more developments came about. And Ji similarly left with his mighty display, finding an edge of the platform to watch the clash. Unlike normal alchemy, all alchemic clashes were publicly held, and the techniques, methods, and skills of an alchemist were fully revealed. This was why many loved these clashes, as they were in full view and could be seen as a learning experience. Yun Daoshin and Wine were soon standing on the stage alone. Yun Daoshin's forked tongue left his lips as he smirked. How about we have our little wager of our own? A sense of absolute confidence flowed within his eyes. It seemed to say he was invincible. Wine stilled. Wager? He frowned beneath his mask, unsure how to respond. What could he obtain from this Yun Daoshin, a measly lord alchemist? Yun Daoshin felt that Wine was tempted or scared. Either way, He provoked further. Oh, are you also hiding your spine as well? Wai Wine felt this was quite childish. However, he was a naturally prideful man, so he nodded. What do you want to wager? He fell for it. Yun Daoshin felt as if he just lured the rat to his trap. With a smug smile, he said 6th grade essence pills. 1,000. Total. He emphasized his wager amount, causing those nearby to gasp. 1,000 6th grade essence pills were worth 10 million essence stones or a single astral stone. Wai Wine sighed. How about we do this instead? The loser gouges out their own eyes. A lesson for not being able to see. His brutal bet caused a wave of silence to descend. Even Yun Daoshin froze. His smile becoming awkward. Wasn't that the same as asking to blind oneself? Wai Wine calmly followed with, if you're willing to accept and win, I'll even become your slave. What do you think? Yun Daoshin couldn't respond. No. He didn't dare to. His heart was that once filled with confidence now felt unbearable unease. A sensation of inferiority emerged in the depths of his heart. He just stood there, mute and frozen. No then. Let's get on with this match. I don't wager kitty stakes. After throwing this out there, Wai Wine found himself the location marked for his area. It was a large circle. With a wave of his hand, a table appeared. And atop this table was his 9-element eclipse cauldron. When the crowd saw this cauldron, a few recognized it immediately while they might not be able to know its exact name. The runes and aura it emanated was clearly an indicator of one fact: it was an astral rank tool. The mere price of such a tool might exceed the total wealth of the entire Chen and clan combined. Chen Zhaowei, Yun Daoshin, Ng, and the audience who recognized this cauldron knew that this new arrival wasn't ordinary. In fact, he was likely a true expert. Chapter 212 210 Difference Alchemy. Chapter 212 210 Difference Alchemy. Since the N clan's the challenged party in this clash, then I select first. Correct. The initial phase of an all-alchemic clash was the selection of alchemical products. Each alchemist will choose 2 types of products, and then they would be obligated to provide a recipe for this product if it wasn't already known. The materials for this product would be provided by the alchemist who selected it, and they must be able to provide at least 3 portions of materials to their opponent. Yun Daoshin's expression was slightly unsightly. However, considering they were under the watchful eyes of millions, with numerous prestigious and revered characters, he nodded with a tinge of reluctance. Those who selected first would have the advantage, picking their most skilled product type. This advantage was only given to the challenged party. I'll choose pill. Wai Wine made his first selection, and it was the most commonly picked product. Pills were useful in advancing one's cultivation or producing changes to one's body, oftentimes in an explosive or fusing manner. For example, essence pills contained refined essence of heaven and earth with agreeable materials, condensing and enhancing its quality, as well as its ease of assimilation. The Astral Dipper Fountain Pill was a similar pill that allowed to swiftly assimilate high-level essence to generate new astral force or Kai essences. Yun Daoshin sighed in relief. This mysterious alchemist didn't flip the script and went with the typical move of selections. I'll choose pellet. This caused an intrigued uproar amongst the crowd. Pellets were refined products that contained energies or substances weaponized and made compatible with spiritual energy for ease of control. It was an alchemist's tool for defense and offense. Of course, this was its most basic usage. It was rumored that said high-level pellets could be used to accelerate time and act as temporary suns. Wai Wine smiled behind his mask and said, Elixir. This left Yun Daoshin to forcefully have paste as his last and only option. With the selections now done, they had to pick their recipes. According to the rules, they can choose any recipe of any grade in an all-alchemic clash. Typically, alchemists chose the most difficult pill of their specialization so they could have a better chance of obtaining victory in that category. After all, the goal was to win 30 or 31. If you lose in your selected product, your chances of victory dwindled considerably. While the one who selects first generally had an advantage in type, the second could choose which recipe they would concoct first. This advantage balanced out things a little. Yun Daoshin regained his posture. The bearing of an elite Lord Alchemist came out in full force. With a straightened back and uplifted chin, he declared 6th grade, high-tier noxious umbra venom pellet. Gasps. A series of cold inhales echoed. The noxious umbra venom pellet used the toxin of the umbra source flower that contained shadow energies and venom of the noxious hell python. They were highly volatile materials, especially the venom, and it could cause a poisonous backlash. Those who sought to concoct this pill were at risk of poisoning themselves to death. However, Yun Daoshin was a beastman from the noxious hell python lineage. While he might not have the purest bloodline, his ancestor was still one. If he failed to concoct this pill, he'd suffer minimal backlash due to his innate poison resistance. How calculating and cruel. While the crowd was fuming at Yun Daoshin's tactics, Wai Wine was entirely undisturbed by the declaration. He didn't have an innate resistance to poison, but he had little doubt in handling and completing this pellet with zero error. Yun Daoshin withdrew a spatial ring and sent it over. Within the ring were 3 sets of full materials to concoct a noxious umbra venom pill. If at this point Wai Wine suspected an issue, he could declare such and have it analyzed. But there's no way Yun Daoshin would sabotage his chances, so none of these materials were tampered with. Yun Daoshin found his location and proceeded to bring out a black cauldron that emitted a nauseous scent. It seemed to have been used to repeatedly concoct poison-based products, but its inherent level was merely at the high-tier cauldron at the 9th rank. While this was impressive, it was severely lacking when compared to the 9-element Eclipse cauldron. Ji and Chen Xiaowei on the sidelines were anxious. Neither of them was certain of victory or defeat, and while the reasons for this were different, their hearts raced all the same. Wai Wine quietly looked over the recipe and felt it was rather simple. There were only 32 materials required for the pellet, and while they had different portions, the concoction method wasn't very complex. Usually, ordinary 7th grade products required at least 100, and many of those materials were far more volatile to handle. After a brief simulation in his mind, he started to work. The Tao of alchemy was divided into 7 traits: extraction, growth, containment, refinement, creation, transformation, and fusion. Each of these traits embodied various phases in every concoction process. This was regardless if it was pills, pellets, haste, or elixirs, or from the 1st to 9th grade. They all required these phases. Wai Wine's first phase of concoction was extraction. With calm movements of his hands, he withdrew material after material and briefly integrated his alchemic force within each one. His actions were so swift and discreet that no one could accurately determine his cultivation level or the level of his energies. This was deliberately done. From each material, specks of the purest essence and innate energies from each material were taken and sent into the cauldron. These essences were incredibly varied, and the umbra source flower contained shadow essence, wood essence, and toxic essence. While the term essence was broadly used, each essence had its own specific differentiation and characteristic. For example, his absolute zero ice essence could not be considered the same as cryolife ice essence or everfrost ice essence. There were specific methods on how to extract each essence to their fullest and with the utmost care. For example, extracting the absolute zero ice essence from the stone that contained it would be inherently dangerous. Unlike cultivators that absorb it and refine it directly with their bodies, meridians, and natal astral souls internally, alchemists do so externally. But the danger was even more apparent. A single misstep and the essence could go berserk, affecting the world or even yourself. After extracting all the essences within 32 materials, the next step was growth. The basic level of essences was often too low to handle any further processing, so it needed to be nurtured to a sufficient amount. Furthermore, each essence had a ratio at which it needed to be to safely interact with other essences without disastrous results. A recipe denoted these ratios of strength, so doing so wasn't a blind guess. These recipes were determined by centuries and millennia of testing, and they followed basic rules. For example, if you wanted to concoct an absolute zero blizzard pellet, the absolute zero ice essence required the highest degree of nurturing. Alchemic Kai and alchemic force could do so. when Yin had entered the Eden Earth sect. This trait of the alchemic Tao was used by herbal boys to nurture herbs and plants. With a strand of his alchemic force, his piercing celestial eyes, and unfathomable level of mental awareness, it took a mere breath to nurture the essences to their correct ratios. After he moved on to the third phase, containment. The purpose of the cauldron wasn't just to support alchemical energies or the process, but contain the essences into a single melting pot. This part was both simple and immensely difficult. Keeping a perfect ratio was of the utmost importance. These essence ratios allowed for the perfect cohesive bonding to prevent any sort of volatile reaction from occurring. And many alchemists fail at this point due to it. They lacked a keen sense of balance, which inevitably causes the product to fail or reach a much lower quality. Yin's containment was perfect, keeping each portion in their specific area under a set arrangement while maintaining their unity within the cauldron. The next step was refinement. And this wasn't the type of refinement that required life force, but alchemic Kai or alchemic force. It removed the inherent impurities and allowed for an easier merging process. With a thought, he started to formulate hand seals with incredible swiftness and precision. Executing a refinement method, he integrated a wisp of spirituality within as the various essences were melded together with his alchemic force as the cohesive. The process turned essence into energy. It was incomparably quick and simple, like creating dough, and it soon became a mass of black energies within the cauldron the size of a baby's fist. On the outside, the runes and formations on his cauldron started to light up as various pure elemental and spiritual energies integrated within to support the refinement process. This would innately improve the rate of refinement to another level. One of the many benefits of an astral tier cauldron. The next phase was creation. This was where the product was determined to be a pill, pellet, paste, or elixir. It was to create its state of existence. But this couldn't be determined willingly, allowing any compiled mass to become any type of product. To determine that relied heavily on the refinement process itself. Pellets, specifically, refined essence into energies during that step while adding spiritual adaptability to it. Elixirs, pills, and pastes did not do the same. So attempting to create them after executing a pellet refined mass of essence to energy method was ill-advised. After clenching his fists slightly, the black mass of energy became a perfectly spherical object the size of a marble. But this only created its form, and it lacked the qualities of a pellet as well as its completed state. The last two steps, transformation and fusion, were handled simultaneously by Yin. Normally, these steps were deliberately taken with the most extreme degree of caution possible. But he didn't need such precautions. With a few hand seals, the various energies started to rapidly start changing on a fundamental level, under the direction of his alchemic force. Within a blink of an eye, the energies transformed and fused into a new type of melded energy, noxious umbra energy. He combined this new energy with his alchemic force until it completely became a solid marble that faintly emanated dark, toxic, and spiritual auras. This was the last process of the alchemic Tao and was specifically designed for pellets. It was called the solidification step, while pills, paste, and elixirs have their own last step. For example, elixirs were called the liquidize step. With a swipe of his hand, the pellet was completed. While this process was being completed, Yun Daoshan was still performing the first phase extraction. He struggled to extract essences from each material, attempting to not waste it with poor methods. It was like surgically removing a heart, and this process typically required sufficient patience and skill. In truth, this first step often gated many alchemists as their control or strength was insufficient to extract certain essences properly. Yin sighed in his heart as he reached into his cauldron and touched the newly concocted pellet. Its surface was gleaming with faint black light and miasmalite gas was circulating like a planetary ring. A peak-quality pellet. In the end, concocting with alchemic force was 1,000 times easier than with alchemic Kai. It was unbeknownst to the crowd that Yin had succeeded. He quietly waited, closing his eyes and recalling the experience of concocting with alchemic force and their inherent differences. It was quite stellar to dissect this difference, and it only fueled his belief that he could now concoct 9th-grade products. 3 hours later, Yun Daoshin failed his first concoction at the containment phase. He had measured the ratios wrong, growing some a little too much and others too little, causing the toxic essences within to overpower the others, turning the entire batch into a horrible mess of poison. The backlash of this was resisted by his bloodline, so besides his complexion turning a shade paler, he held on. However, he was unperturbed by this failure, even expecting it. After all, he was merely refamiliarizing himself with everything once more. He would get serious during the second concoction, just as he calmed himself down with an internal pep talk, and about to restart the process. Wine's cauldron lit up in black light. The black light shot into the air like a pillar, and it emitted the aura of noxious umbra energy. This phenomenon was what usually accompanied a successful concoction of a 6th-grade pellet, a byproduct of the fusion process. Wine lifted his faceless mask towards Yun Daoshin. He said, "Finished." Chapter 213 211 Difference Devastating. Chapter 213 211 Difference Devastating. Impossible, Yun Daoshin shrieked out, completely losing his prestigious demeanor of an elite Lord Alchemist. He was thoroughly shocked and unwilling to believe this, examining the pillar of black with an intense focus to perceive any flaw. However, Wine thoroughly shattered his forming delusions as he withdrew a marble-like object and allowed it to float. Its aura was definitely of noxious umbra energy. Furthermore, it was the highest quality he had ever seen. Even he hadn't concocted a noxious umbra venom pellet like this before. A resounding gulp, and he felt his knees tremble. Normally, he wouldn't be so broken in defeat. But this was an all-alchemic clash. Losing in a category that you chose generally meant your loss if he lost in his selected type of specialty. How could he hope to compete in Wine's own choices? There was no reason to run up and verify the pellet. The phenomena and aura were sufficient to prove it was real. Furthermore, he could sense Wine's aura within, so it was definitely refined by him. Shen Xiaowei turned 3 shades paler, his eyes widening as she realized the direction of this clash. Just from how Wine succeeded in a few hours revealed that he wasn't a Lord Alchemist, but likely a King Alchemist. While she couldn't feel his astral force, she felt a sense of danger. So he was definitely at the astral core realm. How did that imbecile obtain the support of an alchemic king? Her shockfilled eyes shifted to Ng, who wasn't any different. His eyes were bulging with disbelief, and it seemed he was coming to the same conclusion as she did. What dogshit luck! You idiotic bastard, she shrieked. And this wasn't in her heart or via transmission, but loudly and directly towards Ng. She even pointed at him with her long, painted nails, and her eyes flared. A wager was a 2-sided bet. So if she lost, there was definitely something she'd lose. To bet for 50% of his territory, she not only bet the previous territory she had won, but 20% of her Chen clan's territory and herself. Her eyes were flaring with fervent rage. Her precious peach, and it was to this idiot Arg. And G was brought back to reality from that screech and saw Chen Xiaowei's hellish glare. A warm, unfathomably comfortable sensation permeated his heart and soul. It was so goddamn refreshing. He had the smuggest smile, completely throwing away his prestigious bearing as he said via transmission, "Be sure to wash that pretty peach of yours. I'll enjoy it quite thoroughly." His subsequent laughter was grating to her ears, like a claw to a blackboard, while they underwent their rather risque exchange filled with a desire to either rip the other to pieces or rip the other clothes off. Yun Daoshin realized the situation he was in. His heart was filled with bitterness as he had come across someone he couldn't help to defeat. Then, he did the unexpected. "I forfeit." His declaration was amplified by his Kai, reaching the entire square. But Chen Xiaowei didn't interfere or comment. This entire clash became a waste of fucking time. She could only blame the heavens for this horrific outcome, thinking about Ng between her legs, over her body, or the smug smile hell have. She wanted to vomit out a lung and an ovary. With a cold humph, she lifted her palm and it flashed with spiritual force. An eagle beast with a wingspan of nearly 15 meters descended from the skies and landed before the Chen clan. Before anyone could react, Shen Xiaowei leaped onto it, and it flew away. She even left her clan members as they awkwardly gawked at Chen Xiaowei's hasty departure. In a matter of seconds, she was a mere dot in the distance. What they didn't know was that her spirit oath had activated, and she didn't want NG to rub it in. NG was similarly startled. She left her clan members behind and departed like a runaway bride. Wine's eyes flashed as he vanished from the crowd. When everyone was looking at Chen Xiaowei's departure, Wine had left like a shadow, and only a few experts noticed his departure. Those that did were thoroughly shocked and looked at Chen Xiaowei's eagle. On Chen Xiaowei's eagle, she was fuming as she muttered all sorts of curses condemning Jess's entire familial lineage from the very beginning of creation. Just as she was about to continue, her eyes turned and saw an unearthly handsome man beside her, standing and looking at the distance. His silver eyes stared forward and he had a quiet smile. His bearing, aura, and presence were impeccable. She blinked. Aichi screamed a scream reminiscent of a frightened mortal woman as her astral force flared in defense, creating a protective, skin-tight ward. This was quite embarrassing, and if others saw her react like this, her entire reputation would drop to an all-time low. However, she didn't act recklessly despite her abrupt fear. If anyone, could get in such a close distance without her noticing, they were either a ghost or someone far stronger than she was. After a few milliseconds to collect herself, she noticed his form of attire was the same as the alchemist that caused her humiliating and utter defeat, shattering all her carefully tailored plans in the matter of moments. There wasn't even any suspense as he devastated Yun Daoshin in his own recipe, and quite thoroughly so. With a low voice, she asked, "What do you want?" Wine turned towards her, revealing his full face and silver eyes in full. This caused her eyes to nearly pop out of her skull as this visage was very familiar to the rumors spreading as of late. These rumors told of a young, talented alchemist that turned many things topsy-turvy. The Prince of Everlore. As her mouth was about to release words of revelation, her mind realized why she lost. Wine a king alchemist while unofficial. He was definitely the most talented non-alchemic soul alchemist there was since the King of Everlore. She gulped slightly. When I accepted to participate in this clash, I expected something else. Anyhow, I'd like to extend my apologies. Wine calmly spoke with earnest and honest emotions. He could tell that Chen Xiaowei was incredibly intelligent, sufficient enough to entrap someone and push the Yin clan into a checkmate. Unfortunately for her, he flipped the board. Regardless, he had a form of respect for those who possessed intelligence, and the ability to utilize that intelligence to their benefit. He felt much more favorability towards Chen Xiaowei than NG, who could be said to be a brute with a law book. While he understood the rules of the world, he could never apply it to his favor, merely relying on personal power to push through. Seeing Wine apologize, Chen Xiaowei was at a loss. But she didn't dare to accept that casually. You don't need to apologize. Heavenly King Wine glanced at her and smiled. He'll compensate you for your losses. However, I have a favor to ask of you. Is that okay? Back in the square, within one of the VIP buildings, there was a group of crimson-colored, luxuriously dressed men and women who were animatedly discussing events. 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, had the character for Zhu embroidered on their robes. The young woman was the breathtaking beauty that took Wine's breath away. She was seated with her legs folded. Her hazel eyes and delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, but she wore a veil, so no one could see her facial features. A young, strapping man with thick eyebrows and a chiseled, square-jawed chin was directly beside her. His eyes were bright as he watched Wine vanish. Where did that alchemist go? His cultivation was merely at the 8th stage of the Kai condensation, and he had 7 to 4 Kai essences, striving for an exceptionally high mortal state. The other young man was thinner. His sunken eyes looked slightly deprived, lacking energy and good intentions. But there were faint similarities between the 3. They each had caramel-colored skin, but the facial differences were enough to determine that they didn't all originate from the same parents. Did he leave? He followed the Chen clan's matriarch. An elderly man with a hunched back and closed eyes answered. Despite his fragile-looking body, no one here dared underestimate him as his aura was deep and unfathomable. The thin young man asked the old man. Who was he? This question was on everyone's mind. They had never seen someone concoct a sixth-grade pellet in a few hours before. Even top-tier Lord Alchemists might take several weeks to complete the process. That was if they didn't fail. He couldn't be one of the 3 Emperor Alchemists of the Myriad Monarch Astral Territory. Right. The old man remained silent. He thought it would be best to keep his speculation to himself. And it was unlikely these 3 would ever truly meet such a figure in their lifetimes. However, someone wasn't silent. He was likely Wine, a heavenly king of the Myriad Monarchs Act. A soft, incredibly gentle and calming voice resounded. Despite its nature, it caused everyone to turn their eyes to the exceptional beauty who spoke. Wine, are you certain? The young man with chiseled features, Zhu Han, asked with disbelief. Who was Wine? What was a heavenly king? This name, and that title, was literally heaven-reaching. Could it really be him? Su Yu, the young man with sunken eyes, echoed Zhu Han's words. If this was true, his eyes that seemed to lack energy became vigorous. This was his chance. The old man sighed in his heart as the other members within their room were already sending out transmission messages. This was quite bothersome. Chapter 214-212 Another Blessed. Chapter 214-212 Another Blessed. Zhu Yu's sunken eyes were brightly lit while Zhu Han was in deep thought. This information was highly valuable and shocking. It was already rare for an alchemic king to arrive on a continent, let alone one with such prestigious reputation and acclaimed talent. If they could form relations with him, even the smallest tie, wouldn't their futures be completely set? This thought wasn't limited to just them, but it was infectious in all of them. The difficulties in cultivation were often alleviated or entirely abolished with the support of alchemical products. Those who had no talent could ascend the astral core realm, joining the 5 million experts of the starfield. How grand was this thought? Even these lofty princes and princesses didn't have 100% chance of reaching the astral core realm. Furthermore, the greater the alchemist, the easier it was for them to reconstruct your innate talent or support you into higher phases of cultivation. The King of Everlore was renowned for essentially providing the keys for the current 5 hegemons of the Tri-Vision starfield, and this was during the golden era where experts at the astral core realm were far more numerous. Fire. What do you think? Zhu Yu questioned the sister of his. The tone at which he spoke was gentle and filled with caution. It was as if he was somewhat afraid to offend her, seeking approval to speak further on this matter. Fire, or Zhu Yaifai, was silent. Her hazel eyes behind her veil were rippling endlessly with thoughts and calculations. Her lack of comment caused the rest of the room to fall into an incomparably tense silence. Even the old man could only breathe lightly. Yet in his heart, he was a little frustrated. If Zhu Yaifai wasn't just beautiful, then he wouldn't have any issue having such reverence and respect in his heart for her. But she was just beautiful. To put it simply, her birthright was all-time low by royalty standards, born from a maidservant and a one-night stand at that. Moreover, not only was her talent incomparably average even when compared to Zhu Han or Zhu Yu, she wasn't very skilled in the Tao of design, forging, or alchemy. While the only exceptional quality of hers was a decent level of deductive reasoning and slightly greater intelligence, it wasn't noteworthy because she lacked the resources, status, and talent to fully nurture and apply it. Her entire facade of esteem and prestige was entirely based on a single person, a man. Earlier this year, this man had caused immense chaos on the Bloodforge continent and slaughtered numerous individuals. With his abilities, he killed an astral core realm cultivator while at the Kai condensation realm, and he had recently ascended to the astral core realm. Their relationship was unordinary and he was very sensitive, easily driven to anger, and quite murderous. The reason everyone gave her such respect was fear of offending that soul figure that will likely dominate a portion of the Myriad Monarch astral territory in the future. If it wasn't for him, she would have long since been married off for the betterment of the country or been the plaything of one of her siblings. While it was a bleak reality, it was the reality she was born to. In the end, after a long moment of silence, Zhu Yaifai abruptly stood up and looked towards the old man. She said, I would like to go for a walk. While this sounded casual, it felt more like an order that could not be denied. The old man smilingly nodded. With a flash of bright light, the two vanished from the room, leaving the others in a slight daze. Zhu paused for a moment before he clenched his teeth slightly, grinding them against each other. That bitch is trying to be the first to make a move. Screw this wench. He cursed in his heart before he left with his own protectors. While they were severely lacking in comparison to the old man, they were still experts at the 9th stage of the Kai condensation realm. With two at his beck and call, they soared away in the direction Chen Xiaowei took off. Zhu Han didn't follow the other two. When he left, he sought to return to the capital. In the Blood Titan city, manor of the Chen clan, Wai Wine was situated in a rather luxurious courtyard designed for respected guests. After having a little conversation with Chen Xiaowei, they had settled on compensation and his little favor. It was minor, really allow him to stay in the Chen clan for a period of time. He needed a place to stay. It was that simple. Of course, she didn't reject his request. In fact, she was ecstatic. As they flew towards the Chen manor, he discovered that she was rather easy to have a conversation with. Despite his current reputation and status, she was capable of comfortably holding a conversation with him. There were some too scared to even breathe loudly in his presence, or women that sought his favor and bed. But she was rather neutral and friendly. He liked this. So, he decided to reward her a little bit more when deciding the appropriate compensation. In truth, Wai Wine fully intended to claim the Bloodforge continent as one of his territories in the immediate future. Initially, he planned to plant his own Bloodforge king, but it might be better to select a native. The Chen clan didn't seem too bad. Well, Chen Xiaowei didn't seem too bad. Keeping her candidacy in mind, he couldn't help but recall that breathtakingly gorgeous woman that sat with those other officials. According to Chen Xiaowei, she was likely Zhu Yaifei, and news of her had been rather rampant lately. Originally, she was a lowly princess born from a maidservant, and her status and talent were widely considered as being lower than expected standards. This was until she reached adulthood and became a nation-toppling beauty. Then, all sorts of events happened around her. For example, there was a young man, an absolute genius of a cultivator, who caused extreme mayhem and slaughter for a period of time. There was even a manhunt for him by a recently destroyed superpower that exceeded even the Chen clan. This superpower belonged to the outside of the Zhu country, but its leader was a second-stage astral core realm expert. Supposedly, a year ago, this expert and his subordinates were all brutally killed in a grand battle against that man. He was called Yuan Lanqi, and Zhu Yaifei had an unordinary relationship with him. This caused her status and perceived importance to skyrocket, as had been very vocal about supporting her after fully establishing his name, power, and reputation on the continent. Others called him the demonic dragon. He was of a demon lineage and a human, and said to have gained the legacy of a true dragon. Regardless of the truth, his combat abilities spoke for themselves, as he had achievements that exceeded Long Chen and Wai Wine's. When he was at the 7th stage of the Kai condensation realm, he had killed an astral core realm cultivator, while they've both killed astral core realm experts while at the Kai condensation realm. They both used external support and means. This intrigued Wai Wine, as he realized he likely found another blessed, because according to his exploits, he had survived way too much to just be a little lucky. While low-valued blessed might make minor impacts like he had before, high-valued blessed's actions were truly too hard to ignore. Even Long Chen's past was like an epic tale out of a fantasy novel. Let alone this guy. I had to work my ass off, fight off countless deadly schemes, and strive for scraps. While they were, he truly felt a hint of grievance against the heavenly Daos when he thought about it. The indignant feeling lasted for a brief moment before it was suppressed. This type of mentality was an abyss that he didn't wish to delve into. He inspected his bloodline of Sinta too. His karmic luck value was immense, yet he hadn't experienced a deduction since that 0-1 incident that seemingly pulled him towards the Bloodforge continent. Was it because he didn't have a specific need for anything when he was attempting to form his elemental Kai? He met fortune after fortune that helped him attain it. He found this somewhat strange. What conditions must be met before the heavenly Taos make arrangements? While slightly pondering this, he lifted his eyes to observe the outside world. With his celestial eyes, he saw that breathtaking figure once more, guarded by an old man within an inn of the Blood Titan city. Zhu Yifei was staying there, seemingly patiently waiting for something, or verifying his presence within the manor. It seemed his first goal had been achieved. With a bright smile, he decided to cultivate for a period. Now that he was in the astral core realm, he should improve his 4 astral cores. Their current size was merely 0.5 millimeter, and while this was impressive for a cultivator who recently ascended, it wasn't satisfying to him in the slightest. The astral core size reflected the levels of quality and quantity of the world sea within, which was his refined astral force that originated from his mental, physical, essence, and spiritual energies. Bringing out his cauldron, he started to make preparations. Using the 33 heavenly concoction method, he withdrew 33 portions of materials to produce astral sea pills. These were 7th grade, peak tier pills. Their primary effect was to expand the astral core, while their secondary effect could improve the durability and resilience of one's meridians. Generally, each product had 2 effects. Its primary effect, which wouldn't increase after reaching low quality, and its secondary effect, which would improve in high and peak quality. According to the recipe's description, a single pill can expand the astral core by 1/10 of a millimeter. This was essentially increasing Yi's current reserves and power by 10 to 20. While the effectiveness wasn't permanently consistent, the more your astral soul consumed, the less benefits it would provide. Yi fully intended to treat these pills like candy. He started concocting. Chapter 2:15 2:13 The Benefits of Alchemy. Chapter 2:15 2:13 The Benefits of Alchemy. The Tri-Vision Starfield. The Myriad Monarch Astral Territory. The Bloodforge Continent. There was one thing that these places all had in common: they didn't lack resources. The truth of the cultivation world was that resources produced faster than could be used, and this was regardless of reckless waste by cultivators. Despite this, there were 2 types of resources: those that could be classified as gentle and easy to absorb for cultivation, and those volatile and difficult to absorb resources that required long-term processing to be effective. The majority of resources fit the second type, while the higher one's talent and, depending on the cultivation method, some resources of the second type shifted to the first type, providing immediate benefits on what could and couldn't be used. It didn't solve the issue for the majority. This was where alchemists came into the picture. They were capable of extracting essence, materials, and energies from resources, then processing them with other materials, allowing them to become gentle in the form of pills, elixirs, pellets, and pastes, while simultaneously enhancing their effectiveness and effects. Some unique materials, when meticulously combined, can do abnormal things such as enhance astral core size or allow one to experience enlightenment. These things were byproducts of quirky reactions between different essence, materials, or energies in various exact ratios. This miraculously phenomenal ability allowed alchemists to expedite others' cultivation as well as enhance their innate talent. The main issues that alchemists came across with concoction were its immense difficulty in succeeding a concoction, exceptionally long refinement times, and the exceptionally high requirement on skill. Furthermore, the alchemical energies converted by the combination of an external method and 4 essential energies was 1,000 times less effective than pure alchemical energies produced directly by the natal or astral soul. However, taking that route was cutting off hundreds of potential years on their lifespans, as well as forcing them to have no cultivation strength. It brought a soul-rending woe into the hearts of countless cultivators. No one was willing to become a product dispenser for others. Their life and death no longer theirs. It was too much of a sacrifice. Fortunately, Yi didn't have this problem or any of the common alchemist issues. In a matter of 12 hours, Yi had already concocted 3,000 astral sea pills, and each was peak quality. Most of these pills were devoured by his astral souls. They externalized for a brief moment and directly consumed and refined them. At the moment, Ori, king, and Kratos had left their 0.5 millimeter size in the dust as they were each 3 millimeters in size. This might seem little when compared to 3,000 pills, but this could be flatly described as a multiplicative increase in astral force by 600. Just this alone would be miraculous. But the quality of his astral force had similarly evolved. He could be considered dozens of times stronger. The rapid increase in strength caused him to truly freeze. In the Chi condensation, besides Chi essence and energy purity, there was no true way to differentiate between foundations. However, in the astral core realm, it was so clear-cut. This was the first time he truly felt the benefits of alchemy. He felt his meridians be infused continuously with warm forces that slowly solidified and strengthened them. With this, his body could contain and release far greater power without worrying about damaging his body. He didn't hesitate to find an 8th grade recipe that was suited for those at the astral core realm's early phases. He found an elixir recipe called the World Spirit Refinement Elixir. It was only a hightier elixir, and it could increase an astral soul's spiritual aura, strength, senses, energies, and durability. The last reinforced the astral soul, allowing it to withstand more damage before shattering. He inspected his ring and discovered that he could create about 300 portions if he concocted them without a single failure. He had numerous sets of materials and essences within his 3-layered ring, as well as hundreds of storage rings linked to his Sky Palace's vault. There, he had countless sets of materials stored and preserved over the last 4 years. He hated being unprepared the most, and since the cost of materials and essence was so disgustingly dirt low when comparing a completed alchemical product, he essentially had a wide variety of everything, enough to make 2 or 3 mountains. To put it into perspective, the astral sea pill was valued at about 20 astral stones. This was about 2 billion essence stones, but the materials used to create it was less than 10,000 essence stones. This meant 200,000 sets of materials were equivalent to a single astral sea pill. And this was the lowest quality too. The disparity was so monstrously ridiculous that YY nearly fainted. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to concoct the elixir. After a day, he set aside the pills and elixirs for Eden as he observed the 3 other astral souls digested the elixirs. Their unique forms were solidifying, causing them to glimmer with fascinating and mysterious light from time to time. He frowned slightly as he watched their growth. He could feel the quality of his astral force simultaneously rise as well. Considering spiritual energies was one of the pieces of refined astral force, it made sense. However, this quality was due to its components rather than the astral core's refinement quality. They were 2 different means of enhancement. If it's like this, then enhancing my physical, mental, and elemental energies will further enhance my astral force. Right, perhaps enhancing any of my innate energies will be beneficial. He finally realized that there were several avenues to cultivate astral force quality. With renewed interest, he started to concoct all sorts of pills, elixirs, and paste. 3 days came and went. Eden had finally taken a break to consume its portions of pills and elixirs, reaching a similar degree of advancement as its siblings. As for YY, he was asleep. He wasn't mentally tired or exhausted, but simply felt like passing the time in his dreams. While he could concoct products without Eden, converting his other sources of astral force into alchemic force, he didn't feel like wasting materials. So he slept. During this time, a ruckus was forming outside the Chen Manor, and it wasn't because of him, but because of the prince and princesses of the Zhu country. Specifically, it was Zhu Yifei and Zhu Yu. Their presence couldn't go unnoticed as they arrived, causing various forces to become enlivened and enthralled. A few renowned figures even invited them to other areas as guests to establish better relations. However, they seemed intent on staying within the Chen clan's territory. This created even more speculation, especially considering the Chen clan had just suffered a disastrous loss just a few days ago. Their overall reputation had reached an all-time low, and it truly made one understand that all the plans in the world can go to shit due to a single unexpected variable. That mysterious alchemist arrived, dominated, and left like the wind. It was truly quite a soul-stirring and life-learning tale. Many elites and experts visited the clan in hopes of meeting this mysterious alchemist, but left empty-handed and rejected. After all, the mysterious alchemist was said to not be within the clan, nor could anyone verify the claim because his identity was unknown. While a few could make educated guesses, there wasn't any certainty in these assumptions. Zhu Yu was surrounded by his guardians, sitting at the top floor of a restaurant as he watched the seething messes below. As a prince, he was somewhat of a celebrity, and countless wished to form connections or good impressions on him, regardless of his cultivation base. Whether it could ever enter the world of true experts, he still had sufficient authority and current backing to warrant such treatments. They, however, were like puny insects rummaging below to him. He sneered, taking a sip of his wine as he watched the Chen manor in the distance. He, like Zhu Yaifai, was here for a single reason: why wine. Unfortunately, neither of them dared to barge in uninvited or out his identity. It wasn't just them, but countless others who had heard Zhu Yaifai's words that day were hiding in the shadows and wait. If Wai Wine saw this as annoying, wouldn't they leave empty-handed? The worst case scenario was their entire status would crumble from a mere displeasing word from him. No one truly knew what his personality was, except the rumors of his utmost ruthlessness, immense wealth, and outrageous talent. Basing it off this, they could only approach with caution. In the Chen manor, Shen Xiaowei had a headache. Countless elites were sending all sorts of private gifts and messages in an attempt to verify Wai Wine's identity or be invited in. She didn't dare accept any of it, fearful that it will disturb Wai Wine and lead to an unfortunate event. Who would thought such a character would seek housing in her territory? She could only ruefully sigh in her heart. In this same heart, there was a wisp of excitement as she recalled Wai Wine's compensation. While 20% of her territory was great, he had promised 10 astral dipper fountain pills, 3 astral sea pills, and Sky World pill. They were all 7th grade, but their effects were beyond extraordinary, especially the Sky World pill, a peak tier pill. It can infuse the sea of consciousness with a flood of unique mana that sharpens one's senses towards it. This unique mana would temporarily change one's senses and perception of the world, allowing them to observe and analyze the ambient mana of the world. This was a state of enlightenment that could nearly guarantee the ability to assail the second stage of the astral core realm. The price of these pills exceeded the entire worth of Blood Titan City, let alone a measly 20% of her territory. However, she knew that her accepting this likely meant that she was no longer an independent leader, and she was likely within Wai Wine's influence. However, who would reject? She happily accepted and became his vassal in Blood Titan City, even without him asking. Her allegiance was set, and she even made a harsh loyalty-based spirit oath to ensure him. While it wasn't needed, she had no issue attaching her fate to the golden thigh that was Wai Wine shamelessly, just as she was planning who to nurture with the Astral Dipper fountain pills into an expert amongst her talented juniors. A dignified voice resounded outside the manor. His Grace, Duke Xiao, Duke of Scarlet Ash Prefecture, seeks an audience with the Chen clan. Chapter 2116-2114 Duke Zhan's Invitation. Chapter 2116-2114 Duke Zhan's Invitation. The voice that radiated dignity and prestige resounded like a thundering clap. It demanded response and respect. Those nearby, especially those seeking to see or interact with Zhu Yu and Zai Yaifai, were startled into amazement. A duke. The Zhu country was divided into 3 prefectures, and the Scarlet Ash Prefecture was territory awarded to Zhao Jihan by the current Bloodforge King, Zhu Duan. He had performed major meritorious achievements and served under Zhu Duan during the reign of the previous Bloodforge King, and was renowned to be a top-tier expert at the second stage of the Astral Core realm. In all of Zhu country, he was widely considered the 3rd strongest cultivator beneath the Bloodforge King himself. Furthermore, within this prefecture was the entirety of the Blood Titan City, so he owned the land rights of the city and held authority beyond any clan or force within. While these elite clans and forces couldn't be considered his subordinates, they lived, served, paid taxes, and obeyed as long as they remained within his territory. The chatter and clamor died down as many were drawn to the origin of the sound. They saw a middle-aged man dressed in luxuriously scholarish attire standing directly in front of the Chen Manor's gate. He had a set of round spectacles that gave him an intelligent and direct bearing. His back was ramrod straight, and his chin was lifted somewhat. The immense pride and arrogance within his bones might be contained at the moment, but these inherent qualities were clearly there. He was the messenger of Duke Zhao, and a highly respected figure that would be given the appropriate level of respect and reverence wherever he stepped. Shen Xiaowei and a few experts of the Chen clan exited from the front door. While she had a calm expression, not betraying a hint of her emotions, the others had dark and solemn expressions. Duke Zhao was not an individual that could be curved to the side or ignored, and if they stonewalled him, who knew the consequences they could face? A flash of indifference and a hint of contempt flashed within Shen Xiaowei's eyes, but it was incredibly concealed. If they thought they could use their status and authority to push the alchemist to the forefront against his will, they were idiots. Perhaps it would work for typical Lord Alchemists, but Wai Wine wasn't a typical alchemist by any means. Just the pill she received as compensation was enough for her to reach Duke Zhao's level in a few years. Now that she hugged the golden thigh that was Wai Wine, this figure that could once cause her to tremble in her panties and lower her head felt insignificant and small. Unbeknownst to the influence currently affecting her mentality, Shen Xiaowei walked forward with light steps and performed a respectful yet small bow. Regardless of her belief in his insignificance, the messenger was still the acting proxy of Duke Zhao, so she reacted in accordance with proper etiquette. Shen clan's matriarch, Shen Xiaowei greets the messenger of Duke Zhao. The messenger didn't show any emotion or happiness, besides his suppressed smugness. He merely glanced at Shen Xiaowei and said, "Matriarch Chen, His Grace has invited you and the victor of the all-alchemic clash to his manor tonight." After those words were spoken, as if the intent was said and done, he extracted a scarlet letter and casually flicked it outwards. It soared like a leaf before levitating quietly before Shen Xiaowei. After, he didn't bother to await a response as he turned. With a step, he jumped up high and was met by a shadow blight hawk. It was no less impressive, perhaps even slightly larger, than Shen Xiaowei's. With a whoosh, the two left without looking back. So succinct. However, this display truly showed their utter lack of regard for the Chen clan and even a hint of disrespect towards the alchemist himself. Regardless of whether those actions were under Duke Zhao's orders or simply the messenger attempting to heighten his prestige with this display, it reflected poorly in Shen Xiaowei's eyes. As for those watching, it served an appropriate response, and further lessened the importance of the mysterious alchemist in their hearts. Only an exclusive few knew of Wai Wine's possible residence within the Chen Manor, so the majority were only awed by the princes and princesses. This fueled their speculation and beliefs that the Chen clan was housing this mysterious alchemist. The clamor once more restarted when the messenger left. Shen Xiaowei held the scarlet letter in shock. How disrespectful! The left side of her upper lip twitched in disdain, contempt, and a little bit of disappointment. This way of action was truly too high-handed and arrogant. It won no points to any alchemist to simply one-sidedly invite via messenger. While this happened, Wai Wine's eyes opened as he watched the shadow blight hawk fly away. He had a slight pout, a little frustration in his eyes. "I didn't think this minor character would catch the bait. Where's Zhu Duan?" He frowned a little. While he hadn't invested much into his plan, he hoped to have the initiative with Zhu Duan, Su Yai-Fai, the blessed Bloodforge continent. He closed his eyes once more and made some brief calculations using his two minds. Only then did his pouting expression dissipate into a tranquil smile. This might be a little dangerous. When those words left his lips, a wisp of excitement flashed within his eyes. He looked into the sky, his celestial eyes peering until he saw a void gate levitating above the skies. This void gate was housed in a crimson-colored tower, and it served as the residence for the guardian of the Bloodforge continent. Wai Wine learned that these towers were the homes for the resident guardians, and Zhang Ling, fairy blessed spirit, was the guardian selected by the Myriad Monarch sect for the Myriad Your continent. Her cultivation base was sufficiently powerful to oversee the entire continent and ensure its safety in the case of potentially continental threatening conflicts. A strand of spiritual force left his glabella and flashed upwards into the sky. It carried with it a spiritual transmitted message for the guardian of this continent. After sending this, his eyes looked towards the building that Zhu Yifei was situated. An idea formed in his mind as he wanted to test out his theory. If it didn't work, then at least he'll have a breathtakingly beautiful woman by his side. In the sky, the Bloodforge Tower, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged as he held an astral stone within his hand. The pure, refined astral essence within was being ceaselessly extracted and absorbed, causing all sorts of astronomical phenomena to erupt, such as glittering stars that appeared and vanished without order and a gorgeous aurora borealis above. He was called Kai Lang, and he was the assigned guardian of the Bloodforge continent. As he was quietly cultivating, a strand of spiritual force penetrated the protective wards through a specific method and arrived. Crush. Startled with a heart-pounding jump, he clenched his fist as his eyes flashed into battle readiness, causing him to crush his astral essence within his grip. The astral essence erupted and started to wildly escape, enriching the immediate vicinity temporarily. He did not expect to receive a transmission directly, so he was quite skittish. It was only after he received the secret code and orders within that his heart inevitably calmed down. Biting his lips slightly, he didn't think he would be called so soon. 2 years ago, Wai Wine's subordinate, Su Mei, had approached him and offered a deal. This deal was so sweet, salivating, and tempting that he couldn't reject it even if the requirements were harsher. In return, all he had to do was to listen to all orders given, as long as it didn't break sect rules. While he was a little uneasy at first, he truly could not decline. When has there ever been an alchemist that could offer such extraordinary benefits without blinking an eye? Giving in to his greed and heartfelt desires, he was now a subordinate of Wai Wian. This wasn't an issue at all until the first order came that ordered that he doesn't record or report his arrival on the continent immediately, and to wait a full year before doing so. This wasn't directly against the rules, and he wouldn't be punished if found out, but he guessed Wai Wine's intentions from this. Now, receiving this transmission, his heart grew cold. He didn't think Wai Wine would be this type of individual, but he didn't dare to delay. While Wai Wine could give him this deal, he could similarly destroy his position, status, self, family lineage, and reputation with ease. The Jai clan was a prime example of this. This is the fate of those who accept bribes from outrageously powerful people. He lamented in his heart before he stood up, took a deep breath, and left the tower. His flight path was directly towards the Zhu country's royal capital. Chen Xiaowei stood outside Wai Wine's door. Heavenly King Wai, I have a letter for you. Wai Wine opened the door. He revealed a slightly indifferent smile as he said, I know. Let's go. He swiped his hand over his face, once more creating his faceless mask that disguised his features. Chen Xiaowei was somewhat taken aback by Wai Wine's response. She thought for certain that Duke Xiao would earn his ire for such an arrogant announcement and summons. That being said, she didn't dare to refuse. She had already thrown her lot in with Wai Wine, and she was going to wholeheartedly follow him. Chapter 217-215 followed by all. Chapter 217-215 followed by all. Shen Zhou summoned her shadow blight hawk. It soared into the skies with a piercing cry before descending into the open grassy area of Wai Wine's courtyard. They both leaped, landing on the back of the hawk in an exceptionally practiced manner. With a powerful flap of the hawk's wings, it took off with the two in tow. There was no need to bring the other Chen clan's experts. Since Duke Xiao invited them, then he would have them. All others were unnecessary. When they took off, Wai Wine didn't hide his mask or aura, even faintly releasing a strong alchemical scent often emanated from high-level alchemists. Normally, he didn't reveal this scent because it typically matched the quality of his alchemical energy circulating within his body. Now, it was like a storm of explosive scent. Shen Xiaowei was taken aback. Her eyes glazed as her cultivation base seemed to be stimulated by this aura. Even the shadow blight hawk had a bit of drool leaking from its beak. Its eyes and wings seemed to lose a lot of its force. That scent was simply too attractive to the innate energies within the bodies of any existence that cultivated essence or energies. Wine sent a trace of Eden force through his feet, shocking the hawk back to full alertness. It seemed to gain vigorous energy from some unknown depth of itself as it cried loudly and explosively shot off faster than ever before. Its display attracted the eyes of all those below and hidden. Countless spiritual senses veered their way. The old man beside Zhu Yifei looked upwards, his gaze piercing the ceiling of his building, as he noticed Chen Xiaowei and the masked alchemist take off. When he felt the overwhelming alchemical aura through his spiritual sense, his heart raced 3 times faster than before. If he was a mortal, his heart might have exploded immediately. Such high-quality alchemical energy, he had never seen such potent alchemical energy from any alchemists before, even those with alchemic souls as their cultivation base. It was simply unheard of. However, a glint of realization dawned in his hazy eyes. He's definitely Heavenly King Y, only the second coming of the King of Everlore, the Prince of Everlore, the renowned one alchemic talent of the Starfield, excluding the currently developing Princess of Everlore, could possess such high-quality alchemical energy. My thoughts exactly. The gorgeous Zhu Yifei stood up and walked over, her hazel eyes looking above at the departing Shadow Blight Hawk. While she had speculated earlier about his identity, she wasn't entirely sure until this very moment. In fact, the level of this alchemical energy was about to alert countless figures of his presence. It seemed counterintuitive that he would continue wearing a mask while revealing his extraordinary aura. What was he planning? Her eyes narrowed, unsure in her heart. He's heading to the Scarlet Ash Manor, the old man stated. It wasn't long before they were nearly beyond the horizon. His gaze looked towards Zhu Yifei. He didn't know what she intended to do, but her actions right now were exceptionally risky. If that man who stood behind her allowed her to maintain her current status, was to learn that she was trying to approach Wine, perhaps he might not do anything. But the alchemist was still a male, and she was a fairy-like beauty of the ages. If he got interested in her, this could definitely spiral out of control. Just as he was about to recommend that they avoid contact, Zhu Yu and his entourage had already left before their eyes, following Wine. It wasn't just him. Everyone else felt that aura, and its alchemistic effects it subjected them to. Their eyes became spirited and invigorated as they called forth their mounts and followed in haste. A few were slower than others, cursing their 2 legs and single mind as they similarly followed. Zhu Yifei lightly bit her softest water lips. Let's go. The old man's words were caught in his throat, but his heart was also screaming to follow. If possible, he sought to obtain Wine's favor. With his current age and cultivation base, his lifespan was approaching its limits. If he could assail to the next phase, he could gain 100 or so additional years as well as being ranked amongst the top 5 experts on the continent. His old, time-worn heart yearned for it. So while his mind wanted to advise, he didn't in the end. With a light breath, he wrapped Zhu Yifei in astral force as they sped through the lands, vanishing from their building. After a few minutes of flight, Chen Xiaowei looked behind her with curiosity, and the scene caused her scalp to grow numb. Numerous mounts nearly blotted out the horizon as they trailed them from behind. It was a fantastical scene. A flock of avian creatures of a wide variety was flapping their wings intensely, and the beasts had eyes that were even a little crazy. It was as if they were stirred by something. Turning to see Wine, her heart trembled. Was this all because of his aura? Wine didn't bother about the amassing crowd. With each passing second, new mounts were seemingly appearing from thin air. These were individuals intrigued by what was happening or felt entranced by his aura. He stayed silent. At the moment, he was assessing his cultivation base. After the 3,000 astral sea pills, each of his astral soul's astral core expanded by 6 times. And with additional products, his mental, physical, and spiritual energies were amplified in intensity and quality. With this, his astral force had grown at least 20 times as powerful as he was just a few days ago. It was nearly unbelievable of the difference. However, he knew there was a limit to his enhancements, and he was very close to approaching it, especially in regards to astral core size. If he wanted to expand it and the world see that was his astral force, he needed to advance to the second stage of the astral core realm. The only issue was that he couldn't initiate it. No, that wasn't exactly correct. His astral souls were unwilling to evoke it. He had long since taken a sky world pill, and even without it, he could sense the world's mana perfectly with his celestial eyes. Just a little bit of sensing and exploring and he could achieve control it slightly with his mental energies. The unique ability of sky pressure was his to a minor extent, but it was too minor and only a prelude to his true abilities if he could assail the next stage. When he questioned them, they said they weren't full enough. He didn't understand this initially, but after using those pills to explosively enhance his foundational strength, he deeply understood. They wanted to reach their maximum potential in this stage before sending. Perhaps this offered benefits he was unaware of, but considering he wanted to have the sturdiest foundation imaginable, he agreed with their desires. After he returned back to the sect, he intended to obtain enough resources to concoct enough astral sea pills to reach maximum potential. As of right now, he only had enough for 3,000 or so. He really hadn't expected to need so much. Perhaps to normal cultivators, 3,000 was more than enough to create a world of elites. But to these 4 hightier astral souls, it wasn't even enough to fill their bellies. As he was lost in his thoughts, he didn't seem to notice that vast, sky-blotting shadow tailing him. This shadow was the dense mass of numerous mounts that ranged from 10 to 50 meters in wingspan. Chen Xiaowei's eyes were bulging with a pulsating fear. How did this come about? Zhu Yu was within this thick shadow, his brilliance and status ignored and overshadowed as everyone followed Wai Weian like a pack of lost dogs. They seemed endless, and no one seemed to approach Wai Weian, simply tail like the others. He cursed these shameless people, but he was confused as to why this was happening. Within this shadowy giant was Engi, and Buru, and Enfaging. They were drawn to this phenomenon just like the majority of others. Engi had a slight frown, and Faging's bright eyes couldn't help but ask, "What's happening?" Her voice was innocent and truly radiated pure curiosity. Engi opened his mouth slightly but found that he was unable to explain. Was everyone here hoping to gain Wai Weian's favor? That didn't seem right. And Buru quietly answered with her best response, "I think he's summoning an audience." Audience? Engi was taken aback, for what his brows furrowed deeply. If he was gaining an audience, then it was for a purpose. But why did he need one? Chen Xiaowei soon lost her nerves as she urgently asked, "Heavenly King, why? Is this okay?" While she wanted to ask, she didn't know exactly what to ask. Wai Weian laughed slightly, his eyes bright beneath his mask. He was just about to speak when his tri-layered ring flickered with spiritual light. He sent his spiritual sense in the ring and received the message. When he did, his eyes beneath the mask shrunk slightly. He took a deep breath. Cursing in his mind, "She's already gone. I guess 3 years is too long." His second candidate for the ascendance had departed. And Zhu Wei, a member of the Silver Wolves and rumored to be of the lineage of legendary Fenrir, was renowned for tracking and had discovered her scent. He traced it to an ancient void gate that was highly concealed. It seemed to have left. According to him, her scent indicated that she left about 5 months ago. Ill timing. But what about this ancient void gate? Intrigued, he decided to inspect it later. Right now, he sent Su Mei and Zhu He a message, each with a different order. For Zhu He, his order was, "Come to Scarlet Ash Manor. I need my fangs and claws." With his plans to recruit the 2 ascendant candidates in secret and cultivate them either completed or delayed, he was going to move on to his next objective, conquering the Zhu country. Chapter 218 216 Unknown Intentions. Chapter 218 216 Unknown Intentions. Conquering the Zhu country was his overall objective. But it was by no means an easy feat. The pre-existing rules made it nearly impossible for a member of the Myriad Monarch sect, regardless of rank, to establish themselves as the ruler of this country. It was highly protected, giving respect to its natives and lineage. However, nearly impossible was merely that, nearly impossible. Wai Weian's thoughts were lively as he once more recalled and pondered on the various steps of his plans. While he couldn't become a sitting ruler, or send a member of his sect as a sitting ruler. He could rule via proxy. While the Zhou country only possessed 20% of the continent's territory, it contained 70% of the continent's central wealth and resources. Essentially, it was a goldmine that surpassed all the other contested areas of the continent. It was this very reason the sect regulated its influence and gave the natives this piece of land, allowing it to remain uncontested. Even though he was a heavenly king, he couldn't have any piece of this pie without openly breaking established rules. Soon, a gigantic luxurious mansion with 10 acres of flat land surrounding it appeared in the distance. This was the Scarlet Ash Manor, home to Duke Xiao, a top-tier powerhouse and loyal supporter of the current Bloodforge king. Those who followed the amassing crowd out of curiosity were sent into a quaking shock. Why were they traveling towards the Scarlet Ash Manor? The Duke was by no means a small character, and his cultivation base was at the apex of the continent. He was renowned for his fierce attitude and domineering bearing. Zhu Yu frowned. I didn't think so many people would be following us. If we're just here visiting Duke Xiao, wouldn't it seem as if we were about to siege him? He felt somewhat awkward, as the level of misunderstanding these hundreds of thousands of mounts that blotted out the horizon could produce. Furthermore, he was one of the few at the forefront. While he was a prince, his status and influence was far below Duke Xiao. Not to mention his personal power. If he ended up poking the tiger, his livelihood as a prince would be threatened. A wisp of desire to retreat soon grew in his heart. He had an uneasy feeling as the manor became larger and larger. Before he could even make a decision, Shen Zioe halted her shadow-blight hawk. When it did, the numerous aerial mounts screeched to an abrupt halt, and there were even a few slapped out of the skies. The chaos was abrupt and unexpected. And as those in the forefront of the pack tried to stop, those behind smashed into them. There was one unlucky fellow that got clipped by a beast wing and directly exploded into bloody mist. The mount he was on went out of control and plummeted, smashing into those who flew at a lower altitude. It cascaded into chaos and danger as several mounts and cultivators met their deaths. They clearly didn't think this through. They weren't a trained unit of the military which practiced how to signal those behind or avoid crashing into each other. So it made unfortunate yet perfect sense for this to occur. Zhu Yu's entourage had to conjure a collectively infused Kai ward to defend against the feathers, blood, and fragmented bones of those blown forward violently. Several mounts smashed into the ward. Bones and bodies were broken on impact. A few cultivators smashed their Kai into those approaching, trying to avoid a direct collision. The chaos was lively. Some even devolved into straight life and death aerial battles raging. Kai and maddened cries echoed. A few shrieks of those sent to death resounded as well. Unwillingness and shock suffused their voices. Wyan didn't bother about this. However, he couldn't help but remember an event similar to this one. In Jade Circle City, he and Su Mei were being chased and threatened, and after a little display of power, they tumbled backwards and chaotically ran every which way. The difference here was that these individuals wanted to stay, brewing enmity and misfortune with every misstep. He turned to Chen Xiaowei, who looked at him and nodded. They didn't fly to the manor, staying several kilometers away and several hundred meters above. Scarlet Ash Prefecture, Scarlet Ash Manor. The commotion outside was noticed without a doubt. In fact, every living soul had received transmission messages from those outside who witnessed the horrifying array of aerial beasts. The warriors of the manor were already geared and ready. Quite a few displayed a fierce willingness to fight to the death. They mounted their beasts and traveled via the ground and sky, creating an exceptional array of war. They stared at the incoming titanic shadow with sweaty palms and solemn gazes. The owner of this manor and land itself, Duke Xiao, had also noticed this abnormal display. However, his information network was more detailed as he knew that the alchemist was merely answering his summons. This mass of followers was merely curious or opportunistic idiots that were trying to gain favor with the prince, princess, or alchemist. He felt a headache, but just to be sure, he allowed his men to form a defensive array. It was best to be safe than unprepared. Duke Xiao was a middle-aged man with faint signs of aging, a set of droopy eyes, dull black hair, and gray temples. While his cultivation base was said to be exceptional amongst the continent, his age was already high, being over 1,000 years old. He seemed like a harmless uncle, and if it wasn't for his stately attire that lends his title some credence, it's unlikely anyone would believe his status and ranking in the country. He walked outside, his droopy eyes meeting the chaos outside. His eyelids twitched a little as he saw lives ended. This was a mess. Then, he saw the masked alchemist and Chen Xiaowei. His eyes narrowed as he focused on them. Such a thick alchemical aura. Is this a peak alchemic lord or an alchemic king? If so, which one? He had sent a summons to the masked alchemist after hearing the news of his exceptional ability. While there were rumors the masked alchemist was an alchemic king, he wasn't so sure. There were so few in the starfield. Unlike Zhu Yu and Zhu Yifei, he hadn't discovered an inkling as to who the masked alchemist was. If he knew it was Wai Yin, perhaps his attitude would be vastly different than indifferently sending a summons. After all, comparing status, influence, and authority, he paled nearly a dozen levels below a heavenly king and alchemic king. Unfortunately for him, this ignorance played into what will be his last moments in this life. Wai Yin's eyes beneath the mask met Duke Zhao. They were the picture of indifference. Shen Xiaowei spoke from up high. Her gaze looked down at Duke Zhao, revealing open scorn and disdain that he and his subordinates could see. Duke Zhao of the Scarlet Ash Manor, come and greet Lord Alchemist. Her words were direct, more arrogant than the messenger before. Duke Zhao's nose twitched. A flash of anger at these words and her tone. Did she not know her place, however? Her words revealed a clue to his identity. Lord Alchemist, so he was a Lord Alchemist. This idea, belief, started to cement in his mind. However, it also made his eyes flash with a light of disbelief. A measly Lord Alchemist dares to be so arrogant. Just as he was about to respond, his words were caught in his throat. Then, Wai Yin verbally said with words amplified by astral force, did you not hear her? However, simultaneously, his spiritual force was sneakily slithering into Duke Zhao's ears. His eyes were filled with shock, then anger, and then rage. Fine, Duke Zhao. I've been wanting to meet you a long time ago. Again. While he spoke loudly enough to be heard, a series of transmitted messages kept bombarding Duke Zhao. Each passing second caused the rage and fury within his eyes to grow. Many were shocked at Wai Yin's arrogance, but seeing him take a step back after witnessing Duke Zhao's expression revealing anger was slightly on par. Even Zhu Yu felt that Wai Yin realized his arrogance wouldn't serve him much here, so it would be best to take a soft approach. However, Zhu Yifei and the old man saw differently. Zhu Yifei's hazel eyes revealed a strange ripple as she observed Wai Yin floating alongside the old man. He's sending him transmitted messages, Zhu Yifei slowly said as her beautiful brows furrowed inwards. It seemed that these series of transmitted messages were ceaselessly infuriating and provoking Duke Zhao somehow. The old man could barely feel the spiritual force, but he couldn't tell if it came from Wai Yin or not. It was elusive and concealed. In fact, if it wasn't for Zhu Yifei's comment, he might have assumed it was just faint elemental fluctuations. This type of disguising means was intricate. But why? Wai Yin was still speaking, saying some amicable and well-meaning words of greeting. Typical perfunctory exchanges. But each word within the eyes of the crowd seemed to enrage Duke Zhao. This confused them, but they attributed it to this mysterious alchemist's previous arrogant words and speaking from high above. Shall we have a drink and sit down? Wai Yin's voice echoed. But Duke Zhao's temple had the thickest vein and his teeth were clenched fiercely. When he looked at Wai Yin, his eyes revealed murderous killing intent. I don't care who you are, I will not stand for such disgrace, men. Get ready to kill. Duke Zhao sharply raised his hand, and the trained response of his subordinates were their flaring auras as they took to the skies and primed their Kai weapons. Before long, tens of thousands of mounts rose to the skies. Wai Yin softly smiled beneath his mask, but he asked with a tinge of disbelief in his voice, what do you think you're doing, Duke Zhao? This is madness. His tone held some timidness and weakness within, and this could easily be deduced as fear and uncertainty to the audience behind him. His acting skills were on point as many believed his words. The Shadow Blight Hawk even backed a little, ready to depart. However, before that could happen, Duke Xiao roared and clenched his fist. He used the unique ability of sky pressure that sky rulers could utilize and caused the world's mana to weaponize into layers and layers of solidified blockades. They enclosed the Shadow Blight Hawk and enclosed, seeking to crush them. Chen Xiaowei moved her smooth, delicate fingers, and waves of astral force battered the enclosing pressure, preventing them from being crushed into a bloody and crushed mess. Her eyes were solemn as she screeched angrily at Duke Xiao. "You're trying to kill us, what have we done to you?" However, while the crowd sought an answer, Duke Xiao directly ignored Chen Xiaowei's words and ordered his men with a glacial tone. "Kill!" And there you go. Wai nodded in his heart. Without hesitation, he waved his hand quietly and the sky pressure was dissipated in moments. Chen Xiaowei took this opportunity to fly away, her reaction surprisingly quick as if she expected the pressure to be removed. The Shadow Blight Hawk was swift, seemingly faster than it had ever been before, blazing a path away. The audience could only watch in confusion, shock, interest, and horror as tens of thousands of mounts shot after Chen Xiaowei with weapons of war and murderous intent. While none of these cultivators were at the astral core realm, they were in unique thousand-man spiritual Kai formations and mobile astral arrays. With these in hand, they chased without fear. Furthermore, Duke Xiao hadn't let them chase alone. He shot a bursting light in the sky, and a star-grade eagle wreathed in fierce violet-colored winds arrived. With a flash, he sat atop it, and his eyes were fierce. With a powerful flap, it shot out like a hurricane of violet wind. In moments, it led the chase. They traveled for 200 kilometers before the Shadow Blight Hawk seemed to have exhausted all its strength. Wai turned to face the pursuing forces. "I think that's enough." Chen Xiaowei's panicked expression became abnormally calm. She looked behind her and a wisp of pity in her eyes. She didn't know what Wai had done, but Duke Xiao had flown into a blind rage and sought to end their lives. Regardless, this would not end well for him. Considering her belief in Wai's objective, Duke Xiao was likely going to be a stepping stone. The chase was quite intriguing as numerous individuals decided to follow behind them, wanting to see the final outcome. They remained as the audience and Princess Zhu Yifei and Zhu Yu remained a member of this group. They were following closely, but they didn't interfere. Zhu Yifei asked, "Do you think he's doing this on purpose? Is it a play for us as Duke Xiao and on this if so?" She had numerous questions, but she felt unsure of anything at the moment. Nothing made any sense. She regarded herself as intelligent, but she couldn't see the path ahead. The old man stared at Wai through the various aerial mounts. "I do not know." His words were spoken with a trace of confusion as well. What was Wai trying to accomplish by antagonizing Duke Xiao? Did he want to find an appropriate reason to kill Duke Xiao? But that didn't seem needed. With his reputation, status, or wealth, he could hire assassins or directly influence the Bloodforge King to remove him from his position. As for Duke Xiao being in on this act, it was possible. But if so, why? Wai shouted with an explosive vigor. "Duke Xiao, I've done nothing to you. Why are you trying to kill me?" His words contained grievance, and it resonated in the hearts of countless. While he was a little arrogant, it didn't warrant being hunted down in the crowd's opinion. Duke Xiao seemed insane. His droopy eyes pulsated with blazing rage as if he was a bear poked in his sensitive area. "My Zhu country will ensure your death. You will not escape." Wai swiftly replied with shock, his figure visibly taken aback. "Your Zhu country wants my demise. You're under orders from the Bloodforge King to kill me." When those words were spoken, they seemed to not have been registered by Duke Xiao, but his silence gave everyone a feeling as if this was him agreeing with his statement. The Bloodforge King ordered Wai's demise. Duke Xiao no longer held back. Seemingly losing all his patience in a moment, he shot off his eagle and blazed a path towards Wai. He flew at outstanding speeds, arriving directly before Wai in a blink. Chen Xiaowei was appalled. The speed of a second-stage astral core realm cultivator was nearly 5 times her. She was terrified as Duke Xiao blinked in front of her. His fist clenched and vigorous astral force was exerted. He punched forth, Astral Art Grand Fist. A fist image composed of astral force was conjured, and it had the size of a small mountain as it crashed heavily upon Chen Xiaowei. Wai, and the shadow blight hawk. The amount of power in this fist image could shatter an entire mountain chain. A few members of the audience gasped in horror. Duke Xiao truly intended to eradicate this mysterious alchemist. The doubt in everyone's eyes was certain of this. Chen Xiaowei felt her body engulfed by overwhelming sky pressure, and she could only defend against the incoming attack. But her astral force was slow from the sky pressure. She was thoroughly suppressed, and an astral ward would not be enough. Her heart sank instinctively, forgetting about Wai's existence as she faced what was likely her death. The absolute difference between phases. She experienced it today. A silver light flashed in front of the fist. Chapter 219-217 Sky Rulers Collide. The explosion was devastatingly massive, causing a maelstrom of violent, whipping, and torrential wind currents to manifest. The audience was buffeted by these intense winds in the manner of seconds. Caught up in those intense winds, they were sent flying and into a chaotic mess. Despite staying at least 3 kilometers away, they were still affected. Zhu Yu was directly blown off his mount and smashed against other mounts. His entourage and guards wailed as they tried to catch him, failing in doing so. Fortunately, his astral tier robes contained defensive formations that automatically activated, shielding him in a temporarily conjured astral ward. Those that he collided with became a mess of blood, feathers, and bones. But he was safe as he fluttered wildly in the sky, treated like a loose leaf. He wasn't the only one, as numerous individuals were sent away and met their maker in the form of the solid ground. The old man cursed Duke Xiao for his recklessness. He hurriedly acted, using his astral force and creating numerous strings that attached and stabilized the falling, flung, and spinning figures of mounts and cultivators alike. It took him a few seconds before he stabilized the situation, keeping Zhu Yifei protected by an astral ward. He cursed once more as he lifted them all and flew away with them in tow. It was like a small mouse carrying trees and leaves. Fortunately, this small mouse had enough power to devastate half a continent, or at least secure their lives. It was quite surprising when he had to save a first-stage astral core realm expert. It was Ng, and he was protectively wrapping his 2 granddaughters in his ward. But his astral ward was cracking just from the sheer resulting shockwave. The old man shook his head and brought them away, while he acted like a saint, protecting numerous lives. Duke Xiao shouted in shock, who his aura was seething, but his eyes effused vigilance. Just before his astral force manifested fist smashed against Wai, crushing the life out of him, a silver light arrived and blocked his attack. It was this action that caused its explosive response. Chen Xiaowei was sitting on her plump butt. Her eyes widened as she couldn't help but hold her hand over her racing chest. She saw death for a moment. She saw the difference between the first stage and second stage. How massive was this? She felt useless. In truth, it wasn't her fault. Her foundation was severely lacking compared to Duke Xiao. For example, Duke Xiao didn't focus on elemental or a specific type of power. Instead, he devoted his time to increasing his moral state of his natal soul. This gave him ample time to raise his mortal state to the 7th level. As for her, she was simply a 4th mortal state cultivator, barely qualified to reach the astral core realm. This, coupled with his cultivation base being 1 stage above her, was sufficiently massive. Furthermore, his lack of specific cultivation direction and requirements allowed him to refine and focus on his foundation entirely. He could be considered a pure cultivator. His heart of Kai became a spirit of Kai. Chen Xiaowei cultivated a heart of wind Kai, so she required far more resources to cultivate her wind energies and Kai essence. Wai knew this deeply. The stronger your natal soul independently, the harder it was to progress. When he first consumed an astral dipper fountain pill, he realized this stark difference immediately. King required the least amount of resources, but Kratos, Eden, and Ori required more, with Kratos requiring the most. Even Ori required double the amount of resources than King. Fuck. A voice finally spoke, causing Duke Xiao's pupils to constrict. A figure, tall, barefooted, and radiating a slightly feral aura appeared before him. A pair of scarlet eyes lifted themselves lazily towards him, but after it locked onto him, it became abnormally sharp and intense. His heart unintentionally raced as he clenched his fist, circulating his astral force. "Master, are you all right?" The lucilidrast figure that bared his chest to all turned that gaze that instilled a sense of violence and murder away. Those scarlet eyes revealed calm and respect as he turned to Wai Wine. Wai Wine noticeably nodded. After that, the Shadow Blight Hawk seemed to become invigorated and acted even without Chen Xiao's orders. It shot away, fleeing into the distance carrying its master and Wai Wine. Su He stared at Wai Wine leaving for a moment before turning away. Master Duke Xiao was startled. This beastman was the alchemist's subordinate. His droopy eyebrows furrowed as he clenched his fists. Raging astral force surged outwards causing the sky to roil and the earth below to tremble. A dense degree of killing intent seemed to solidify as he didn't hold back. He once more launched his astral art with pure, unattributed astral force. It was incredibly powerful as the fists seemed capable of overturning the earth, sky, and heaven as it smashed towards Zhu He. Zhu He breathed lightly. His hands became claws as they swiped towards the first image. His claws were like 5 swords, emitting sharp, bloodthirsty light. Those lights shot out, expanded until they were each a full 100 meters in length, and they sliced into the fist image. There was no explosion as the 5 sharp lights sliced into the fist causing it to dissipate. Duke Xiao's expression changed as he executed a movement art. Astral art sky stepping stride. He strode across the skies like he was skating, and retreated instantly. His hands, however, weren't idle and neither were the 5 sharp lights. As he formed a series of hand seals, the sharp lights were like homing swords of death as they pierced through the void and seemed intent to dismember his body. Astral art wave of obliteration. He inhaled deeply before erupting with an explosive exhale. The resulting shockwave caused the earth and sky for 10 kilometers to be blown away, and the earth became a crater in moments. All living existences below were annihilated without being able to wail in grievance or hatred. They didn't even know their killer, be it beast, demon, elf, or human. The shockwave impacted the 5 lights and turned them into glittering bits of slaughter force. Duke Xiao felt relief as he neutralized the attack. However, just as he was about to once more launch an assault, the bits of slaughter force condensed into a single sharp light that took the form of a claw, 5 times larger than the other lights, and pierced towards him with deadly force. His eyes became a needle, executing his sky-striding steps. He attempted to retreat, but the claw was faster than he could imagine. In moments, it was directly before him. He clenched his fist, a vicious expression on his face as he roared. He punched out. Then, he punched again, and again, and again. Astral Art Myriad Grand Fist. He launched a total of 9 fist strikes, and conjured 9 fist images that combined. And with relentless momentum, it clashed with the claw. The moment the two collided, the world experienced numerous and major upheavals, and nearly 100 kilometers of distance from them was immediately ravaged by varying degrees of damage. Countless protective arrays and formations were triggered in response, as numerous cities and areas were impacted by the shockwaves. This was the damage 2 sky rulers could achieve. They fought in the skies, clashing again and again without end. Yet the earth was devastated. The sky was torn asunder, and lives afar were ruined without knowing why. Entire environments changed on a whim or a flick. The claw of slaughter force was obliterated by the overlapping fist art, and even its bits of astral force was grounded down until it became nothingness. Duke Xiao's heart was rampaging with fear. Each clash with this beastman was like fighting an immortal existence. He had to expend enough astral force in each attack and defense to obliterate his slaughter force, or it regathers and attacks at full force. It had achieved permanence. This beastman had achieved the legendary zenith mortal state, allowing his astral force to perfectly adhere to the world's mana. With that, it would remain within his control even if it was shattered and scattered into millions of bits. Unless destroyed completely, one would constantly be forced to face the same attack over and over while their opponent expended little energy. Wei Weian had expended enormous resources to modify Zhu Hei's moral state post-astral core realm. Fortunately, in those 3 years of non-stop cultivation, he had rebuilt his foundation and even reached an unprecedented level. Only in this state could he truly act as Wei Weian's claws and fangs, slaughtering everyone in his path. Duke Xiao bit his lips, already formulating ways for a stable retreat. However, just as he was planning to do so, he received several transmitted messages from other astral core realm experts questioning his actions. He was currently striking with full force, devastating countless lives, and causing mass environmental damage. They wanted to know why. He was about to respond, but Zhu Hei arrived before him like a shadow. His eyes shrunk into needle points. He realized his body was constricted by a sky pressure that contained intense. His astral soul was impacted, causing his battle power to drop. He tried to muster his spiritual force to fight against the influence, but Zhu Hei had already clawed towards his fist. He lifted his arms in defense, conjuring a flimsy astral ward, but it lasted not even a single millisecond before it was shredded. A rain of blood and flesh flew everywhere. Duke Xiao screamed as he shot into the sky, his sleeves shredded and missing appendages. Now armless and handless, he sought to seek the protection of the Guardian. He immediately realized Zhu Hei hadn't taken him seriously since their first exchange. He specialized in close combat. Furthermore, he comprehended two intents, both of which could amplify his strength and suppress his opponent. He was a monster. He sent out a wide-range spiritual force message through the skies in hopes of contacting the Guardian placed here by the Myriad Monarch sect. He was terrified that Zhu Hei would strike him while running, ending his life then and there. But when he turned back, he was shocked to see Zhu Hei casually stand on the ground, picking his left ear and yawning. His scarlet eyes were looking at him as if he was looking at a dead man. This look gave him horrific chills, but then he lost feeling. He lost feeling in everything. Garg, he spat out a wad of refined blood, spewing rivers as his vision seemed to split apart and descended into darkness. His body ripped apart into spaghetti strings, erupting in a storm of blood as his body parts were separated and fell lifelessly to the ground. Not too far away, Wei Weian looked at this and slightly nodded in his heart. He turned his head towards the distance and quietly murmured in his heart, "Your move." In the distance, two figures were rapidly flying towards them with purpose. Chapter 220-218 Zhu Duan, Bloodforge King. Chapter 220-218 Zhu Duan, Bloodforge King. When the incoming two figures arrived, they swept their senses and observed the devastation that spanned for tens of kilometers. The entire scene was the picture of destruction, with countless unprotected lives ended prematurely. Furthermore, the core energy signature that engulfed this area, the one responsible, belonged to an incomparably familiar individual, Duke Xiao. How careless! One of the voices reverberated throughout the surroundings with a tinge of simmering anger. It would cause even the bravest of warriors to tremble in their boots. It belonged to Kai Leng, the guardian of the Bloodforge continent. Normally, this would fall on his shoulders as neglecting his responsibilities. However, the Zhu country was slightly special. His overall objective wasn't to prevent the loss of life, but to prevent the destruction of the entire continent. The only reason he interfered with Ji and Chen Xiao's actions was because of Wei Weian's existence there. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't interfere with Zhu country's affairs. In the cultivation world, lives ended swiftly. Entire clans can collapse, and thousand-year-old established forces could be annihilated overnight. Therefore, he was absolved and could coldly make remarks like this without a single trace of guilt. While this usually didn't involve astral core realm experts, and thus the resulting fallout wasn't nearly as catastrophic as today. The man beside him was dressed in a blood-crimson robe that was quite animated. It was as if a river of blood was forged within every strand of fabric. His thick eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Those blood-red eyes carried an innately oppressive and regal might. While his silky caramel skin helped his countenance, he wasn't particularly attractive or displeasing to look at. If it wasn't for his attire and crown that sat upon his head, with rubies that emitted faint shimmering light, he could easily be lost in the average crowd. Do you have an explanation for this? Zudu and Kai Lang directed his cold words to this man, the Bloodforge King, and the leader of the Zhu country. As the guardian of this continent, while he didn't have a responsibility towards obtaining justice, and he likely still wouldn't if it wasn't for that particular man, he pushed the blame onto the owner of the rabid, chaos-bringing dog that was Duke Xiao. Zhu Duan's frown deepened, a wisp of silent rage within. However, he didn't dare express his displeasure or make a snarky remark. Kai Lang was an elite expert with a full cultivation stage above him, and while he possessed the authority of a sky noble while in the Zhu country, the resident guardian was not subjected to it. This placed him in a passive situation for a moment before his eyes spotted Zhuhei. Zhuhei was sitting quietly to the side on a fragmented piece of a mountain. His aura was faintly being released to reveal his presence deliberately. Those scarlet eyes of his weren't looking at anything in particular, and he had a rather nonchalant expression. Zhu Duan could feel his aura and knew he was the opponent that clashed with Duke Xiao. "Let's see if I can find you one," he flashed, arriving before Zhuhei while floating within the air. His robe fluttered wildly, giving off a dignified and immortal-like appearance. Despite this showing, Zhuhei was entirely unaffected. He snorted a little, lifted his head slightly back, located an empty spot, and spat out a wad of saliva and snot. Smacking his lips, he eyed this Bloodforge King. His cultivation base wasn't greater than his own, and Zhuhei felt he was much weaker than those he killed before. Master should just kill his way through. All this roundabout manner seems pointless. His master had wealth, influence, status, and power, so it would be utterly easy to crush this continent and own it through force. However, when this thought entered his mind, he felt a piercing chill crawl down his spine. He didn't dare look towards it, merely continued playing his role, master usually direct. If he wanted simply to take the continent, he could probably just buy it from the sect or have them bestow it to him. There's more to this. From the start, he didn't feel that Wai's goal was this measly continent, and his plans seemed to be broadening with each passing moment. He couldn't fathom his interest, but it wasn't his purpose to question or make orders. Claws and fangs, his purpose was that simple, and he enjoyed this. After all, the alternative was an enclosed, painful hellscape until death. Being out and about, killing, and traveling, it was a life he thought he'd never have since that day. Zhu Duan's attempt to pressure Zhuhei with his innate imperial bearing was a failure, so he decided to be direct. "Who are you?" A faint sky pressure engulfed the world as he galvanized the world's mana to compress and surround the two. As a sky ruler, his strength was mountain crushing. However, before Zhuhei, it was truly useless. Zhuhei stood firmly, his slaughter intent fused with his own sky pressure, directly influencing the world's mana to contain horrific killing intent. This killing intent was unprecedentedly sharp and could bring about delusions of injury, blood, and death. Zhu Duan paused for a moment as he felt himself be plunged into a world of blood and death. As he watched a silver wolf the size of a mountain ravage lives of all types without the slightest hint of mercy, the wolf feasted on the flesh and blood of its victims and enjoyed every warm drop. The shrieking wails were particularly heart-clenching. This was the innate difference of possessing an intent versus not. The spiritual impact affected his cultivation base and his astral force slowed its circulation by nearly a fifth. "Slaughter intent," he exclaimed in his heart as he became vigilant. No wonder Duke Xiao was killed. His corpse was like twine with organs and flesh being evenly split. Kai Lang watched from afar, but he didn't interfere during this clash. He knew that this Bloodforge King already discovered Zhuhei the moment he arrived, but he was very quiet and observing, clearly wary. This should allow them to see their differences. His gaze swept to see the masked figure standing on a shadow blight hawk. His heart trembled for a moment before calming down. He didn't know what Wine was planning, but this Bloodforge King was likely going to suffer considerably, especially considering the orders he was given. Indeed, after Zhuhei revealed his slaughter intent, unharmed self, and incredibly potent aura, Zhu Duan's momentum was shattered. He was hoping Kai Lang would interfere at this moment, but he remained a silent observer. Now he was stuck in an awkward position. If this was within Zhu country's Bloodforge city, its capital, He wouldn't fear Zhuhei. He wouldn't even fear Kai Lang. There was a powerful astral array that had been established and reinforced by numerous Bloodforge kings. Even if a third-stage astral core realm powerhouse descended, they could only leave their lives behind or flee. However, he was in the Scarlet Ash Prefecture. Fortunately, Zhuhei reined his intent and spoke. I was hired to protect, and that man threatened my employer's life. I acted in accordance with my job requirements and removed that threat. He declared publicly that the entire Zhu country intended to kill my employer, and it seemed to be a premeditated incident. If you want witnesses, we have quite a few. This explanation was very apathetic, treating Duke Zhao's life like flies on a hot summer. He pointed towards Wai Weiyan and into the distance where the old man brought the others away with a careless expression. Zhu Duan's eyebrows flared up and anger burned within his gaze. But he didn't act. Instead, he turned towards Wai Weiyan, spotting Chen Xiaowei. When he did, his eyes shrunk to needlepoint because Kai Lang decided to send him a spiritual transmission at this moment. It was as if he was waiting for this exact moment. That's Wai Weiyan, the Heavenly King and Alchemic King of the Myriad Monarch sect. He's on a traveling vacation to explore the continent. Tread carefully. This message was like a thunderbolt to Zhu Duan's mind. If it was someone else who said those words, he would be skeptical. But Kai Lang was tasked with knowing the identities of any and all disciples and elders who came into the continent. If he said it was so, it must be so. As for Zhuhei, it only supported the claim. After all, Wai Weiyan had the qualifications to hire a peak-tier expert at the second stage of the astral core realm as a protector in a continent while he was still weak. It's only been 4 years since his arrival, and supposedly, he was still trying to find ways to advance using the flawed Haven Heart Kai method. However, that was incredibly difficult, because the split meant the tribulation would be split and the effects would be reduced, unless one had a way to double the tribulation's force and benefits. The person would inevitably be stuck as a pseudo-astral core realm. Of course, if they could merge their natal souls, that would change the matter entirely. In the end, he gave Zhuhei one last glance before ignoring him. He flew towards Wai Weiyan, but his regal pressure and authority were like snow on a scorching morning. It disappeared without a trace. He didn't even dare to be in a slightly higher elevation than Wai Weiyan. Keeping his approach leveled, Wai Weiyan inwardly shook his head. The rules of the sect made it very difficult for Wai Weiyan to directly interfere with the Zhu country unless a situation like earlier occurred where the country acted against him first. With the audience and silent confession of Duke Zhao, he was well within the rules and his rights to eliminate Zhu Duan and uproot the entire Bloodforge royal clan. And Zhu Duan knew this. However, he would still have zero influence on the selection of its next leader. That was a democratic matter dealt with by the natives themselves. He wasn't at a level he could treat the rules of the sect as glass, shattering them as he pleased. Nor did he wish to develop into such a person. Rules and principles were there for a reason. If the higher-ranked officials regarded them as a paltry joke, then they would soon become chains that restrained the weak for convenience. And that often bred discontent and unfavorable civil results, likely cursing Duke Zhao's ancestors. Zhu Duan had an amicable smile as he greeted Wai Weiyan. Heavenly Kai. Alchemic King. It's a pleasure to meet you. He corrected himself, realizing that Wai Weiyan's faceless mask had a meaning to his incognito status. Wai Weiyan remained silent. This caused Zhu Duan to feel an unfathomable pressure. Could he intend to kill me? The thought bred unreasonable fear as he observed the mask that was as blank as nothing. In the silence, a soft gulp resounded. He didn't know what to do. The aura Wai Weiyan emitted was quite intense, and he was subconsciously affected. Kai Lang sent another well-timed spiritual message towards his way. Wai Weiyan was renowned for his ruthlessness. Chances are he'll act against you soon. Unless. The first 2 sentences clutched his heart in a vice grip. How could he not know of the recent moves made by Wai Weiyan? He eliminated an entire Sky Noble faction and organized his beheading. He blew a hole through a planet's sky layer with the permission of the sect's upper echelon. He eliminated an entire clan, condemning hundreds of thousands to a desolate lifestyle. Ruthless influence, status, backing, ability, wealth. Did he lack any of it before just the title Heavenly King? He was simply an ant, one of the 5 million experts of the Starfield PFFT. How could that matter when you could move every force imaginable in the myriad monarch astral territory with a bounticle? So he tugged heavily on that unless. That unless was his lifeline because he truly didn't know what to do. How could he, a king, be so lost? Perhaps it was Wyan's casual hiring of an expert at the same realm yet far beyond his battle prowess before him, or the threat that was caused by the idiot Duke Xiao. A single wrong move and his legacy as king was kaput. Kai Leng continued, I talked to him earlier. He said he was seeking a beautiful virgin concubine during this vacation. His weakness towards beauties seemed quite potent, and it was said he condemned the entire Jai clan of my sect because of a favor to one. It was these words that started the cascading ignition of a sequence of events that was now unstoppable. Chapter 221-219 A Concubine. Chapter 221-219 A Concubine. Zhu Duan snatched at this rope and replied hurriedly. Beauty's concubine. What type? His mind was flashing as he seemed to conceive a possible way out before it devolved. Furthermore, his heart started to pound because Kai Leng had yet to reply. But Wyan spoke. King Zhu, your subordinate declared that the entire Zhu country would hunt me down, kill me. And it was you that ordered this. Those words were spoken with a frigid flow, causing even Zhu Hei's spine to tremble as if he was in a frozen tundra. Is it true? Wyan's presence seemed to be quite impressive at this moment as his alchemical aura was replaced by a ferociously vast, momentous pressure that stepped on the hearts and minds of others. This destabilized Zhu Duan's mind a little further as sweat emerged on his forehead. Before he could speak, Zhu Hai flashed before Wyan, his scarlet eyes giving Zhu Duan a city eye with a vicious glint. Is this individual a threat? Shall I eliminate him also? Uttering those words were no longer just slaughter intent, but battle intent, intensifying its malicious effects threefold. Those words were like a ball thrown at glass, shattering Zhu Duan's serene heart or what was left of it. No, of course not. Heavenly King Y. He had forgotten about Wyan's discreet attempts, and this caused Zhu Hei's slip to be met with a biting response. Why don't I believe you? Wyan stepped forward a single step, and Zhu Hei's aura flared to the sky layer above, causing the weather to change and the atmosphere to grow unbearably tense and chaotic. Zhu Duan was truly not a good individual when under pressure. The rules of the Bloodforge continent leadership elections was a democratic process that relied on its natives to select a king. This process, while it usually was focused on selecting the strongest, it was mostly geared towards the most talented. After all, the Bloodforge King can ascend to the third stage of the Astral Core realm without restraint from the Myriad Monarch sect. However, not a single one did. If they did, conquering the entire continent would be easy due to the restrictions set by the Myriad Monarch sect. But how difficult was that out of tens of trillions? There are only 5 million Astral Core realm experts, and amongst them, the vast majority were in the first two stages. It was far too difficult. Due to this, he wasn't forged in countless battles and fought with his life on the line, obtaining every tooth and nail of others for his own sweat and blood. It was cultivating with abundant resources and ascending from natural talent and then being elected for hoping hell stabilize their entire continent one day. Alchemic King, fixing his earlier mistake, he said this was nonsense spouted by Xiao Zhishan, and our Zhu country harbors no ill will towards you. In fact, I didn't come here to investigate this incident, but to find you. He glanced at Kai Leng, who seemed to have gotten the signal and decided to help. He stepped forward and said, He's right. I was with him when this occurred, and he was fully intending to meet you. It was only a coincidence, an idiotically independent move by that Zhao fellow to attack. Wyan revealed a skeptical tilt of his head towards Kai Leng. Truly he seemed to be seeking Kai Leng's certainty. Zhu Duan grasped at this, and when he saw Kai Leng hesitate to confirm, he bombarded him with spiritual messages filled with all sorts of lavish promises. Only after he offered the sun and moon did Kai Leng smile and nodded. It is. Wyan went silent for a moment and said, What did you want me for? Kai Leng felt a chill in his heart. This entire sequence was forcing Zhu Duan to a specific action, but he didn't know why. Was it truly all for a beauty? Wouldn't it be easier to reveal who you are? Your wealth, ability, and looks. What did you possibly lack? However, he didn't question it and simply felt pity. Zhu Duan said, I heard you were looking for a concubine, and I have quite a few unmarried daughters. I know it's sudden, but I hope you can consider them. Who? Wai Wine asked, causing Zhu Duan to still. Who? If it meant all of them, then have them all. However, he wouldn't dare say that as it cheapened their value. Instead, he calculated a few things and was about to say something when Zhu He intervened. The most beautiful princess is supposedly Princess Yifei. It is said she is as gorgeous as the moon, as brilliant and bright as all three suns combined, and is the top beauty of the continent. Only she is worthy of you, employer. Zhu He's words caused Zhu Duan to freeze up instantly. Not heard. Zhu Duan cried in his heart. That daughter of his was a headache and a half, and she had a very vengeful little reaper beside her that made him feel frustrated to the utmost. To offer her up, he felt that reaper staring at him with a vicious growl. However, if it was his legacy and life versus his daughters, he would choose to keep his family and himself safe with the sacrifice of one. That being said, was it really a sacrifice? Heavenly King, alchemic king, prince of Everlore, less than 50 years old. How could marrying his daughter to someone like that be seen as a sacrifice? Was it not the greatest benefit in the starfield? Yifei, is it okay? Wai Wine said, as if it was Zhu Duan who offered. I'll accept your generous proposal and take her as my concubine. Please make the arrangements for the ceremony. Since she's a princess, it's best I do it like this. After saying this, Wai Wine didn't give Zhu Duan a chance to react. Kai Lang interfered and informed the Bloodforge King that responding with anything more will definitely cause discontent within Wai Wine's heart. Considering the reliance was already established between them, Zhu Duan quietly accepted it. Then, how about in 3 months? Alchemic King Zhu Duan had already settled this matter in his heart. He'll marry her off to an exceptional figure, and this would save his country from Wai Wine's wrath. It was a win-win. Right. Wai Wine casually agreed, allowing him to make all the arrangements. He even left the words "you better ensure nothing goes wrong, or else," with a hint of threatening within. Kai Lang gave one last glance towards the masked Wai Wine and deeply sighed in his heart. However, when he thought of the salivating benefits he received and would likely receive in the future for a job well done, he felt a lot better. He did his last assignment and informed Zhu Duan to keep Wai Wine's identity anonymous until he revealed it. Considering Duke Xiao's actions and the problematic reactions others might have if it was revealed, he agreed without much thought. In the end, Wai Wine and Chen Xiaoe left on her shadow Blight Hawk while Zhu He vanished, leaving Zhu Duan and Kai Lang alone. The situation was wrapped up, ending in a ceremony for a concubine. This development was quite unexpected. Zhu Duan was smiling happily like a tool that averted certain disaster, giving Kai Lang heartfelt thanks for the support. He didn't know what would happen if Kai Lang wasn't there. He was going to give his all to properly arrange this union. In the distance, Wai Wine had his eyes closed. Next, he'll finally be able to verify if it's possible. In truth, he had to thank Long Chen for this idea. Soon, he'll be able to not only grasp the Zhu country but obtain various other benefits. How much? He was waiting with bated breath to find out. Of course, he needed to make some preparations first. A few days felt as if it was enough, but 3 months more than enough. In the distance, about 100 or so kilometers away, the old man was among the injured and recovering cultivators that he saved. Zhu Yifei stood directly beside him. Her hazel eyes were looking in the direction of her father and Wai Wine. She couldn't determine what was said, but her expression was a little pale. While she didn't know what was being said, the old man was verbally transmitting what their exchange was about. In the end, his dull eyes couldn't help but close and he shook his head slightly. Was this his purpose? It doesn't make much sense to me. Zhu Yifei's delicate, well-endowed, and soft body trembled slightly. Her brows furrowed inwards and she bit her lower lip. She didn't say a word. The old man glanced at her and said, "Your father is not a match for that beastman of the canine lineage nor the guardian. This felt like his only chance to reconcile after Duke Xiao's disastrous mistake. But I can't fathom what Wai Wine said to him that instigated such violent rage. I also don't think his goal is to have you as a concubine. He started to make his own assumptions, feeling like the situation was missing far too many pieces to clearly see. With Wai Wine's status, wealth, influence, and potential, it would be a simple matter to pursue Zhu Yifei directly or simply ask for her hand in marriage. It was incredibly unlikely she would reject him. Right? Why the smoke and mirrors? Zhu Yifei paled even more. He could've killed Zhu Duan, and then removed our family lineage justifiably. Right? Her reference towards Zhu Duan, her father, was cold and detached. One could see that she didn't have any good feelings towards this man that allowed her to be born in this world. The old man paused for a moment and then nodded. If everyone knew who he was, they would even support him and riot on his behalf. Duke Xiao's public declaration of intent was a breach of the myriad monarch sex rules, regardless if Wai Wine's identity was known or not beforehand. Furthermore, there were witnesses to this event. He looked around and his expression changed. Was the point of attracting so many people for this? So if something goes wrong with our union, he'll have further justification to act, she asked again, her mind and eyes starting to clear up. The old man nodded again. If something went wrong, Wai Wine could easily flip the country after removing his mask. But since he could do that now, what's the point in waiting? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If he was an outsider who hadn't been told by Zhu Yifei of Wai Wine's spiritual transmissions sent in secret that threw Duke Xiao into a mad fury, he wouldn't have as many doubts. He would've. His pupils expanded into near full moons. He snapped his old neck towards Zhu Yifei. An unexpected variable. If that's the case, this was the goal, wasn't it? Zhu Yifei's panic and ashen countenance calmed down as well. Her hazel eyes were particularly resplendent as she observed Wai Wine's vanishing figure. A glimmer of understanding flashed through her eyes. If Wai Wine knew that Zhu Yifei had recognized his plans, his identity, and a hint of his intentions, he would be deeply taken aback. The praise he would have for her extraordinarily keen intelligence and senses would be endless. And a little frightening. Chapter 222-220 Flowing Gossips ends. Chapter 222-220 Flowing Gossip amps ends. A few days had passed since the devastating battle. During these days, wild and exciting gossip started to circulate throughout the continent. Did you hear Zhu Duan is giving Princess Yifei to that mysterious alchemist as a wife? Can you believe it? Yifei heard it was concubine also. She had to bear his child within a year, at least that's what my brother said. PFFT bear his child concubine. I heard she must swear a spirit oath on the day of the wedding and never see or touch another man again. This is a forced union. Plain and simple. But she has to do it because the king is forcing her. How unfair is that? While that alchemist might be a little skilled, he's only a lord alchemist. Is he really worthy of having Princess Yifei as his concubine? I don't think so. Especially after hearing what my aunt said. He's extremely lustful and old, already having at least 3,000 concubines so far. She's definitely unwilling to be another number. These rumors were like rampaging bulls and kept becoming more colorful. But the terms wife, concubine, unwilling, and forced union was ever present. It circulated like mad, as if someone was fanning this flame throughout the country. Furthermore, these discussions were even happening outside the country. It was like a contagious infection that could only be talked about to alleviate the symptoms. This was further exacerbated by the fact no one knew who this mysterious alchemist was. There were a few guesses, believing him to be a reclusive lord alchemist with a facial deformity, or a very old alchemist seeking young flesh, or even Wai Wine, the heavenly king himself. While the last rumor felt laughable to many, it was still a rumor that spread nonetheless. It was a very controversial time. Duke Xiao's death became nothing more than a quiet murmur to many as their focus was shifted elsewhere, while an illustrious expert of the ages met his untimely end, and hundreds of kilometers were devastated in the conflict. Those unaffected cared very little. They merely offered some prayers and went about their lives. The cold and callousness of intelligent lifeforms were somewhat on display here. While this was mostly ignored, There was someone fully making use of this time. Numerous independent architects and building materials from the outside started arriving, seeking to rebuild the damaged territory. Those who survived received the appropriate care and compensation, with all sorts of recovery products and resources provided from an unknown source. The rebuilding efforts were quite energetic. It even garnered a little attention. However, everyone knew that these were not the actions of the Bloodforge king, but some affluent and wealthy individual with the heart of a saint. An old man was standing in an area that was devastated almost entirely. It was formerly a mid-sized village, and its protective formations were obliterated due to its close proximity to the battle. His hunched back and frail eyes swept the strong men who carried building materials on their backs and worked hard to build a foundation for buildings, repairing various irrigation and plumbing networks. He was standing near a particularly large foundation of a building that seemingly would reach at least 10 stories and span at least 2 kilometers. Those eyes of his revealed a ceaseless quiver, and even a little wetness within. A masked figure silently flashed beside him, calmly standing and looking on without speaking. After several minutes, the old man asked, "Is it really true?" Those words were fueled with raw, heart-gripping emotions. If words could gain human form, these words would be on the brink of crying. The Ying Medicinal Sage Institute, it's the first of many that'll be set up with you as the founder across the starfield. It'll teach numerous gifted youths, orphans, and other individuals on how to save lives, learn proper apothecary skills, and even a little bit of alchemy. It'll also double as a free clinic, accepting any and all patients, free of charge. This is especially the case for children and infants. Ying's wrinkled hand that gripped his cane trembled without end. As long as you stay as my shadow, this will only be the beginning. But if you stop acting as my shadow, if you dare die before either satisfying me or finding me a successor to act as my shadow, I'll destroy it all. Know that your existence is the only reason it exists, and its continued existence will forever rely on you. A frigid, heartless set of words resounded without a hint of emotion. However, from that tone, one could see the absolute truth within. In fact, he added, "I swear an oath on my spirit that my words will remain true." A strange, unfathomably mysterious power seemed to link Ying with Wai Yin. It was a form of invisible karmic connection. Then, Wai Yin vanished. Ying stayed there, shrouded in silence. His heart was in chaos for a brief period. It took a while before a renewed and invigorated light seemed to enter those frail eyes of his. Wai Yin had stated that he would one-sidedly establish this non-profit institute and clinic that accepted others with the goal of helping others. It was a way for him to make amends, wash away his sins. A way that didn't require a single drop of blood being spilt to save others. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't. No, couldn't believe it. The resources and wealth required were extremely high, but after learning who Wai Yin was, his history, his potential, he knew that it was all possible. Within his heart, his purpose was solidified for life. Until the day he died or could find someone capable of replacing him, he would act as the most loyal, most exceptional shadow in this world. Wai Yin returned to the Chen Manor. He was slightly exhausted after organizing all of the specifics in regards to the Ying Medicinal Sage Institute. He had to hire established medicinal sages to teach and instruct the young and talented, as well as provide adequate materials for cultivation and study. It was a lot harder than he originally thought. And forming 100-year-long contracts reinforced by spirit oaths was a difficult struggle. That didn't even include the true difficulties that laid in the intent and execution. The concept of a free clinic was like an impossible dream in the cultivation world. The sheer selfishness others had, including the requirements to be a success and not devolve into a mess of corruption, was beyond the word difficult could describe. For example, he had to ensure each member swore upon their spirits an unavoidable, unbreakable oath. It had to contain values such as willingness to treat any and all patients equally without prejudice. He wanted to avoid an issue with selective treatment, hoping to snuff at racism and speciesism before it could begin. It also included a privacy mention, so information couldn't be sold directly or indirectly for profit or ill intentions. Furthermore, while within the institutes or clinic, One cannot bring intentional harm to others that don't mean to intentionally bring harm to them. As for outside, he didn't really care what they did in their free time. He knew there were limitations to devising a seamless oath, and he would never subject them to being unable to protect themselves. In the future, this oath would be widely known as the Oath of Saintitude. If it wasn't for the massive benefits in joining, very few would agree, or the willingness to accept anyone with a desire to become a medicinal sage, be it without backing or talent in cultivation. Medicinal sages. Those who cultivate hearts of life Kai. Medicinal sages is a very niche occupation. It wasn't very popular due to its similar yet not as direct issues it has with offensive power. While Life Kai was pure vitality-based energy capable of rejuvenating the body, mind, and spirit, it wasn't the best for self-preservation or strength. The only fortunate circumstance it had over alchemic hearts was that its elemental energies and Kai can be used to harm others, instead of being entirely useless due to its intrinsic changes. This still was an issue that needed to be addressed. So, this meant he had to hire others to protect the academy while he developed a subdivision of cultivators that's entire purpose was to ensure the protection of the resident medicinal saints, students, its patients while in treatment or observation, and the institute's building and reputation. All of this while remaining anonymous and detaching the influence and authority of the myriad monarch sect. Truly frustrating. And expensive. In the end, he could only push forward. After all, he had major plans for Ying, and he was a man of his word. While he wasn't a saint, he had no aversion to helping others if it suited his needs. But making an orphanage and shelter service is going to be a little bit difficult. Chapter 223-221 Clue to 2. Chapter 223-221 Clue to 2. A full month soon passed, and the public clamor and household talks caused by the announcement of Zhu Yifei's engagement with the mysterious alchemist did not die down. In fact, it started to escalate as two divisions against N4 were formed. Many were outraged by the Bloodforge King's reckless actions of forcefully sending off his most beautiful daughter as a concubine, while a few felt it was a good strategic move to attract a talented alchemist. If this was a normal monarchy, one fashioned purely from strength, corpses, and blood, then this type of civil unrest wouldn't happen in the cultivation world. However, the Bloodforge King was an elected leader elected by the people themselves. He was expected to act and uphold a certain degree of standard that conformed to the majority. This was obviously a flaw within the Bloodforge King's executive power, while the few won't actively speak against him in fear of being silenced. When too many heads popped up in defiance, there was no way the king or his established government could handle them all. This gave them power. While it was readily available, it was the power of unified influence. This was further bolstered by the rights granted to them by the myriad monarch sect as native citizens of the continent. Unfortunately, it was utterly impossible for the Bloodforge King to retract his proposal, even if he had regretted it. This was because the mysterious alchemist was the Yin. To him, doing so was the same as signing his own death warrant, and it was him who offered originally, so that made his situation even more awkward. He thought that if those leading these vocal individuals knew who the alchemist might be, that their actions would die down and influence others. But whenever he tried to quietly leak this information, it was scoffed off. This became even more certain as news from the Myriad Monarch sect was released saying that Yin had recently dual concocted an 8th-grade product with the Grand Imperial Sage. If he was in the Myriad Monarch sect concocting products with the utmost authority, how could he be here? Zhu Duan wanted to find someplace to cry, but had no tears. Even when he found Kai Leng later to seek an explanation, he received the most obvious answer. It was simply a smokescreen devised for the public, so that Yin wouldn't be bothered on his vacation after the recent commotion. He could only drag his feet away in utter sadness, unable to deal with the civil unrest. His silence only bred further frustration and outrage, and the faction against this union became even more vocal, with even his own daughters and sons seeking answers from him. Dealing with this, he had nothing but a headache and helplessness. At the fringes of the Zhu country eastern borders, there was an abandoned mine that had long since been excavated until exhaustion. It was closed over 1,000 years ago, and hadn't been explored since. Wai Wine arrived with Su Mei on foot. Su Mei took the lead, arriving at the abandoned mine's entrance. Wai Wine peered into it slightly, noting the desolate aura within and gaping darkness that tunneled for who knew how long. This mine was originally used for excavating and extracting spatial-type ores that forged storage rings and void gates. It was called the Crescent Void Mine, and it was owned by a force that vanished abruptly nearly 1,200 years ago. After their departure, it was used for 200 years until it became desolate and bare. It has some stability issues, and those that enter often experience illness, and thus no one has ventured into it since, Su Mei explained. Wai Wine's silver eyes inspected it deeply, relying on his celestial eyes to see the unseen. While it was completely devoid of any signs of useful materials, it contained a unique desolate aura that permeated through every rock and speck of dirt. This aura was brought about by absence and deprivation. Intent. He felt a unique intent-like aura from it. It reminded him of battle intent. In the Scarlet Solaris sect, the arena used by disciples for competitions was said to have been the place of an epic battle with an expert who birthed battle intent. It was this aura that invigorated the senses, heightened the focus, and instilled fierce will within the hearts of many. However, it was weak and sparse. Here, the desolate intent was rather potent. In fact, it was purely formed from it. Entering here, one spirit might be affected, causing the regression of one's innate energies. He walked forward and saw the dilapidated archway that marked the entrance. With the flat of his palm, he rubbed its wooden and ancient surface. From his vision, traces of his physical energies were being influenced. These traces entered the wooden surface and vanished, enhancing the desolate aura further and further. It was as if it was transforming energy into its own. However, it wasn't strictly absorption or devouring. Peculiar. He commented only this one word. The entire mine was infested with this desolate aura. Su Mei stepped forward and said, the illness was a direct result of severe deprivation of vital energies, such as yang and physical energies. Only then did Wai Wine realize only his physical energies were being extracted and refined. As for his yang energies, they were far too condensed to be extracted. Nodding slightly, he removed his palm. Zuhei tracked her here. The ancient void gate. Did you investigate it? Su Mei nodded. Yes. The ancient void gate seemed to be nearly 2,000 years old, and it seems to be completely functional yet strange. I've brought over a specialized architect and he inspected it. His opinion was that it couldn't be used. However, its unique design made it slightly different than normal void gates. How so? He said the ancient void gate required an additional object besides a void disk to activate a key. Something very specific. This made it useless and unable to be scrapped and reformed. Su Mei was quite interested, and she also came to the same conclusion. While it was seen as useless, it was likely only the case for conventional architects. This key might be able to allow it to start. Wai Wine rubbed his chin slightly. He was just about to enter the mine when Ori started to shake intensely. What is it? He directed a mental message to it. Ori, his divine elemental astral soul, was quite animated at the moment. It was trembling in excitement. That aura let me absorb it. It was asking for permission. Wai Wine frowned lightly, turning to Su Mei. Usually, these astral souls of his would act on their desires without permission as long as it wasn't harmful to him or themselves. It seemed it had some reservations about externalizing with Su Mei there. However, Wai Wine trusted Su Mei entirely. Ori left his body, causing Su Mei to start with wide eyes. Ori's body, or what was visually seen, was a spherical world with an external white layer, and contained within this white layer were vibrant and active elements that interacted, fused, clashed, and grew within. It was as if you were staring at a nascent world still in development. Su Mei, while shocked, didn't ask or question. She simply watched as the 3mm white sphere entered the mine. It was exuding phenomenally scintillating white light that caused her eyes to somewhat hurt. The aura that was infected throughout the mine was decreasing by the second. That's an astral core. It's so big as a well-read cultivator. She recognized an astral core and the unique signature it possessed almost instantly. Furthermore, she didn't expect it to be 3 millimeters. She knew the average-sized astral core of a newly ascended cultivator was 10,000th of a meter. However, Wine's astral core was nearly 3,000 times that size. How much astral force did it contain? If the world knew that he had just broken through into the astral core realm and had an astral core of that size, they would be thrown into an absolute riot. After waiting for 2 minutes, the light within the tunnel faded alongside all traces of its desolate aura as Ori returned. It quaked slightly as if belching, then returned to Wine's Danshan. Sume watched all this and thought, is this the benefits of having 2 astral souls? The ability to allow your natal soul or astral soul to leave your body was unthinkable to those with one. The soul acted as the brain center for energy flow, and without it, boom, all the energies contained within the body would become wild and free, bloating the cultivator and then trying to escape, while Wine trusted her. His secret of Kratos and Eden was still his most kept one. It seemed unnecessary to share everything for the sake of it. He wouldn't hide, and if she asked, he would tell, but he wouldn't reveal everything simply because. He closed his eyes slowly as he observed the changes within Ori. His heart trembled slightly as he inspected each individual element within Aura's world. They were brimming with all sorts of elemental power, but he found out that his earth element, one of the base elements, had changed slightly. It was gray and seemed to contain barely any vitality, if any at all. Is this desolate earth energy? Did it absorb the intent and infused it into the earth element? This was incredibly shocking. The fundamental basis of his earth energies had changed. His 5 advanced elements all had unique qualities, and his heart of elements intent was unable to form due to lacking intents for earth, fire, water, and wind. He had tried to figure out a way to change this, but it seemed nearly impossible. After a bit of experimentation, his elemental energies and their particular essence qualities seemed permanently birthed and solidified. However, this had changed his view on it. Could absorbing pure intent aura be sufficient to refine his pre-existing elemental energies? This thought fueled his desire to find the other 3 intents capable of doing so. Since only Earth was changed, then it must be the intent has to be compatible with the element. After concluding this, he set up a goal to find auras rich in intent aura and ventured into the mine. Sume followed. She inspected the tunnel and realized the desolate aura that caused illness and an uncomfortable atmosphere had all vanished. They soon arrived in a very dark, far and deep tunnel that was sealed off and hidden from common view. If Zuhei hadn't tracked her scent here, he might have missed it, especially since the desolate aura made spreading one's spiritual sense very uncomfortable. After all, spiritual energies that fueled it was a byproduct of physical, mental, essence, and soul. If one component was affected, the others would soon destabilize due to imbalance. It wasn't long before they made their way through and found an opening, a dilapidated void gate in the shape of a hexagonal arc. Not the normal bent arc common within the starfield. There wasn't a hint of dust on it, clearly having been activated recently. Wine arrived and inspected the dim runes and markings on the surface of the ancient void gate. Then, his eyes were drawn to the very top of the void gate. A crescent-shaped notch was located there. He subconsciously touched his neck, which hung the ever-present crescent moon necklace he obtained from the 3-layered ring. It was an exact match. Sume said, "The crescent notch is the keyhole according to the architect." However, she looks towards Wine. It seemed she realized that what he wore on his neck constantly and this notch was a perfect match. However, she didn't know where it came from or why Wine kept it wrapped around his neck. It was this reason that she insisted he come down here personally. Rubbing his necklace, he pondered briefly. While others might feel the need to place the key into the notch to see a response, he didn't. Instead, he said to himself, there has to be another one of these on the Myriad Yor continent. After that, he turned to Sume and said, "Find out if the force that originally owned this mine had connections with the Myriad Yor continent and other continents throughout the starfield. Also, find out everything you can about it." "Everything?" Sume was taken aback for a moment before she nodded. Wine turned to the ancient void gate, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Could the woman that he tried to recruit be a blessed just like the commander on the myriad your continent? She was adept in spatial arts, which was why he sought her out. Her unique set of skills was valued very highly by him, especially because she could use spatial arts prior to assailing the fourth stage of the astral core realm, spatial resonance phase. After a moment of thought, he decided not to find out what was on the other side yet. This wasn't originally his lucky chance, so he didn't dare take this risk. If the other side could verify that he had stolen the necklace from its rightful owner, then who knew what fate'd do furthermore? Void gates sent you to who knows where and were not bridges. What if he couldn't return? Therefore, he'll have to handle his matters in this starfield first before considering other avenues of exploration. Chapter 224-222 The day arrives. Chapter 224-222 The day arrives. The divisive day approached and inevitably arrived. It was the day that caused civil unrest, fierce arguments, and heavy objections. The ceremony of acceptance. It was fairly simple, lesser than a wedding, and practiced amongst human societies. It held similar characteristics to a Tao companion ceremony, but far more one-sided. The acceptance of a concubine, man or woman, was done through this method: a gathering, a celebration, an oath, and a kiss. It would all be witnessed by those invited, by the heavens and earth, and by loved ones. During the oath, the concubine in question would swear an oath of loyalty, and this was more traditional and not spirit of heaven-based. In monarchies, it was said that the average emperor or king underwent 3,000 of these in their lifetime. They were typically far less infamous than the one now, where the princess, regarded as one of the top beauties of the country, was being married off to an unknown alchemist without any explained reason. Furthermore, the rumors of her unwillingness and forced participation furthered the infamy. Even now, countless households were looking at their calendars and sighing at the inevitable and pitiful fate of a young princess. Perhaps if she was a consort, this matter wouldn't be as heavily opposed. But a concubine was negatively viewed. They were mistresses of a household. The upcoming ceremony and title felt like a mockery for someone of her beauty and status. Each citizen felt as if someone had spat on their faces. In the Zhu country's capital, Zhu Yifei stood before an oval-shaped full-body mirror that levitated slightly off the ground. It seemed tethered to her will as she could control its position with a mere wave of her hand. Reflected in this mirror was her exceptional countenance, further accentuated by minimalistic yet artistically placed makeup. Her current attire was a phoenix dress with golden embroidery accompanied by bundled hair with gorgeous accessories. At her side were two petite and youthful-looking girls with bright eyes and puffy cheeks. From their appearance, one could tell they were twins. They were ensuring her dress, posture, makeup, and various other points on her body were absolutely perfect. One of them couldn't help but exclaim as she fixed a hairpin. So beautiful any man would have the fortune of 50,000 lifetimes to marry you. Zhu Yifei. After a non-response, and a slight admonishing look from her sister, the girl realized her mistake, her bright eyes dimming as she lowered her gaze. That's right, Zhu Yifei. This beauty that could make the moon seem pale and the sun lose its light was being sent off as a concubine. A concubine was a woman without status, and this ceremony was merely a means of celebrating and highlighting the other party. Only kings and emperors would host them to highlight their status, esteem, self-importance, and network with other forces. It was more of an excuse to have a party rather than an official ceremony. She bit her lips slightly and whispered softly, "I don't like this. It's not right. It's just not right." Her words contained a hint of pity and a depth of emotion that revealed her love towards Zhu Yifei. They were her at-birth servant girls, and they had served her since they were born, so to see her given away in this farce truly made her heart feel like it was tearing in two. Ziyi, the other twin, named Zhu Fei, verbally called out. She was stricter and more realistic in her views of the world, capable of keeping her emotions in check and recognizing the situation. Zhu Yifei did not need to be reminded of what she likely already knew. Her tears and words would only sour the mood. Zhu Yifei seemed unbothered, her hands waving the oval mirror as she regarded her appearance. She truly could outshine the sun and cause the moon to pale. Her looks were breathtaking and exquisite as the most lovely painting. Now that she was dressed up, very few could claim that she wasn't the #1 beauty in the continent. "I'm sorry," Zhu Yi pitifully apologized. Unable to keep her tears from falling, Zhu Fei could only helplessly look on at this sister of hers who wore her heart on a sleeve. She moved her hand to brush away those falling tears and sighed deeply in her heart. "Maybe we should." Zhu Fei was just about to say something that could be considered treasonous and defiant when Zhu Yifei turned her hazel eyes with golden flecks towards Zhu Fei, revealing a calm gaze. She halted her words. And luckily too, as one of the hidden auras within this room had fluctuated slightly. Zhu Yifei, having just saved her beloved servant girl from punishment or even death for even thinking of disobeying the king, calmly spoke. "You think it's beneath me to be a concubine of another, right?" Zhu Fei and Zhu Yi's little faces shook as they looked at Zhu Yifei. They softly bit their lower lip in unison, not daring to nod, but their eyes told it all. They truly did not think she should be. In fact, they prayed that that young man who had an unordinary relationship with Zhu Yifei would arrive and extricate her from this situation. This was likely the thought of all her supporters and those who were vocal against this union. Zhu Yifei followed up with, "Then I ask you if the person to be given to was Wai, the Prince of Everlore, an alchemic king before 50, and a heavenly king of the myriad monarch sect with the ear of a grand imperial sage. Would it be beneath me to be his concubine?" Their eyes widened. Disbelief and uncertainty flooded without end. However, Zhu Fei was more quick-witted and answered, "No." Zhu Yi was taken aback. She was slightly biased and wanted to refute that single-word answer of her sister. But even with all her emotions, she couldn't formulate a single thought that supported the answer yes. How could Wai, this legendary figure that was likely on par with the King of Everlore, a figure that still defined today's era, would be unworthy of her? In fact, perhaps a concubine might be a little much. While she was a princess, while she was a beauty, their status wasn't just a simple comparison of heaven and earth. Her lack of talent was renowned, and her status was built on another man. And while she was beautiful, did this starfield lack beautiful women, talented beauties with better status, better talent, and cleaner relationships? Obviously not. Wai might risen just a few years ago, but his influence, estimated net worth, status, and potential went beyond most in this starfield. Of course, this excluded strength and cultivation. After all, he was less than 50. But how could someone like that be compared to that mysterious alchemist? He's nothing. Z tried to explain the difference. However, Zhu Fei seemed to realize something as her eyes flashed with disbelief. When she saw the calm look on Zhu Yifei's face, she couldn't help but be startled. Was it really so? Zhu Yifei turned away, her eyes looking at the mirror. Despite her words, she knew that today was not going to be a peaceful day. While this unexpected event had likely been a massive benefit to her, and while she wasn't typically one to agree with the lifestyle of riding the lap of a dragon, this was her chance. He won't accept this. He's in love with me. And we're bonded. We're fated. Right. But are we? If this was a year ago when her feelings and belief of her future was cemented, she might have accepted it. But a massive boulder hit the road and forcefully made a forked path. Should she continue the path of her current destiny and follow him silently, lovingly, and supportingly, or take the other path? Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it created another direction of destiny that allowed her to exert her will, one that she could actively have a say in. In life, one believed in fate and love, and when grasped, it can become one's sole purpose for existence. She was destined to be a support, to stand behind him as he excelled at limits unknown. However, she was never given the option of being the leading character of her own path, choosing her own love. Concubine, that was a fancy word of being a man's woman, and it could easily change with a smart and intelligent mind. In a year, a decade, a century, she might be able to obtain the title of consort or even wife. She believed she could. When Wai entered her life, she saw him as an opportunity to stand on her own platform, no longer relegated to a supporting character, and becoming an elite amongst the world, renowned not for her relationship, but for her name, not his. This required exceptional strength, and the Tao of alchemy was the heaven-defying means to gain it. It could modify talent. It could promote cultivators beyond their means. Look at the King of Everlore. In his era, he had acted as a supporting role to many leading, era-dominating characters. This included the founders of all the current hegemons, and even the current overlord of the Trivision Starfield. The Sand Clan was only where it is because of him. No one considers the King of Everlore an expert. His legacy in alchemy, but countless refer to these experts and founders. They established thousands of years of long histories. The divine King Hanzei overthrew dragons that once dominated the Starfield. The Grand Monarch Wu Yu ruled the entire Starfield. At one point the demonic Abyss Mountains Abyss Master created a planet for demons, and it thrived to this very day. It was his actions that allowed demons to safely cultivate, propagate, and become a top-tier species. They were all kings of their generations who had performed actions that rippled endlessly outwards. But who remembers the women that stood behind them, the strong ones that supported them, bore their children, and loved them silently? No one. They faded away and died, hoping their children can match their fathers. Unfortunately, without the King of Everlore's support, that was utterly impossible. She knew this important truth, and she did not want to settle like those women had, especially if she had a choice. And now, like a honey pie falling from the sky, Wine had arrived and casually desired her. This was her opportunity. This was why she never said anything about the ceremony, the forceful means of her father, or anything else, because it doesn't matter. After Wine ends his incognito vacation, she would be known publicly as his woman, and her status would inevitably rise. Who would think her pitiful then? If they truly fell in love, wouldn't her life be like a shining star that stretched through the ages? The next divine King Hanzei, the next Wu Yu, the next Abyss Master, it would be her descendants that would rule the Starfield. She took a deep breath. Her eyes soon regained a serene calm after those thoughts caused her heart to race. With a somewhat flushed face, she smiled brightly in the mirror. Her appearance truly was breathtaking, especially at this moment. While her ambitions and dreams were near actualizing, a hooded figure arrived that sought a different outcome. Dressed in a tattered black robe that seemed as if it had seen 1,000 battles, he walked forward with exceptional momentum. Beneath his hood were irises of two distinctively different colors, one crimson like blood and the other was black as night. His fists were clenched tightly while those eyes stared at the royal capital's ceremonial grounds. "I'll never let you be used like this. Fire. Wait for me." Chapter 225-223 Musings of Wine. Chapter 225-223 Musings of Wine. Within the sky layer, Wine laid comfortably atop Xiao Bai's broad and meaty back as he soared in circles. He was dressed in a golden robe that sparkled, and it was lavishly embroidered with heaven silk. It was a material that attracted the essence of heaven and earth and thereby had a very bright and exceptional glow. Embedded on his shoulders, forearms, and boots were astral gems, purified and condensed astral essence placed. He truly seemed like an opulent alchemist with an immense amount of wealth. It was quite obnoxious with this flex, as if telling everyone they were definitely poorer than him. While it didn't fit his style, it served its purpose. Today's the day. It's been a total of 3 months, and he had been quite busy during this, most of which were to handle matters both on and outside the continent, a little bit of cultivation, and a whole lot of preparations. At the moment, his astral cores were expanded to their limits. They could not grow a micrometer more. At the moment, each was a full 4 millimeters, and they contained an exceptional amount of astral force. If he merely had a single astral soul, he could cover this continent with a thin film of it. It was quite intriguing how astral force was stored and contained, despite it all seemingly fitting in a 4 millimeter spherical astral core. It was more like a 400,000 square meter space. In fact, it felt like a small world. As someone who had read about the astral core realm, and had many of his questions answered by Wu Yu during their exchange, he knew that the astral core realm was truly like that, developing a world. The world C was its nascent phase. The next phase, Sky Ruler, with it gaining control and connection with ambient mana, as a possessor of a zenith mortal state. He knew how important having strong personalized mana or compatibility with ambient mana was. It essentially powered the way of permanence. It was like the world's sea gained an atmosphere. Then came soul idle phase. And this nascent world gained a defining spirit. Spiritual energies contained physical, mental, soul, and essence qualities. So this could enable further development of this world to an apex. The spatial resonance phase allowed it to actively absorb and emit spatial energies, solidifying itself and the area it occupied firmly. As one continued to cultivate, the nascent world became clearer and clearer. At the end of the astral core realm, the ninth phase, one even gives birth to a miniaturized solar star within the astral core. It was beginnings of a starfield, the beginnings of a myriad of heavenly bodies. Wine couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite and refined aspects of cultivation. Since the beginning, whether it was the foundation establishment realm which prepares the body to handle various energies and metaphysical chi, or the chi condensation realm that accumulates, refines, and nourishes it, they all stemmed from the world and seemed to push towards a single goal. The Tao of alchemy is said to be divided into 3 ranks: mortal, mystic, and immortal. Mortal ends at the peak of the astral core realm. Does this allude to a profound truth? Could it be that the first 3 realms' purpose are to cultivate to the limits of mortal potential? This thought, assumption, theory, or what have you, constantly swirled within his mind. He couldn't help but wonder what the realm of sages reached. If it exceeded mortal potential, then how far did it go? Mystic, immortal, how powerful was that? Could it create starfields with a wave of their hands, destroy them? Considering Wu Yu, an existence that should have been dead for thousands of years, was still alive and thriving with a chance of revival. It truly was a question he wanted to be answered. Unfortunately, Wu Yu only touched upon the beginnings of the mystic ascendant realm, never exceeding the first stage. However, it was already so miraculous. No wonder cultivation is difficult. He softly spat. In the end, he had to conclude these thoughts of his. The future was simply too far. And while trying to see far was good, trying to see beyond one's limits only leads one to trip over the present. Tunnel visioning towards a specific goal above all else never worked out well. It was best to take leveled and measured steps and hope that there wasn't a cliff somewhere on your path. Stretching lightly, he lifted his upper body and peered downwards with his celestial eyes. He could see the royal capital filled with individuals all over arriving, likely expecting a grand show from the vocal and powerful majority during the ceremony. He inspected a little, his eyes sweeping on the incoming individuals. Has he arrived yet? A wisp of expectation surged into his heart. This facade of the masked mysterious alchemist, the charade of this so-called ceremony, and all the rumors, dissent, and spreading of information that he himself propagated heavily was about to bear fruit, regardless of where he was. He should have heard and known. Unlike in normal circumstances, he didn't want to hope that the heavenly Taos will guide him here. As a blessed, he knew that other blessed's actions were often protected. The heavenly Taos might give a slight chance to help a blessed to another blessed, such as him in Golden Milk City, but it never direct them into conflict. For example, if he factored in the heavenly Taos' intentions at Ash Dragon City, where he robbed the city lord, the commander should have been safe and completely far away from him. The timing was absolutely perfect. In fact, if it wasn't for his inheritor of sin's bloodline, and his usage of free will, he never would have killed him. He never would have even met him. What should have happened was a risky, nearly lethal mission of him stealing from the mortal Godlevel city lord. How well he did it and in what way was the defining points of all his blessed lucky chances. And it determined how much his gains would be, if any at all. His escape would be hurried and their paths would have never converged, if everything went according to the heavenly Taos' plans. Therefore, he had to orchestrate this entire event, fan the flames, and lure him here of his own free will. He had pieces, and all he needed to do was place them together. And lo and behold, he was right. His silver eyes brightened as he felt a very powerful aura within the crowd. While it was deeply contained, it couldn't hide from his gaze of the celestial eyes. It viewed this unique aura with utmost clarity. Oh, his heart throbbed slightly as he observed this aura. It was his flesh and beating heart that Kratos recited in his mark of mortal myth, or the foundation of Kratos' spirit form, was quivering. It wasn't from excitement, fear, but out of interest. He has the same no. He is the same. Kratos sent a mental message, clarifying the situation. Wyn's eyes widened slightly. He understood what that meant and his interest deepened. Did that azure-scaled lizard leave the myriad your continent already, or was there another one here? Considering his powerful spiritual sense, there's no way he would've missed either. However, he was most certain of one thing: this man cultivated the true dragon transmutation method, the very same method that allowed him to formulate his heart of bloodline that was the nascent form of Kratos. He had a mark of mortal myth. He had a heart of bloodline. His silver eyes gleamed endlessly with light. However, while the purity of their bloodline could not be compared, his mark of mortal myth's energy, aura, and power was definitely above his own. His mark of mortal myth was merely at the third stage, but the aura from this man's mark was unquestionably higher. Furthermore, his mark had only advanced because of reaching the zenith mortal state. Not even assailing the astral core realm had enhanced its powers, and its grade was the defining marker of his bloodline potential, purity, quantity, and abilities. While he had a true dragon bloodline refined using tens of thousands of years of life force, it was so thin that he couldn't advance further. He needed more blood essence of the same quality. He first thought about capturing Anu, but considering his past strength, a starving camel was still larger than a healthy horse. Furthermore, it had a limited amount of blood essence. He would have to use hundreds of thousands of life force to refine blood essence that rivaled his own. Y frowned slightly, but then his eyes brightened to their utmost limits. What he just thought about, if it was true, oh boy, the gains would be limitless. His excitement hadn't faded as he looked below. He saw the ceremony was making preparations to officially start. With a confident and relaxed smile, he walked to the edge of Xiaobai and just let himself fall. I can't miss my own ceremony. Chapter 226-224 Falling into it. Chapter 226-224 Falling into it. The ceremony was starting with the eyewitness of the influential and powerful people of the Zoo country to bear witness. It slightly exceeded the standard ceremonies that the Bloodforge King would have. Of course, the reasons for their presence weren't filled with blessings and excitement, but interest and curiosity. Over the last 3 months, this ceremony had been the talk of the entire continent. The lofty and elected Bloodforge King was sending off one of his daughters as a concubine. Furthermore, it was to a mysterious, suspicious alchemist who no one knew or heard of. Since the beginning of the Bloodforge continent's history, a princess had never had a status lesser than a wife. This brought about all sorts of mixed and conflicting feelings in their hearts, and even their national pride seemed to have taken a hit. How could this Bloodforge King decide such a matter? And he wasn't explaining anything to anyone. Such an abuse of authority. Did he believe his status as the Bloodforge King allowed him to determine others' futures without backlash? These were the thoughts of the citizens, from the wealthy and powerful to the poor and weak. Outside of the royal capital, countless citizens marched at the city walls in protest of this type of engagement. They were fierce with their yells and shouts. Perhaps if they were alone, they wouldn't dare do this due to the fear of being killed off in silence. But with so many people around, how could they be silenced? It was also beneficial to them that the Bloodforge King might be heralded as the person with the highest cultivation base and the strongest potential. But he wasn't the strongest person. There were others with cultivation bases at the second stage of the astral core realm who resonated with their heartfelt wills, and the difference between them wasn't that big. These experts were currently in the royal capital, sitting in their assigned seats with indifferent expressions, but their eyes radiated displeasure. These figures stood at the same level as Duke Zhao and weren't just limited to the Zoo country, but those who engaged in conflict within the contested territory outside. In fact, several earthly elite-rank disciples from the myriad monarch sect had arrived. While they could be considered outsiders, not a single one of them was to be underestimated. Many belonged to the factions of Sky Nobles and Prime Imperial Sages. While these individuals can't set foot on the continent due to their cultivation bases, they could definitely influence things from behind the scene. The civil unrest was an opportune time for many to make plans to place their hand in the pot that was the Zhu country. Who knows? They might even be able to stage a coup out of this, placing their own selected figurehead as the Bloodforge continent's representative. This was the same as owning a vast majority of resources in the Bloodforge continent. While all this went down, in the ceremonial grounds, Zhu Yifei was beautifully dressed and her face was expertly touched with exquisite skill. She was gorgeous with her crimson-colored phoenix dress. Accompanying her was her two at-birth maids, Zhu Yi and Zhu Fei. They were also pretty, but only served to accentuate the looks of Zhu Yifei. She was the centerpiece of today's event and all focus was on her. Before Zhu Yifei were numerous experts were those of high renown both inside and outside the country. If the guests today were any indication of the importance of today's ceremony, it nearly reached levels of a queen's wedding with all those of authority and relevancy in the Zhu country being here. Even she was somewhat startled by this. The ceremonial grounds was an open-air venue with various statues depicting past Bloodforge kings and platforms of worship. One of these platforms was the center stage of the ceremony with Zhu Yifei within the middle. A priestess stood behind her, her aura pure and untainted by moral dust as she was garbed in white. She wore a thin veil with a strange cross hanging around her neck. The audience was directly before them. They were all seated in delicately arranged locations within the grounds and could be said to be viewing it was every angle. Zhu Duan had a calm look on his face as he regarded all these arrivals. He didn't have an ounce of fear in his heart as he regarded these individuals that obviously were here for a play or sought to instigate trouble. If they knew they were currently trying to interrupt the wine from accepting a woman, they would definitely regret making such a foolish decision to stick their noses where they shouldn't. He could only coldly snort in his heart. Regardless of what they do, he didn't have to handle any matters. There's no way a domineering existence like Wine wouldn't handle them all with the heaviest of hands. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. He sat in a position of honor amongst the crowd and shrugged off all the ill glances with an indifferent smile. The ceremony was all ready to begin, but the character that had created this entire mess was nowhere to be found. Where was this mysterious alchemist who was behind the mask many wanted to know? They had to know. Step, step, step. A series of footsteps seemed to quiet the thoughts of everyone as their gazes were subconsciously attracted to a single direction. Coming from this direction was a golden-robed figure with a faceless mask. Even today, he wasn't revealing his identity. This brought about the ire of many. But as they followed his path to the platform that Zhu Yifei stood on, none of them dared to speak a single word. In fact, a very strange set of events happened at this very moment. Numerous experts within the audience stood up and directly took to the skies, leaving the venue. Their movements were abrupt, and they seemed to act without the slightest hesitation. The shocking thing was, these groups of people were all from the myriad monarch sect, from the earthly elites to the mortal captains. They departed and left. In moments, the crowd lost 30% of its audience and they vanished into the horizon. Flabbergasted by these events, those of high status and power within the Zhu country was immediately hit with a bout of astounding confusion. A few had connections with these experts and sent spiritual transmissions, but they received no reply. It was beyond strange. Before they could react, Wine arrived beside the stunned Zhu Yifei. Her hazel eyes looked at his faceless mask with all sorts of conflicted emotions. She could say with 100% certainty that this was Wine, the heavenly king and alchemic king of the myriad monarch sect, especially after all the members of the sect left. From the beginning, she felt that she was being used as a tool for an objective, but she couldn't understand. Until now, it seems her thoughts were somewhat naive. The old man who typically stood beside her was also a person with a somewhat clearer grasp of Wine's identity and actions. So when he saw the members of the myriad monarch sect depart as if they were paid actors sent off, his heart gripped with fear. Others might not be able to immediately understand what was happening, but he did. A helplessly sorrowful sigh left his lips, and the thought of leaving left his mind. He was old, so it would be best he just accepted his fate. In the end, this world was quite unfair. Wine saw that within her gaze was a moment of understanding, and he smiled behind his mask. Zhu Yifei said suddenly, "Who did you choose?" Her words were soft and delicate, but they exuded a unique wisp of refined intelligence often unseen in anyone. Shen Zhaoe. A single name left his lips, and this name sent tremors into Zhu Yaifai's heart. She had to calm herself as she scanned the crowd, witnessing the confused faces of her relatives and high-level members of her country. Can you spare these two little ones? She didn't ask for much, but for Wai Wine to spare the lives of Ziyi and Zhu Fei. She knew she didn't have the qualifications to do so at the moment. Ha ha. Well, see, was all he said with a hearty chuckle as his faceless mask turned towards the priestess. Her eyes hidden behind a veil revealed a hint of light, and she seemed to have thought of something. With a deep breath, she began the ceremony with a declaration. This brought the attention back to Zhu Yaifai and the mysterious alchemist. However, the atmosphere wasn't so good and lively anymore. A lingering air of foreboding started to creep into the hearts of many, and many felt like something sinister was lurking behind the scenes. The Bloodforge King was startled for a moment as well. The abrupt departure of the myriad monarch sect individuals was something he didn't expect. While he knew they might not cause trouble, he didn't think they would leave the moment Wai Wine arrived. In that case, why did they come with displeased looks? His heart started to race as he swept the faces of the remaining crowd. All those here were the elite experts of this country, the backbone and pillar at which he established his candidacy and influence. Their progenies and disciples were also accompanying them. His eyes flicked to Wai Wine, who hid behind the faceless mask, and they dawned with a light of realization. While he had walked into the trap without fail, he still realized it directly before it snapped shut. However, it was too late. While he could try to run, try to cause chaos, but perhaps this was also within his calculations. A chill suffused his heart as his vision began to darken and tremble. He reflected on everything that happened in the last 3 months and felt as if it lined up perfectly. The only issue left was a patsy was needed, a scapegoat that could be blamed for all of it. Just as these thoughts were formed, an aura filled with torrential power and mythological force arrived above the skies. A tattered black robe-wearing figure floated within the skies, wearing a hood that gave him a hint of mystery and carrying a black scabbard on his back. Zuduan's lips quivered as he whispered in the weakest voice, effusing despair. No. Chapter 227-225 Yuan Longxi Zhu Yaifai. Chapter 227-225 Yuan Longxi Amp Zhu Yaifai. Here we go. Wai Wine's eyes brightened considerably behind his mask. A wisp of tangible excitement suffused his heart and thoughts. However, the crowd below had varying reactions. Is that Yuan Longxi? A young prince shouted in disbelief. His finger pointed towards Yuan Longxi's floating figure with quivering movements. His words induced a collective shift of eyes as they all observed the black-robed figure that floated in the sky with an impressive aura. This was the legendary figure referred to as the demonic dragon. He had turned the entire Zhu country upside down for the last 20 years. His legend was one often marveled by as being filled with twists and turns that allowed him to elevate to a fearsome elite. Yuan Longxi was only 35 years old this year, but when he was 15, he had been nothing more than a recently deceased guest elder's son in a noble clan's household called the Giant Clan. They weren't at the top tier of clans within the country, but they had an expert ready to assail the astral core realm. According to the reports gathered by witnesses during the event, as well as facts that were exposed later, Yuan Longxi was betrayed. Originally, it was said he had poisoned the young maiden of the Giant Clan and attempted to do unsavory things to her. As a result of his incompetence, the event was noticed and interfered by a young master of another clan's household that was truly within the ranks of the top-tier clans. This led to his subsequent crippling and punishment of imprisonment. This clan rivaled the Chen clan and had an astral core realm elder overseeing matters. Its protection and legacy. It was called the Yuan clan. This was how the original story was told. But as time went on and conflicts, highlighting events of the country occurred, it was slowly learned that Yuan Longxi's father who had died was a former member of the Yuan clan. Furthermore, he was that astral core realm expert's son. And as for that story of his ill intentions, it was all fabricated by that young master of the Yuan clan to steal a cultivation treasure left behind by Yuan Longxi's father and the woman that was supposedly nearly taken advantage of, and poison was a lie. They were in a long 2-year relationship since they were 13, and he was in love in a bout of excitement. After his father's death, and inheritance were given that included the cultivation treasure, she sold him out to the young master of the Yuan clan. How despicable! Regardless, the giant clan attached itself to the Yuan clan, and with their help, they would later earn an astral core realm expert. All her actions were justified if this was considered, but the heavens worked in mysterious ways. Somehow, Yuan Longqi escaped from imprisonment and recultivated with renewed vigor. With this chance, he obtained the backing of various forces that helped support his climb safely until today. Countless events, chases, and epic battles unfolded amongst the younger generation of the Jian and Yuan clan and Yuan Longqi, and he surpassed them all. In the end, the truth was exposed for all to see, and Yuan Longqi decimated the Jian clan into dust as the Yuan clan made reconciliation with him. But not before suffering immense losses of youthful talents and elderly experts by his hands. His story wasn't over just yet. His relationship with Zhu Yifei played a heavy part in his survival. Her status as a princess, no matter how neglected, helped pave him a path to success. Their relationship was speculated to be unordinary and even intimate, but no one really knew if that was the case. Regardless, Yuan Longqi helped her constantly, and they both rose in status and power. With his talent for cultivation and overwhelming combat strength, her intelligence, and the Zhu clan behind her, they were a frightful duo. To see him here didn't surprise many, but they didn't understand why he came with such murderous intentions. Oh right, Zhu Yifei was being forced into this, and she was about to be classified as another's. How could he allow someone who helped, supported, and cared for him be snatched away so brazenly, even if it was Zhu Duan, the Bloodforge king and her own father, that arranged it? Zhu Yifei's eyes softly stared at the floating figure that exuded a highly combative aura. Her delicate eyelashes quivered slightly. Considering how things were likely going to turn out, she didn't know how to feel seeing Yuan Longqi arrive with readiness to fight the world and challenge the will of experts. Should she be emotionally moved? Well, she wasn't. Should she yearn and pray for his successful rescue attempt? Well, she didn't. Perhaps if she was truly forced into this, perhaps if the person that stood beside her wasn't the Yuan, perhaps she would experience these emotions. Perhaps. However, this only reinforced her belief that her destined role in life would always be secondary and require the existence of another to protect her. Yuan Longqi saw her as a damsel in distress that he needed to save because of his feelings and emotions. Because he believed it was right. How selfish. She wanted to claim her own strength. She could make her own decisions. Yuan ignored Yuan Longqi, who seemed ready to tackle the world, its ghosts, and its gods, and he observed Zhu Yifei without a hint of fear or happiness in her eyes. When he recalled Lin Xian's gaze and expression when Long Chen arrived, she was filled with yearning and hope. His interest grew. Zhu Yifei's beauty was supreme within the continent, and she was most definitely the most gorgeous woman had seen to date. He couldn't say he didn't desire her, wanted her as his own, but he thought she would be heavily attached to Yuan Longqi. Due to this, he felt that his desire to accept her as a concubine had to remain an unaccomplished want rather than a possible reality. However, from her current gaze, he felt slightly unsure and confused for a moment. Is it possible his eyes beneath the mask lost its brightness? The various plans he conjured that would inevitably result in the death of this beauty was changing at a rapid pace from this single thought. From the beginning, the moment he heard of Yuan Longqi, with all his understanding of the politics of the Bloodforge continent, he had devised a meticulously conceived plan to not only take over the Zhu country but swiftly take over the Bloodforge continent as well. First, he needed a candidate for Bloodforge king. It needed to be someone absolutely loyal to him and could be trusted. Someone of a little renown and intelligence. Chen Xiaowei had sworn a spirit oath immediately upon realizing the situation, and was his selection. Second, he needed to gather all the elites, experts, people of status into one big pot to be roasted and removed. It didn't need to be everyone, just those within the country at the astral core realm and above. To do so, he needed a large enough event, hopefully controversial and interesting enough to elicit all of them to arrive. This included all high-ranking and high-status members of the former royal clan, the Zhu clan. A king's concubine ceremony was often characterized as a party, and there were no limits to those who wished to join as long as they had the qualification to participate. Zhu Duan handled this nicely as he invited everyone important. Furthermore, with it being such a hot topic, how could they not arrive for this likely lively festival and possible downfall of the current king due to civil unrest? It didn't fail the slightest, especially after him using various means to instigate their arrivals. It was fairly easy, with all those present here. As long as they died and Chen Xiaowei remained, she could take over as interim monarch until the next election. He even ensured that Kai Leng would support her decision because of the unexpected tragedy that occurred. Moreover, he'll offer his support from behind the scenes and shall easily transition into the new Bloodforge queen. The last missing piece was someone who could take the blame. A scapegoat for this slaughter with a reason behind it. Yuan Longqi had actually fit perfectly for this role, especially with his bloodthirsty reputation, the unexplained and unclear relationship with Zhu Yaifai, and his strength. It all fitted perfectly. It was like orchestrating the most perfect play, and there wasn't a single issue in cast or production. With a mere thought, he would isolate the ceremonial grounds in an astral concealment and defensive array and kill everyone that needed to be killed. With a little bit of smoke and mirrors, countless citizens would witness Yuan Longqi arriving, the ceremonial grounds being enclosed, and everyone dying. He, as the mysterious and faceless alchemist, would vanish from the face of this world as an eternal mystery. As for Yuan Longqi and Zhu Yaifai, they would seem to the world as partners in crime that slaughtered their oppressors and ran off in mad love to places unknown. He even planned to place an unreasonably high bounty on them for their despicable actions as Waiyan, further enhancing the illusion of truth. However, when he saw Zhu Yaifai's countenance and emotions that seemed to be nearly as attached as he assumed to Yuan Longqi, he couldn't help but wonder, did she want to become his concubine? His woman that thought produced wisps and strands of confusion in his eyes and heart that couldn't be dispersed. He abruptly said to Zhu Yaifai, "Did you want this to be real?" These words were spoken with not nearly as much confidence usually contained within his voice. It still lingered with confusion. Zhu Yaifai was startled. Her head turned towards Wai Waiyan with more than just a little surprise in her eyes. She had firmly believed that next year today would be the anniversary of her death. She had no desire to fight against it. Furthermore, could she even do so? Wai Waiyan was the only person that couldn't be resisted in this portion of the starfield, and he had already unfathomably laid out this perfectly intricate trap without a hint of error. He must be prepared to face any and all variables to arise. While this only made her regret that she couldn't truly become his concubine, perhaps his wife later, she didn't have any hope of him changing his plans. But now he turned to her and asked her this question. This sent her mind into a hyperactive state of disbelief, uncertainty, and hope. "Yes," she answered firmly. Her gaze reflected her firmness. In that gaze wasn't a will to lie, but her most honest feelings. "You don't know me, you know," Wai Waiyan added. His voice continued to become even more uncertain. "I'm willing to." Zhu Yaifai didn't even hesitate half a step to respond. She added, "You similarly don't know me, but would you reject me on that basis?" Wai Waiyan thought for a moment and shook his head. The concept of accepting someone was to get to know them. If you rejected everyone you didn't know from your heart, how could you ever form any meaningful relationships? How could you trust? Were you even human at that point? "Then why do you want me?" she asked. While her words were being said, Yuan Longqi was silent alongside everyone else. They expected an epic fight to begin, but the two couples started an exchange. Furthermore, it was verbal and open. It essentially determined that this wasn't false. Wai Waiyan answered honestly, "You're the most beautiful woman I've laid my eyes on, besides my own mother." While this was inherently a superficial reason, most relationships were built on these reasons. Zhu Yaifai felt her heart calm when she heard this. While she could be considered a beauty, was she the most beautiful in the world? Perhaps to some, but not to others. Everyone had their own aesthetic sense of beauty and personal rating. To receive such a rating from the man they wanted to be with without hesitation, and with the utmost honesty was quite rare. She could tell he wasn't lying even a little. To him, she was the most beautiful woman besides his mother, and she would never contest that latter portion because the first was enough for her. Why Wine didn't ask her the same question. It was mostly irrelevant. Regardless, she would want him for features he possessed, such as his talent in the Tao of alchemy, wealth, or perhaps she even suspected who he truly was. Then status and potential would factor in. However, that wasn't something he was particularly against. In fact, he wanted women who similarly wanted him for who he was. And wasn't he all those things? Did he not earn them? He nodded slightly, turned to Yuan Lanshi, and said, even if you say I agree to take you as my concubine, he still has to die. These words caused an uproar as many were confused, uncertain, suspicious, or outright enraged. The rage was from Yuan Lanshi. His aura flared without end. Zhu Yifei looks towards Yuan Lanshi. All those years they fought together. She had helped him. He had helped her. And the stories that could be told about them, she didn't want to see him die or suffer. However, this wasn't something that was within her power to change. While she didn't know why he needed to die specifically, if Wai Wine said this, then it wasn't possible to change. She calmly said, yes. Yuan Lanshi, you should run. Before Yuan Lanshi could flip into an outrage, likely even attack, Wai Wine stepped forward, placed his hand on his mask, and started to lift it up. Chapter 228-226 Don't Hold Back. Chapter 228-226 Don't Hold Back. Gasp! A collective suction of air produced a resounding exclamation that overtook all other sounds. The atmosphere that felt strange, uncertain, and tingled with a premonition of great tragedy was overturned with a single action. Wai Wine lifted his mask, revealing a handsome to the extreme face accompanied by a pair of silver, resplendent and radiant eyes. To these elites, experts, and masters who were acclaimed and renowned within the Zhou country, how could they not recognize the distinctive facial traits that formed Wai Wine? While there might be those ignorant or dismissive of its importance, they definitely were not. This face, for the last 4 years, had caused countless news to fly with all sorts of achievements and praise. It was tagged with the potential to be the king of Everlore's successor. And what propagated this news to the utmost was his lack of an alchemic soul. To have such ability at this age alluded to a much higher degree of talent than the multi-era defining king of Everlore. Zhu Yifei's heart raced as she laid eyes on Wai Wine's face. Like the others, she had seen artistic portraits or written descriptions, but this paled heavily in comparison to the real thing. In fact, it was as if those portraits would never be able to extract his alluring and impeccable features regardless of who was behind the brush. This is how he looks. This thought tumbled into the minds of every last one of them. It wasn't just due to his countenance or radiant eyes, but his aura that accentuated every one of his features, with the added eyes that radiated a hint of dominance, warmth, and intelligence. It was particularly heart-snatching. Wai Wine removed his mask, revealing his identity for all to see. While this would likely produce a chaotic domino effect the hell have to withstand shortly after, it was the only way to salvage the situation if he decided to alter his original plan. Those in the audience were so enamored with his looks that they hadn't realized that their lives were about to be forfeited for the ambitions of the man behind them. It was quite a hilarious thought. Really? You're Wai Wine? A more energetic and fanatical member of the crowd exclaimed. It belonged to a middle-aged looking man that smelled of herbs. His eyes flashed with a trace of seven-colored light from time to time. He wasn't at the astral core realm, merely at the 9th stage of the Kai condensation realm. He was a lord alchemist and someone who took the path of an alchemic soul. Beside him were male triplets that bore facial scars and radiated a fearsome aura. They were his protectors, and all of the beastman race's ox lineage. But their ferocious looks were heavily diminished as their jaws were dropped in shock and disbelief. Wai Wine turned to him and nodded. I am. Then, after verifying this, he looked at Yuan Lanshi and said, you interrupt my ceremony with obvious ill intentions. Prepare to leave your life behind. He tried to sound like an arrogant and unreasonable individual, but when he spoke, it didn't come off as such. In fact, Many within the crowd thought it was par for the course considering Yuan Longxi's entrance. After all, these were the words of Wai Wayan. Yuan Longxi was startled for a moment, clearly taken aback by this reveal. He was unsure how to handle this matter, because he was in a lose-lose situation. When he arrived, he didn't plan to become enemies with the entire myriad monarch sect or his own continent. But attacking Wai Wayan would most certainly lead to such a result. And he wasn't stupid to think the guardian of this world would stand idly by and let Wai Wayan die, or that Wai Wayan didn't have some supreme expert or experts protecting him in the shadows. This was the Prince of Everlore. He was a heavenly king and an alchemic king. A single word from him could usher a war or condemn a clan. And the past spoke volumes on the veracity of this. He was now stuck between a rock and a hard place, especially considering his own emotions towards Zhu Yifei. If it was any other alchemist, perhaps he would be confident. But it was Wai Wayan. His heart and head pounded with frustration. Wai Wayan thought for a moment, and for some odd reason, he had this desire to proclaim a bounty on Yuan Longxi. It was a very odd sadistic thought with him scurrying about to fight for his life under the pursuit of many. When this thought emerged in his mind, he frowned. This was because it wasn't the heavenly Tao's influence. It was like an innate feeling that seemed to be brought about by being near or desiring to kill Yuan Longxi. Is this an expression of his karmic luck? Is this calamity avoidance? Am I affected, or is my awareness of it already a sign that I can't be? He recalled the black skeletons recount that his calamity couldn't be avoided because his karmic luck value was too low. However, in that calamity, Long Chen had beheaded him. A blessed. From what he understood, calamity avoidance was under the influence of the heavenly Taos, and it consumed karmic luck value and allowed one to have a chance to benefit in some cases. If that's so, then having less karmic luck than another blessed seeking your life made it impossible to avoid their pursuit. But if you had more, was it a hidden influence between the two that divert their interaction away to avoid blessed conflict? This thought circulated through his thoughts for a moment before his silver eyes became slightly solemn. If that's the case, he looked at Yuan Longxi. He has a higher karmic luck value than I do. He felt this assumption was the absolute correct one. This was a feeling that seemed to originate from his blood. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but was hurriedly suppressed. It was best to take this one step at a time. As for issuing a bounty on Yuan Longxi, absolutely not. Kai Lang, kill him, he shouted loudly without hesitation. He didn't order Zhu He to test Yuan Longxi, nor did he do it himself. If he had a strange trump card that could abruptly and miraculously kill him like Long Chen, then where would he go to address that grievance to King Yama? Had rather wait to see such a grand figure. It'd be better if it never happened. The crowd was startled by his declaration. Yuan Longxi's expression changed as a vast without equal spiritual force within the continent started to seethe above him. It was like a great ocean was about to topple before his head. He lifted his head up and his eyes shrunk considerably. Kai Lang was the guardian of the Bloodforge continent. Normally, he shouldn't interfere with its citizens or issues outside of preventing unnecessary devastation to the continent. But Wai Wayan was like a judge that held absolute authority in the astral territory at the moment, and he could shield him in the case of any backfire. Furthermore, he had long since thrown his lot with Wai Wayan, and he intended to hug this golden thigh tightly. Therefore, he descended without any hesitation from his tower. His killing intent was brimming. Before he could deal with Yuan Longxi, he heard Wai Wayan's voice. Do not hold back, kill him without everything you have. If you don't, you'll make sure you're buried alongside him. Wai Wayan's shout made everyone realize that he was absolutely determined to kill Yuan Longxi today, and their hearts trembled. How unfortunate was this lad. He just tried to crash a ceremony and hadn't said a single word verbally before being sentenced to death. It was quite pitiful. Kai Lang stilled. In truth, he was about to execute a basic attack to handle someone of Yuan Longxi level. After all, while Yuan Longxi's cultivation base seemed to have achieved the Sky Ruler phase, the difference between the Soul Idol phase and Sky Ruler phase was massive. However, Wai Wayan's words overrode his innate pride and he didn't hold back. He didn't dare to. Yuan Longxi realized the situation wasn't looking too good for him. But he would never back down from a fight. If Wine sought his life, then he'd kill Wine regardless of who he is or was. His eyes gained fierce determination and pure ferocity. Did Wine think he was an insignificant insect that could be dealt with at will? He had built his path on a pile of corpses and rivers of blood. So he was not some soft fruit that could be squashed and forgotten. Wine was merely an alchemist. The Tao of alchemy might be broad and profound, but it was truly nothing before the martial Tao, the Tao of combat. What hidden expert, what wealth, what status before my saber, before my might? Only death was your only result. He grasped the hilt of his saber and turned his eyes towards the sea of spiritual force that hung above his head. His heterochromia eyes brightened with two distinctly different glows. One was innately demonic, while the other contained an ancient feeling of myths and legends. His aura flared into action, and the surroundings were pushed away forcefully. His second stage of the astral core realm cultivation base seemed incomparably solid and potent. Kai Lang floated within this sea of spiritual force, and his robes fluttered without wind. He seemed like a true immortal. With a clench of his fist, the entire sea of spiritual force was sucked into his palm, and vibrant green light surged. It was as if he was holding a brightly lit star. This caused everyone's heart to pound in shock. Was he going to attack Wine here? The attack of an astral core realm expert at the third stage could shatter the continent. This was why they were completely outlawed. The exceptional power of their astral force was too much for a continental flat Earth to withstand. If it was a durable planet, he could fight to their heart's content without much environmental. But not here. Even Yuan Lonqi's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Any assault would cause enormous collateral damage. And if this was a full-powered attack, this continent would be undoubtedly changed on a fundamental level. It might totally collapse. However, Kai Lang didn't launch his attack. Instead, his eyes focused on Yuan Lonqi. Just as he was about to say something, Wine's eyes flashed. He lifted his leg and stomped. Boom! This stomp didn't create catastrophic destruction, but its sound was incomparably loud. In an instant, the entire continent started to erupt in a thin layer of film that engulfed every expert, lifeform, piece of leaf, and existence on the continent that was below the astral core realm. Continental multi-astral array protective layer of the Guardian. The consequence of elites fighting was expected and prepared for by the sect. They established astray arrays throughout the continent that could be activated by its Guardian to defend against sudden attacks from enemy forces or unexpected clashes against experts. It was activated and deployed at the speed of light and before anyone could blink. All those below the astral core realm were targeted and enshrouded by this thin ward. Even an expert at the third stage of the astral core realm would find it horrendously difficult to pry open these wards without sufficient time. And this affected every single thing on the continent, including the working ants and the continent itself. As for astral core realm experts, the protective layer blinked past them entirely as if it had eyes. The only exception being Yuan Lonqi, Kai Lang, and everyone else was absolutely startled. Quite a few had never seen this array activated before nor even knew it existed. Kai Lang glanced at Yuan. Every second this astral array was used consumed an absolutely enormous amount of essence stones and resources. Furthermore, only he should have the ability to activate it, but Yuan had the method to do so. You don't have to worry about any fallout from fighting or costs. The former is handled and I'll cover the latter. Yuan spoke once more to reassure Kai Lang. He knew that Kai Lang didn't want to attack because he could eliminate the continent. Even Zhu He didn't dare to use any spiritual spells or astral arts while fighting Du Xiao, because he could obliterate this little continent. With his identity revealed openly, he didn't mind this. Even if the formation stayed active for an entire day, he'd at most have to pay about 200 billion essence stones, about 200 astral essence stones or 10 astral sea pills. That was such a casual amount that he ate that for breakfast. Literally. Su Yifei's eyes focused on Yuan. He was going all out to kill Yuan Lonqi, but she didn't have much conflict in her heart as she expected. In fact, there was a hint of expectation, desire, and excitement that swirled about endlessly. Kai Lang nodded with relief. Then, He opened his clenched fist and lightly threw the scintillating light towards Yuan Longxi. This light transformed into a green-colored twister. Wind Astral Spell Twisting Spirit of the Wind. Chapter 229-227 A Blessed Trump Cards. Chapter 229-227 A Blessed Trump Cards. The twister was merely the size of an average human, but its powers could not be estimated by its size. It was composed of condensed wind and spiritual force, and every rotation seemed to produce a tearing force that ripped away astral force. Those in the ceremony experienced a dip in color on their faces, turning as pale as ash. This was especially so for astral core realm experts who weren't protected. They hastily circulated their astral force and shot off like scurrying ants in every direction. This included the old man. That twister felt like it was pulling out his astral force and spiritual energies he had never felt so terrified in his long life, and the twister wasn't even directed at him. As for its target, Yuan Longxi was very courageous as he stood his ground and circulated his astral force to withstand the twister's tearing powers. His astral force was tinged with a reddish and black light, and it seemed to rumble with the faint sound of roars. Wine looked on and his eyes narrowed. This was a type of draconic force. It was potent, honed, and dangerous. Kai Lang was mildly shocked when he realized the twister's powers were resisted. However, it was merely mild, so he pressed downwards and the twister shot towards Yuan Longxi without mercy. In a blink, it was directly before him, threatening to engulf him whole. Thunder Astral Spell Erupting Bloom. Yuan Longxi was about to unsheath his saber when Kai Lang coldly snorted. It was like a thunderous clap to the senses as everyone below the astral core realm felt their vision go briefly black, and that was while protected by the astral array. Again, the main target wasn't them, but Yuan Longxi, and he stilled and trembled. This momentary lapse allowed the twister to engulf and surround him. Capturing him fully, it spun rapidly to the point Yuan Longxi's body could no longer be seen. Kai Lang wasn't an inexperienced puppy, and he fully executed his superior spiritual force with continuous attacks. It was this superiority that made the Sky Ruler phase and Soul Idol phase massive, regardless if it was spiritual strength, aura, energies, or sense. They held absolute supremacy. In most cases, Wine frowned. Life and death battles between experts were often handled in a few moves, and this held true regardless if you were in the Foundation establishment, Kai condensation, or astral core realm. Superiority was determined by cultivation base, arts, armaments, or simply taking the initiative, but it was usually decided very quickly. However, if there was an obvious exception to this rule, then it had to be blessed. Even though he had demanded Kai Lang to go all out, and he had made optimal actions, he hadn't summoned his soul idol manifestation. If he did, his combat strength would rise depending on the number of soul rings he possessed. It was typically understood that those with one soul ring had no multiplicative effect, but from 2 onwards, each soul ring doubled one's spiritual strength when activated, and this bolstered spiritual spells. If someone had 3 soul rings, their strength would increase by 3-fold. If someone had 9, it would be a 9-fold increase. However, Heavenly Tao's influence was hard to fight against. While he was a blessed, and he wouldn't be affected by it, Kai Lang would definitely be influenced regardless of what he says. This included Zue. Even if they didn't notice it immediately, they might never go all out, interrupting all thoughts. Yuan Longxi's captured silhouette started to glow within the twister, forming an outline of his form. He was currently being ripped apart by the astral force, but seemingly held on with an exceptionally powerful physical body. Considering he had a draconic astral soul and his heart acted as his dantian, his physical body was many times stronger than ordinary cultivators at his level. The roar was vicious and powerful. Its sheer force caused the twister to slow down and then, without any other indication, explode apart. Freed, Yuan Longxi's eyes stared at Kai Lang with monstrous killing intent. However, his tattered robe was completely devastated and turned into loose rags. The robe was a broken astral armament that he obtained from an enemy. After killing him, it acted as a protective shielding, but its upper limits had been reached and broken by Kai Lang's twister. If it wasn't for the robe protecting him, he would have been instantly killed. A lingering trace of fear circulated within his heart even as he seemed ready to murder the world. He hadn't expected his recent breakthrough into the second stage of the astral core realm would be followed by a battle with someone at the third stage. Perhaps if it was an ordinary expert, he could easily hold his own without any trump cards due to his foundation and strong physical body. But Kai Lang was an elite of the Myriad Monarch sect. He had a sublime foundation, exceptional talent, and elite-tier combat strength for his phase. He might be at the very top considering he was assigned as the guardian of an entire continent. He would not be weak. There weren't many of them in the Myriad Monarch astral territory. Kai Lang was taken aback by Yuan Longxi's survival. His attacks were capable of eliminating any sky ruler with ease. He frowned slightly. When his gaze subconsciously turned to Wai Wine, he saw his stern and solemn gaze which caused his heart to nearly leap out of his chest. He had to finish this cleanly and swiftly. Therefore, he no longer held back. Soul Idol Manifestation Astral Soul of Wind Lightning. Behind Kai Lang's back was a 300-meter image. It was vague and indistinct, nearly ethereal and transparent, but it held a dominating presence that overtook the senses. The image was of a twister engulfed in lightning, crackling incessantly within and rotating at world-ripping speeds. This 300-meter-sized image was truly mind-stirring to the spirits. Everyone felt as if their spirits, natal souls, and astral souls descended into a world of twisting winds and electrifying lightning. It stimulated their senses to a point of almost overloading them, and they had to hurriedly retreat their spiritual senses. Surrounding this twister was a set of 3 white rings that emitted misty light. These were soul rings, and they worshipped the soul idol. They also indicated the level of progression of a soul idol. A 300-meter soul idol, the old man exclaimed with disbelief. At some point in time, the old man had arrived next to Zhu Yifei. Fortunately for him, Wai Wine enshrouded him in the protective ward. All other astral core realm experts were already thousands of kilometers away in horror, trying to avoid the devastation released by a soul idol phase expert. Zhu Yifei's eyes glowed slightly. What's so special about it being 300 meters? She asked with a hint of curiosity. She wasn't very well versed in the basics of cultivation. After all, soul idol phase experts were a rarity within continents. They were a rarity even in the entire Myriad Monarch astral territory. The old man couldn't move his eyes away from the shocking idol and explained with a hint of fervent desire and reverence. A soul idol size is a direct representation of the quantity of spiritual energies. The solidness of it in the material world is determined by the quality, and the rings indicated how far they completed the third astral tribulation, the soul-rippling creation tribulation. Zhu Yifei once more saw the 3 rings, the transparent form it possessed, and the size. She felt like she now understood a little way to determine the strength of these elite cultivators. Wai Wine didn't add anything to this. It was true that the old man was correct, but he didn't explain that a soul idol's rings started from 1 to 9. The fact Kai Lang had a 3 meant his spiritual foundation was piss-poor. Before true talents, he would be very insignificant. However, Kai Lang finally bringing this out meant he was no longer held back by the influence of the heavenly Taos. Or perhaps, it was too late. Indeed, just as this thought entered Wai Wine's mind, Yuan Longxi didn't simply stand there and die. He lifted his head to the sky. After taking the deepest breath, he released a bellowing sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The clouds parted. The thin ward protecting the continent rippled ceaselessly as it was influenced by the sheer force of this roar. Even Kai Lang's eyes shrunk as his soul idol was directly shattered. As for him, he was blown away by the pulsating surge of compressed air that exploded towards him. He could barely react before it hit, and his body was sent flying into the sky layer. Without even a shout, he was out. The eyes of everyone trembled as they focused on Yuan Longxi. At the moment, his upper body was covered in blood-colored runes that gave him a demonic feeling. With his hands, he tore at the rags on his body and revealed his bare chest. His muscular and defined form was impressive without looking grotesque. Its natural curves and bends alluded to an exceptional physical form. It could barely match Wai Wine's own. He didn't draconify. Wai Wine quietly murmured to himself. He had expected Yuan Longqi to execute draconification, instigating the mark of mortal myth's potential and allowing his innate bloodline abilities to match Kai Lang. However, Yuan Longqi did not. Instead, he seemed to have invoked a separate transformation that increased his physical energies tenfold. With just the power of his physical body, he blasted an expert like Kai Lang away. This once again allowed Wai to realize the trump cards possessed by Blessed. He was still holding back yet could reach this level of strength. If Long Chen reached his level, would he have a similar situation considering who his guardian and master were? It seemed likely. Wai's silver eyes brightly lit for a moment as a wisp of excitement surged within. Yuan Longqi roared once more, causing the air to rumble and quake. He turned his bloodthirsty and murderous gaze towards Wai. If looks were hungry, Wai likely would have been eaten whole by this gaze. It felt somewhat disgusting to be stared at. Evil methods. He realized this feeling originated from Yuan Longqi's entire body that was now focused within his gaze. Just as he was about to take action to end this, the above sky layer exploded as a figure sped back like a missile. He was surrounded by green winds and crackling lightning, and his forehead was bloody. Even his clothes were ripped apart, causing him to lose his immortal bearing. At the moment, only murder remained. Kai Lang clenched his fist and didn't hold back, especially since the astral array was activated. Wind lightning astral art thunderstorm. He viciously lanced his fist downwards as he dived into Yuan Longqi. A rumbling storm engulfed his entire body that crackled ceaselessly with lightning. Even the hue of the world changed and the air carried traces of electricity. Yuan Longqi turned his gaze away from Wai and saw this attack. His ferocious aura and presence were quickly suppressed by this strike. Kai Lang held nothing back in this, unleashing everything he had. This time, Yuan Longqi actually started to release a draconic aura, as if he was on the verge of draconification from behind him. A faint and incredibly blurry image of an eye was being formed. Wai could see faint ripples emerge from the eye. A delicate and gut-wrenching scream resounded. But it wasn't from Yuan Longqi or Kai Lang. But Zhu Yifei, she was on the verge of seizing and her body was emitting a faint draconic aura. Wai's eye snapped towards her and saw something he hadn't before. From within her sea of consciousness, directly at her mind's eye, a silhouette was moving about and resonating like a bell. This bell-like echoing sound wave was not just being emitted by that silhouette, but by Yuan Longqi's manifested image. Even with his celestial eyes, he hadn't noticed this before. His eyes revealed an unimaginable dense level of interest. She has an actual dragon soul attached to her soul, but it's only the yin portion. When he deduced this, he realized that Yuan Longqi likely held the other half, the yang portion. These two pieces of a completed dragon soul were connected together, and it influenced them. It bonded them. It was likely this very reason that allowed Yuan Longqi to continuously improve his bloodline purity and create a draconic heart of bloodline. It might be why they had an unordinary relationship. After all, if it wasn't for him using hundreds of thousands of pure life force to refine his true dragon's essence blood, it was unlikely he could absorb it into his heart safely. But a dragon's soul could easily contain and regulate such power. If that's the case, then Yuan Longqi's cultivation of the true dragon transmutation method was heavily reliant on this dragon soul of his. Before the epic clash of Kai Lang and Yuan Longqi was about to initiate, Wai sent out an explosive shout backed by his cultivation base. Stop. This single word was like the authority of a judge and Kai Lang halted. He held his astral force and redirected his trajectory. In a matter of the briefest of moments, he floated above the ceremonial grounds with a solemn gaze. Yuan Longqi was startled. He turned his heterochromia eyes towards Wai. Did he realize my strength tch? Even if he did, I won't bend a knee to you. His thoughts were defiant and confident. After all, what alchemist wouldn't want to have a second stage of the astral core realm cultivator that can fight across phases? If Wai wanted to recruit him, he wouldn't simply agree. The thought of having the support of an alchemist like Wai supporting him, however, that was particularly appealing. That didn't matter who was the cultivator. However, his thoughts were entirely unnecessary as Wai walked forward and left the astral array's protective ward. As he did, he waved his hand and a saber was formed. With a clench, he grasped it and it emitted sharp saber light. I'll kill him myself. Chapter 230-228 Big, thick, filled with power. Chapter 230-228 Big, thick, amp filled with power. Wine's declaration was met with a resounding silence. It was so abrupt and utterly thorough that only his footsteps and faint keening of his saber force could be heard. Even Zhu Yifei, who was clenching her teeth in pain from the yin dragon soul within her mind's eye throbbing about with rapid activity, her hazel eyes saw Wine's tall, domineering, and strong back and couldn't help but flash with a hint of disbelief. Fortunately, Yuan Longqi was similarly startled and no longer attempted to interact with his young dragon soul, so the pain she felt was lessened. Normally, he hated that using his young dragon soul to harness his bloodline powers brought pain to Zhu Yifei. But seeing her wreathed in pain at this moment hadn't caused the bleeding heart pain he felt before. Is this because she abandoned him? She didn't choose him in the depths of his heart. Only he knew that answer. To understand why everyone present, even Kai Lang, were unfailingly sent into a unified silence, one had to understand the generally accepted belief of alchemists. In the cultivation world, alchemists cultivated methods that allowed them to harness, refine, generate, and manipulate alchemical energies. These methods held no offensive, defensive, or even supplementary methods for combat, and focused purely on the Tao of alchemy. Furthermore, unlike the martial Tao, alchemists had to devote their time to mastering the 7 traits of alchemy alongside this, each usually having a cultivation method. By default, any alchemist needed to master a minimum of 8 cultivation methods and train in manipulating alchemical energies, a type of energy that has no combat ability. This and their experimentation, repeated practice, legitimate concoction, and standard degree of cultivation consumed far more time than others. It was considered the most time-consuming and difficult creationist profession because of this difference from others. This didn't include the typical failures, injuries from those failures, long concoction time for successes, studying, revision, and theory crafting. An alchemist cultivated the Tao of alchemy, which was broader than most Taos and had a very, very high requirement on intelligence and time. In the myriad monarch astral territory, no, the entire Tri-Vision starfield, there wasn't a single alchemic king below the age of 500, and the average age to officially reach that level neared closer to 800 years old. An astral core realm expert, one who had just ascended, had a little over 1,000 years of lifespan. As expected, most alchemic kings were in the astral core realm. Because of this difficulty and disparity of time versus achievements, it produced a widely accepted opinion that alchemists, regardless of how talented they were, had the lowest combat potential out of all cultivators. This included architects and forgers. Even the king of Everlore wasn't an exception. He was renowned and given such a title because of his ability to create kings of lore rather than being one. He was a kingmaker, and his combat ability, even with pellets, was essentially useless. He relied on a group of servants, guardians, and opportunists who sought his favor and ability to cultivate. While he had protective treasures such as talismans, arrays, and whatnot, his combat ability personally was considered quite poor to nearly non-existent. As someone who cultivated an alchemic wood soul, he didn't have any means to kill an opinion with his astral force. When Wine waltzed out of the protective ward and said those domineering words, it was like a bolt of thunder had collectively struck everyone present. They didn't know how he possessed the gall to do so. If he had called forth every astral core realm expert to fight on his behalf, they would be shocked. If he tried to recruit Yuan Longqi, they would be intrigued by the development. But for him to personally announce that he would kill Yuan Longqi, an elite expert with considerable ability and could fight above his phase, this wasn't something their minds could register. However, Wine never once considered their thoughts or beliefs. To him, he was always a fighter first and an alchemist second. While it has been a while since his stint in the Scarlet Solaris sect, he had always been one who fought fiercely for himself. He killed decisively, slaughtered in droves, and fought with a saber in hand. From an honorary disciple to an outer disciple to an inner disciple to a core disciple. None of these things were achieved without a pile of corpses and rivers of blood forming beneath his feet. While the inheritor of Sen and the black skeleton had changed his view on life, he had never lost his edge. Yuan Longxi was the first to break out of his flabbergasted state. His eyes trailed to Kai Lang in the sky, who had a solemn and ugly expression. Even now, Kai Lang's astral force was primed to act. It seemed that even he hadn't accepted Wai Wan's statement of handling Yuan Longxi alone. What Yuan Longxi didn't know was that Kai Lang was still more knowledgeable in Wai Wan's affairs. When he first was inducted into the sect, he had only been in the Kai condensation realm, and the 8th stage at that. Yet he brutally killed an earthly elite disciple with his bare hands. The recorded video of it still sent shivers down his experienced spine. It hadn't circulated very much as the event was swiftly buried in the news of a faction's inevitable demise. But he got his hands on it out of curiosity. And he knew Wai Wan was not some soft target. Yes, Heavenly King Wai. Kai Lang spoke respectfully and retracted his astral force. Wai Wan was not an individual that acted carelessly. This could clearly be seen how the entire Bloodforge continent was checkmated from day one without ever knowing. Their entire continent was about to fall to the plans of this heavenly king, and they still had no idea. Even he was terrified at the exceptional depth Wai Wan showed. Yuan Longxi's heart shivered slightly as a wisp of foreboding entered his heart. He realized Kai Lang's relaxed stance and expression, and he turned towards Wai Wan, who walked without a hint of fear or uncertainty. His heterochromia eyes observed and inspected this man before him. He tried to catch a glimpse of Wai Wan's cultivation. However, for some inexplicable reason, it was like he was seeing an empty void. This caused his heart to drop several degrees in temperature. Even with his powerful senses and firm spiritual foundation, he couldn't even perceive a hint of his cultivation base. The only idea he had was the saber that was held in his hands. But it was exceptionally odd. It wasn't condensed with Kai or astral force, and simply refined and exceptionally high-quality energies. He could barely discern what besides elemental and the predominantly evident saber energies. Shall we begin? Wai Wan's words were coolly said with a hint of excitement. It had been a while since he could truly let loose. Since the event with the black skeleton, his cultivation had grown by leaps and bounds. And his cultivation base was peerless. This led to him not finding a match for so long. Even the Longchen before, despite their cultivation base being the same, was absolutely not on equal grounds in the Myriad Monarch sect. With merely his elemental natal soul's cultivation, he utterly decimated him into near-death. If it wasn't for Xiangling's interference, perhaps Wu Yu would have been forced to make an earlier appearance. Now that the idle thought entered his mind, it seems that gorgeous and bedwelled woman had likely saved his life and not the other way around at that time. It seems he had to pay her back for that, even if it was unintentional. Well, if you want start, then I will. Wai Wan grew tired of Yuan Longxi not taking the initiative. With the condensed form of element in his grip, he blurred slightly. It was incredibly strange to those who saw him because his form was very blurry, as if he was both there and not there. Shing! Yuan Longxi's eye shrunk into needlepoints as he felt the piercing saber slash towards his throat from behind. With a bellowing roar, he twisted his body and unsheathed his saber, instinctively striking towards the sensation of danger. Clang! 2 sabers met. One made from energy and one forged, but the one that was forged was cut through by half an inch. Yuan Longxi was startled as a tremendous amount of strength surged from his saber into his arm, and then his body. He shot backwards from this strength. His body, unable to stabilize as shock suffused his entire mind. Before he could react to what just happened, saber light descended from below, and he once more relied on his instincts to block upwards. The 2 sabers once more clashed, and Yuan Longxi felt an extremely domineeringly chaotic force smash his arm. Before he could stabilize himself, his figure was blown into the ground and crashed into the ward that protected the continent. Layers and layers of ripples flowed through the array, and one could tell that an immense amount of astral essence was consumed to defend against it. Ha! Yuan Longqi's breathing was chaotic as his legs sunk unnaturally into the protective layer and the ground it protected. It seemed even the film wasn't capable of repelling his body. As for his body that was covered in blood-red symbols and marks, his bare naked chest was sliced into like meat with even bone being seen. From each cutting wound, flickers of saber light existed. Yuan arrived a few meters away from him, his silver eyes piercing and calm. He seemed to be an immoral descending to deal with the past, utterly carefree and easy. Yuan Longqi's entire body was screaming at this moment as he hurriedly used his draconic force to push out the saber energies that contaminated his blood, bones, flesh, and meridians. Due to this, random spurts of silvery and crimson liquid shot out like a miniature geyser. He had always been the one to shock and awe his opponent, forcing them to say this baffled word. But now he was using it. He understood how it felt. When he engaged with Yuan, he realized his physical energies were far more abundant than his own. It was like his physical body was a planet and clashing with him felt being smashed by one. Furthermore, he noticed his cultivation base. He didn't have the unnatural ambient influence that sky rulers contained or heightened spiritual aura that soul idol experts had. And it was fundamentally basic. He was merely at the world C phase, the first stage of the astral core realm, yet his movements were like a ghost and his attacks were like world splitters. 2 strikes. My next one will be lethal. You shouldn't hold back lest you lose your life because of it. Yuan kindly offered. He seemed willing to even give Yuan Longqi a breather. Yuan Longqi's pride as a genius was decisively crushed at this moment. Yuan was a little bit older than he was. Yet he was an alchemic king and stronger than he was at the world C phase. The spectating crowd could barely see the two interactions. It was like Yuan had said a few words and Yuan Longqi was severely injured. If it wasn't for the previous battle between Kai Lang and Yuan Longqi, and the obvious stakes on the line, they would suspect that Yuan Longqi was a paid actor. And knowing this left their jaws dropped and mouths agape in utter disbelief. Su Yaifai's eyes were wide. Her heart raced like 1,000 horses. Unable to believe or accept what she had just seen, she had never believed for a moment that Yuan was actually an expert. The old man said with a trace of astonished wonder, "I've never seen such depths before." What Su Yaifai mindlessly questioned. Her eyes never left Yuan Longqi and Yuan's body, but her head tilted in the old man's direction. For a brief moment, I saw his astral core. The old man had a unique spiritual method that could gauge the size of a person's astral core, and it surprisingly was capable of grasping just a peak whenever Yuan attacked. It was big, thick, and filled with unimaginable power. If someone didn't know what he was talking about, they might make certain assumptions. Regardless, Su Yaifai understood and her heart sped up even more. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, her sea of consciousness started to rumble ceaselessly. Her mind's eye felt as if it was being stabbed as the yin dragon soul sleeping beside it was waking up. She screamed in horrific pain, clutching her head. On Yuan Longqi's side, his eyes glowed slightly as the pupils of his eyes sharpened until it became draconic. He was instigating his yang dragon soul to interface with his bloodline powers. The surroundings were pushed apart even with the astral array's protection as the faint, indistinct image of a dragon's silhouette was forming behind him. He seemed primed to draconify at the slightest moment. Yuan's eyes brightened. Chapter 231 209 Demonic Dragon Transformation. Chapter 231 209 Demonic Dragon Transformation. Yuan Longqi bellowed out a ferocious roar that shook the skies and dispersed the clouds. His aura built up continuously without end and his body seemed to be undergoing immense changes. The latent bloodline residing in his body was abnormally active as it started to overtake and transform the basis of his DNA and physique. This was the initiation of draconification. It was a process that evoked exceptional changes within the body. And Yuan Longqi was experiencing those drastic changes. His body ballooned, his muscles thickening, his bones expanding, his spine enlarging, and his eyes no longer having any resemblance of a human. He was originally about 6 feet tall, but he doubled that, and his chest bulged outwards as if his heart grew 10 times in size. The sheer beating of it was like an ancient dragon roar from the mythological past, as they washed over the auditory senses of everyone present. Su Yifei was in agony. She cried and fell to her knees. The old man arrived beside her, trying to help her, but he couldn't find anything wrong with her body. However, her mental fluctuations were abundantly vigorous at the moment. It was quite strange. Unwilling to peer into that, considering the possible dangers, he could only ask her what he could do. She couldn't respond and seemed to not hear him as she continued to clutch at her head in pain. Wai Wine was calm before all these happenings. You obtained a drop of dragon blood essence and used it to refine your heart. However, your body couldn't contain the remnant will within. Wai Wine thought back to his deal with Onu, the azure-scaled horned firmament dragon. One of the first things he ensured was that Onu had to erase his spiritual presence within his essence blood. This was why, even if Onu himself didn't wish to cause trouble to him, simply the will itself would be massively difficult to absorb. And if he tried to forcefully do so, the feedback could shatter his spirit, mind, and soul. He didn't know the full story, but somehow, they obtained a dragon soul and split it into two pieces. These two pieces were the Yin dragon soul and Yang dragon soul. They definitely belonged to a species or race like Anu, which contained a bloodline. The Yang dragon soul stabilized the essence blood and allowed Yuan Longqi to refine it safely. This was the basis of his draconic heart of bloodline and the beginning of his road of redemption. However, Su Yifei suffered the worst of the deal. Without the Yang dragon soul, she couldn't possess the physical body of a dragon. At most, he could use it to bolster her mental energies and gleam into some scattered memories. However, without the Yang portion, how could she refine a dragon's essence blood with or without the contained will? If it wasn't for Eden and his mark of Eden refining and pacifying it to the limit, even he couldn't. Unfortunately, your bloodline is quite impure and your true dragon transmutation method seemed to have been cultivated halfway. Wai Wine noted as he lightly shook his head. By the time his words were said, Yuan Longqi had completed his transformation. His body was hunched. The curvature of his spine had a row of spikes protruding from it, and every layer of his skin was covered in hard, durable scales. His teeth had grown, and portions of them left his mouth to remain free. It was quite monstrous. His scales had an obsidian sheen to it that glistened in the sunlight. The bulging muscles barely contained by his scales, and his 3-meter-tall body was daunting to say the least. While he still had faint hints of a human within him, one could see his body was mostly of a dragon at the moment. A demonic dragon. Quite a fitting nickname, if I was being honest. Wai Wine's thoughts were quite casual at the moment as he idly thought about other things. You've brought this on yourself. Roar. Yuan Longqi's voice went several octaves lower as he shouted and roared. His ferocious appearance could make kids cry. The oppressive draconic aura he emitted was terrifying to say the least. The ground quivered with his every breath, and his dragon claws that seemed capable of slicing through steel was piercing into the astral array. Yuan Longqi's speed shattered the sound barrier as he moved, arriving before Wai Wine with remarkable speed. With a brutish roar, he slammed his claws into Wai Wine. From those claws, faint light of saber force remained. Clearly he hadn't lost his cultivation at this moment. Did your other cultivation method fade away? Wai Wine asked as he tapped his foot on the ground. His body emitted a faint saber light as he vanished, seemingly dodging the claws by a hairbreadth. Way of the saber attack in retreat. Buosh. The ground that Wai Wine once stood on experienced a massive upheaval. The ground exploded into dust, rocks, and a cloud of smoke 100 feet high. However, a tower of saber light gushed from that area and bathed it entirely. The sound of a saber keen was heard throughout the entire continent. Both attacks shattered the astral array temporarily, causing the secondary protection of the continent to activate and withstand the blow by mitigation. Wai Wine floated in the air while surrounded by wind force. This was his only means to experience momentary flight at the moment. His eyes peered below and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That method that caused those marks to appear on his body was far more refined than his current state. Yuan Longqi seemed to have survived the attack as he shot explosively upwards. Slicing through the air, Yuan Longqi revealed his draconic form to everyone. At the moment, his body was littered with saber cuts that were both deep and shallow. The flesh and scales of his body was cut into and even split apart at certain areas. He seemingly transformed into a blood dragon as his monstrous body became drenched in his own blood. Wine shook his head. His saber force was quite potent and oppressive. In fact, if it wasn't for Yuan Longqi's strong body, he would've been split into noodle strings by now. He expected more from Yuan Longqi. Whoosh! Yuan Longqi arrived once more fearlessly as he clawed towards Wine, with an expertly timed shift of element within his grasp. Wine met Yuan Longqi in a clash. But this time, he gently exerted his force to perform a parry. Yuan Longqi was startled as his claw was sent aside, his momentum chaotic and unstable. But Wine wasn't idle at this opening. With a flip of his palm, he twisted element and sliced into Yuan Longqi's arm. A terrifying roar of pain and a severed arm later. Wine twisted his body like a hurricane and his leg shot out like a torpedo, kicking into Yuan Longqi's abdomen with exceptional accuracy. The enlarged and monstrous body of Yuan Longqi crashed into the ground and seemingly went silent. Wine halted his momentum and grasped towards the severed arm. It landed into his palm, still bleeding profusely from its severed area. He gave it a slight sniff and he frowned. With another wave, the arm was encapsulated in elemental metal force and kept in his storage ring. Finally, he peered down into the devastatingly cloudy mess that Yuan Longqi had produced. A crater about 3,000 meters in width and hundreds of meters in depth was created. If it wasn't for the astral array, countless lives would've been lost by this alone. I've established 138 methods to kill you today. I did not expect you to be so disappointing. Wine slightly lamented at his own overestimation of Yuan Longqi. He had thought he would have a trump card like Long Chen. This trump card might be in the form of an ancient expert or even a real dragon sleeping within the continent. But to think it was just a fragmented dragon soul. When are you going to do it? Wine's eyes narrowed. He was just waiting for a particular moment. After all, this concerns his future woman's life. He already knew that they were bonded. And he couldn't kill Yuan Longqi without killing Zhu Yifei. Perhaps Zhu Yifei hadn't known this fact, but it was the truth. If the Yang dragon soul were to die, the Yin dragon soul would detonate and vice versa. They were truly bonded together. It was highly likely they couldn't even be a certain distance apart from each other without complications arising. He had never seen such a circumstance. But with his celestial eyes, he could see the resonance and reflection they possessed. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have allowed this battle to go more than 3 exchanges. He wasn't like other bullheaded and flashy fighters, and he preferred to end life and death battles with decisive quickness unless there was a beneficial reason for him to do otherwise. If he couldn't ascertain victory in those 3 exchanges, he would be plotting his immediate retreat. He definitely wouldn't stand around as his opponent transformed. It was such an obnoxious act of hubris that was tedious and borderline suicidal. From below, within Yuan Longqi's 300-meter crater, there was finally some movement. However, whoever was within that crater had a feeble life aura. Yuan Longqi dragged his body upwards, clutching his severed arm, and climbing to reach the edge of the crater. His heterochromia eyes beheld a sense of exhaustion and fear. Even in his strongest, fastest, and most durable state, he wasn't a match for Wine. This alchemist that was widely regarded as the Prince of Everlore was so horrifically strong in every manner. He outclassed him. He didn't know what to do. If it was Kai Lang, this form might be enough to claim his life in an all-out battle, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Wine's robes. He had never felt so frustrated and useless before. I guess it's true. There's always someone stronger. Since he was given renewed life on his path of cultivation, he had broken many conventional beliefs and outclassed opponents a phase or 2 above his own. He fought 1 to 10,000 and escaped relatively unharmed. He established legend after legend. He was renowned as a genius. He had dreams. He would take Zhu Yifei beyond this continent, explore the starfield, and reach a cultivation where he could establish his own sect that rivals the 5 hegemonic powers. His name would one day resound with as much reverence and respect as the King of Everlore, the Abyss Master of Demons, Grand Monarch Wu Yu, Divine King Han Zhe, and the Sakigrid Elven Queen. All those legendary figures. He would be mentioned beside them in the same breath. The demonic dragon lord Uenlonji. How glorious would that have been? Am I already calling my death ha? Ha ha, he found it funny. Quite funny. Was his spirit broken, his heart of cultivation shattered by Wine's overwhelming difference perhaps? But it was still funny. He had struggled from nothing, fought injustice, and claimed victory facing all odds. Shouldn't his ending be rewarded with a glorious future and brilliant legacy now? He was going to be killed and remembered as a footnote, a stepping stone of Wine. How many stepping stones had he made? How many laves had he trampled on to reach his current point? He felt his thoughts were slightly hypocritical, but his heart still held grievance. He didn't want to die. Not like this. He never thought it'd end like this. As his mind seemed to descend into defeat, a miraculous event was occurring. Within his heart, the lingering young dragon soul that was used to suppress his bloodline was shining with a brilliant golden glow. Its abnormal activity was indicative of a change. Perhaps this change would overturn his fate, and the hope in his heart was stirred. When this glow seemingly engulfed Uenlonji's demonic dragon body, the expected shock, disbelief, solemnness, and confusion that he might believe to be spread across Wine's expression was non-existent. The only emotion was excitement filled with relief. Fucking finally, we can end this. His eyes closed for a moment, and when they reopened, his pupils became sharp and vertical. Chapter 232 230 Severing Soul. Chapter 232 Severing Soul. The transformation of Wine's eyes was accompanied by the explosive throbbing of his heart. Each thundering pound of his heart brought about ripples in the air and ground. Even the astral array was experiencing several kilometer-long ripples, with his body acting as the epicenter despite levitating within the sky. Within his body, miraculous changes were occurring, similar to Uenlonji's transformation. Wine's DNA and physique was in transition, his true dragon bloodline taking the forefront of dominant lineage. Draconification. The first change was to the eyes. The next affected his hands. From his skin, hexagonal-shaped dragon scales started to appear. They were each a mere centimeter in length, but numerous, all closely knit together and created a perfectly symmetrical network that carried astonishing beauty. This was especially so due to their color, a rich, radiant silver texture that gave off a faint mystical glow. His nails sharpened and stretched for about an inch. Each nail curved slightly and gave off the feeling of being a claw. Their points were particularly sharp and seemed to be capable of ripping space itself apart. Just a slight twitch actually caused bending ripples within space. Those gorgeous dragon scales started to make its way from his hand, to his forearm, to his shoulder, and then stopped as it approached the tip of his chin. His entire neck was covered in these scales. As his neck twisted, one could see the inherent flexibility within them, as they seemed no different than skin. This didn't just go one way, as his legs, foot, and toes experienced the same coverage. His face wasn't an exception. The only difference was that faint, nearly invisible hexagonal lines were marked onto the facial layer of his skin. Before long, his entire body was a well-connected system of scales. His hair that was jet black became gray and longer. Its innate spiky characteristics became more prominent. Unlike Uenlonji, Wine kept his humanoid form, and his muscles hadn't expanded or ballooned. In fact, he even seemed to become more compact as his muscles seemingly shrank by about 10%. However, if anyone would assume he became weaker due to this, they would be in for a rude awakening. Clenching his fists, Wine felt the tremendous draconic force circulating wildly throughout his body at the moment. It was so intense that he felt as if his draconic force had become raging tsunamis that followed his meridians and blood circulatory system. Comparing the demonical king lizard that Uenlonji transformed into, Wine seemed like royalty. His exquisite form gave off an innate majesty that seemed seamless and without a hint of a flaw. However, if they compared bloodline power, he would be down a few levels. If it was compared to the purity, quality, and draconic force, then he was dozens of levels beyond. This was a true dragon's draconification by using tens of thousands of years in pure, untainted life force. He refined and produced the purest form of ancestral true dragon bloodline from Anu. Wai Wine could clearly feel this difference. And he wasn't the only one. The young dragon soul that was influencing Yuan Longqi in a bid to instigate a heaven-bound reversal had halted its bright glow and seemed to shiver. It looked towards Wai Wine and nearly shrieked instinctively. So your dragon soul isn't even a true dragon. How embarrassing. Wai Wine shook his head slightly. But if any of the dragons prior to Divine King Hanzei's extermination had heard him, they might roar themselves to death in indignation. A true dragon wasn't some basic existence. It was the dragon, the first dragon of their lineage and progenitor of their race. Many of their bloodlines were tainted by constant reproduction with other races and species. For example, Yuan Longqi and Zhu Yifei's dragon soul belonged to both a true dragon lineage and a demon lineage and separated by about 1,000 different descendants from the actual true dragon and itself. It was very rare for anyone to be capable of refining a drop of dragon's essence blood with tens of thousands of pure life force with the abilities of the Tao of Alchemy's 7 traits to produce true dragon essence blood. Most dragons didn't even live that long. Even Anu wasn't older than a few thousand years old, and if it wasn't for hibernation, he would've long since died. Wai Wine grasped this opportunity decisively. With a step on the void, countless ripples echoed out and he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Yuan Longqi's glowing body and pressed his hand against the light. The young dragon soul shrieked. It was quite pathetic as it screamed like an infant being strangled. It wanted to pull away. And this caused Yuan Longqi's miraculous transformation to come to an abrupt and violent end. His muscles rapidly deflated and his draconified form returned to normal in an instant. After all, it was the young dragon soul that was stabilizing his form. Without its conscious efforts, he could no longer maintain his connection with his draconic astral soul. Stay. Wai Wine spoke that single word and it seemed to be infused with draconic pressure that seized the movements of the young dragon soul. Now that it had stopped moving, Wai Wine could finally observe its actual form. It was a 4-clawed dragon with a demonic glow within its eyes. Its horns were curved and its teeth seemed to be very chaotically positioned. It now resembled a monster that would be described to frighten children. However, its current state made it seem quite harmless. Moreover, it wasn't an inch tall. Its eyes were closed yet it trembled ceaselessly above Yuan Longqi's head. A string to it was attached to Yuan Longqi's chest. It was so thin that Wai Wine might have missed it if he wasn't particularly looking for it. His claw reached out towards the young dragon soul and it continued to shriek, struggling with constant shakes but to no avail. If its eyes were opened, Wai Wine felt it would have a gaze that was actively begging for mercy. Of course, Wai Wine wasn't trying to harm it in the first place. Instead, he gripped it within his palm and it emitted boundless alchemic Eden force. While alchemic force was often harmless, combined with Eden force, it had an exceptional ability to interact with soul-like manifestations. With a wrenching pull, his alchemic Eden force permeated the soul and entered the thin string until it reached Yuan Longqi's heart. This pull caused the alchemic Eden force to erupt and sever the connection. In that brief moment, the young dragon soul seemed to have lost its host and was intending to vanish according to the natural laws of this world. A soul without a containment unit was essentially meant to undergo the process of judgment and samsara. However, Wai Wine was slightly faster, ignoring Yuan Longqi's violent reaction to this severance. Wai Wine flashed through the void and arrived before Zhu Yifei, who seemed to be in a state of semi-consciousness with her eyes glazed. Wai Wine grasped her waist with his arm and pulled her close to him. He directly placed the young dragon soul into his mouth and devoured it. As it went down, it was affected by his draconic force and alchemic Eden force. The former suppressed its will. The latter thoroughly eliminated it via extraction. This will was immediately devoured by Kratos like a tasty lunch. In a mere second, the young dragon soul was engulfed with 7-colored light and had lost all of its will. Then, Wai Wine used his finger to touch Zhu Yifei's glabella. In his second practical application of mental surgery, he sent alchemic Eden force into her sea of consciousness and sped near her mind's eye. The yin dragon soul was currently in the process of trying to form a resonance with its other half. If it could not in a period of time, it would be forced to detonate. Before it could do so, Wine similarly extracted its will, but without draconic force. But he left it there. Unlike Yuan Longxi, Zhu Yifei's yin dragon soul was within her sea of consciousness, and draconic force would cause untold damage. You can consider this as a gift to my concubine. Here, Wine touched his lips to her soft, delicate lips and spread them open. The yin dragon soul shot from his throat and entered her esophagus. It traveled until it found its way into her heart and formed a thin, natural line as he phased into it. At that moment, Zhu Yifei went fully unconscious. When finished, Wine left that comfortable and fragrant-filled contact and observed her slightly. I can't merge yin and yang dragon soul into you. If I did, it might contest for superiority even without a will. When you become strong enough, you should be able to do so without much issue. Wine thought about this for a moment and sighed. In the end, his actions were limited. However, at least now your life will be your own. Those words caused Zhu Yifei's gently shut eyelids to quiver. He felt that she had heard him and responded in this way. What it meant, he wasn't sure. Regardless, with the young dragon's soul, she should be able to create a draconic heart of bloodline via the true dragon transmutation method. Fortunately, she already had an innate dragon bloodline in her that was slightly different from Yuan Longxi. He didn't know what they encountered to reach such a strange point in their lives. But she now had her own path. Considering she had the yin dragon soul and all its memories, she might be able to eclipse Yuan Longxi. Of course, this depended on its strength when alive. But he didn't think it was any weaker than Wu Yu in his prime when complete. This was a mere gut feeling and couldn't be truly substantiated. After a brief moment of gazing at Zhu Yifei's gorgeous countenance, he shifted his gaze onto the unconscious Yuan Longxi that laid on the floor covered in his own blood. Chapter 233-231 The Death of a Blessed. Chapter 233-231 The Death of a Blessed. The entire crowd was in utter awe. Wine and Yuan Longxi's fight might have been relatively short and one-sided. But it was quite the spectacle, such domineering saber force. A ferocious transformation, and then an unexpected conclusion. This prince of Everlore, the less than 50-year-old alchemic king, had combat power that ranked him within the top-tier talents. Yuan Longxi could fight Kai Lang, a peak mortal captain and continental guardian, to the point they both became injured, but Wine treated Yuan Longxi like a child. It was quite embarrassing really for Yuan Longxi, but exhilarating nonetheless. Kai Lang's gaze was focused on Wine, whose transformation had been retracted. Wine's actions were remarkably fast, and while it seemed like a long period of time, the process of him transforming, snatching something from Yuan Longxi, and kissing Zhu Yifei was done on almost a blink of a mortal's eye. He doubted that anyone here actually noticed him take action besides himself. And he was right. But if Wine had saber force and could draconify, then didn't that mean he had too? His eyes shrunk for a moment when a cold chill ran down his spine. He saw the transformed Wine glancing at him as he slowly walked towards Yuan Longxi's body. His heart was gripped with untold fear. He knew that if he revealed even a trace of hesitation in his thoughts, Wine might eliminate him next. He unconsciously gulped and immediately verbalized a spirit oath. While he was up in the sky, he knew that Wine could hear and understand him. It was only after he swore the most loyal binding, tight-lipped spirit oath imaginable that the cold feeling dissipated. His entire back was drenched in cold sweat and he could only heave out breaths of relief over and over. From what he knew, Wine originally cultivated the Haven Heart Kai method, and it was said he was abandoning one of his natal souls to promote, while him reaching the astral core realm so swiftly was shocking. It wasn't too unbelievable if the Emperor Alchemist and Grand Imperial Sage Chuo Bihan decided to offer some top-tier products. However, if he broke through with 2 natal souls, then he had achieved the impossible. Even the sacred Elven Queen, the one who devised the Haven Heart Kai method, had only combined 3 natal souls together in the history of the Tri-Vision Starfield's history. The action of assailing the astral core realm with 2 separate natal souls wasn't possible. This was the conclusion of thousands of years of trial and error of countless elites. This had to do with the spirits. Even if they are segregated, They aren't independent. So one had to combine them into one because a natal soul can only call forth a single astral tribulation. If Wai Wine accomplished this feat, then Wai Wine no longer considered Kai Lang's thoughts after the spirit oath. He arrived before Yuan Longqi's unconscious body and glanced downwards. For a moment, he looked upwards towards the skies as if waiting for something. No lightning or spontaneous rescue while he was speaking to the skies. He was actually asking the heavenly Taos. But what he didn't know was that besides avoidance of conflict at the beginning for lower karmic luck value blessed and tending to harm higher blessed, there were no other safeguards. It did not interfere with the conflicts of blessed directly. This was bluntly described in the scripture of sin, but the entire thing was cryptically written. Wai Wyan had barely understood less than 20% of it. With his expectations coming to a disappointing end, Wai Wyan pouted slightly. He had devised so many plans for this event, yet Yuan Longqi was quite disappointing. While his bloodline powers were of a higher grade, because of his young dragon soul and impure bloodline, they weren't very strong. Well, let's get this over with. What do you say? Wai Wyan no longer had to worry about Yuan Longqi. His celestial eyes observed every inch of his body and it was beyond devastated. The moment his draconified state ended, his saber force infused with saber intent severed his meridians and spirit. He was thoroughly crippled and unconscious. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Longqi's body lifted. His neck was drawn to Wai Wyan's palm. With a light clutch, Wai Wyan held his life and death within his palm literally. He lifted a finger and gently touched Yuan Longqi's glabella. A seven-colored gorgeous light effused from his fingertips and entered Yuan Longqi's head. Wai Wyan closed his eyes for a moment as he peered into the unconscious Yuan Longqi's memories. He saw everything from the side of a spectator. He saw the injustice he suffused, his oath of revenge, how he met Zhu Yaifei, their first interactions which were cold and distant, and the chance encounter that linked their fates as one. He saw him fight, kill, and triumph. It was a riveting set of memories that held emotions and excitement. Even in moments, he rooted for Yuan Longqi, chased and hated. He overcame all obstacles and claimed his right as a renowned expert on the continent. He even saw the other, explicit portions of his memories, his acts of self-pleasure and even the embarrassing flashes of images that carried Zhu Yaifei's face and body. A hint of irritation entered Wai Wyan's heart for a moment and his grip tightened. Despite being unconscious, Yuan Longqi made audible choking noises from this. It took a moment for him to realize that his emotions were somewhat affected by this. Was he the jealous type? It didn't seem so. Yet he felt quite ticked at these memories. He kept searching and found his other legacies. He was right. Yuan Longqi cultivated an evil cultivation method and it revolved around blood and physical-based blood energies. It was this evil cultivation method that enabled him to raise his mark of mortal myth to a higher level. As he explored more into it, he realized it wasn't an evil cultivation method. It was called the blood-forging mystic method. It was a bloodline cultivation method that relied on specific materials that enabled physical energies and refined the heart thoroughly. It was originally split into 3 portions, and he had found all 3 portions in exciting adventures. This method belonged to the Bloodforge Emperor. He was an expert during the King of Everlore era and was a subordinate of the Grand Monarch Wu Yu. In fact, there were rumors that they weren't subordinates, but sworn brothers. In Yuan Longqi's memories, this method was devised by the Bloodforge Emperor the moment he ascended the mystic ascendant realm. It embodied his lifetime of cultivation insights. No wonder the Bloodforge continent is treated differently than other continents. All these citizens are descendants of the Bloodforge Emperor and the Myriad Monarch sect is still protecting them, even giving them autonomy. How caring and respectful of Grand Monarch Wu Yu decisions in life. If one thing, it still has excellent principles. Wai Wyan commented as he learned that this continent was created by the Bloodforge Emperor. Yes, he created this flat continental earth for his descendants. He could only pause in astonishment and lament at the awesome godly powers these legendary experts wielded. Even though he could destroy a continent like this, he couldn't hope to create something of this level or size at the moment. When his celestial eyes saw the continent, he couldn't see any astral force signatures. It was so pure and real. It must be the power wielded by mystic ascendants. After several minutes, he inspected Yuan Longqi's entire lifetime. He was 5 years younger than him, the same age as Long Chen. How curious. His hand clenched tightly and Yuan Longqi's neck was snapped. His head shifted to an odd, terrifying angle without its support. This not only crushed his airway, but sent a surge of saber force within his body and eviscerated his heart, brain, and sea of consciousness. He was dead. A blessed that had a lifetime of struggles and achievements. A cultivation genius. Had fallen today. Boom! The world instantly darkened and all things beneath the skies and heaven froze. This starfield that had 3 suns was plunged into a dark era, but everyone in it had been completely and thoroughly frozen. Why whine too? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Clouds of darkery with crackling lightning and uproarious thunder started to appear from nothingness. They overtook the skies for millions of miles and exceeded the sky layer, appearing even in the dark void. These clouds churned and churned, shrinking in violent and explosive thunder before they condensed to become a single meter in size. This meter-sized cloud was directly above Yuan. The lightning that circulated within was tiny but countless, and the sounds of thunder didn't decrease, but increased the volumes beyond a mortal's ability to hear. The raging event caused those who were frozen like they were pieces of a painting to be entirely unaffected. This included Yuan. From Yuan's tattoo that was inscribed on his right arm, a dim, darker light started to emanate from it. As it did, Yuan's silver eyes trembled as they moved. His pupils shrunk into needlepoints as he found out his entire body was unable to be moved. He couldn't even feel his heartbeat and merely his thoughts were free. However, as he glanced at the tattoo, he knew his freedom had nothing to do with it. Instead, he felt within his sea of consciousness was Eden sending out endless waves of alchemic Eden force to extract some untold, ungodly power from his mind. It didn't try to refine, but push it out like a boat taking in water and a sailor using a bucket to throw it out. The bucket was just enough to stabilize the process. No, I'm void. Kratos went absolutely batshit wild as it similarly fought somehow, struggling to beat amidst this power. But Eden could barely regulate its own self, so it couldn't help out. Babump, babump, babump. 3 beats made with excruciating effort had resounded within his chest as he felt his gray blood circulate a few rotations. He could feel a strange power overtake his body as the freezing power was lifted and he could not move. When he regained sensation of his fingers and limbs, it felt as if he was in rigor mortis, causing all sorts or crunching sounds to resound. Before he could launch a curse, he saw the flashes of light from above and looked up. He saw it. The 1 meter-sized cloud that was like endless bolts of lightning circulating within like eels. He tossed Yuan Longqi's body to the side, his body experiencing a moment of fight or flight. But the moment Yuan Longqi's corpse left his hand, it froze in midair. He didn't register this nor the thunderous sound that echoed. While he felt it through his skin, he saw the boundless sound waves with his celestial eyes. He couldn't hear it. Before he could conceive a plan of action, the cloud turned into a single bolt of lightning that struck down towards his head. Chapter 234-232 Gains Consequences. Chapter 234-232 Gains Amp Consequences. The descending lightning bolt was far too swift. Yuan simply could not react in any manner besides his eyes shrinking into needles. Is this heavenly punishment? This thought flashed within his mind at the last second, unable to be verified or pondered on before the lightning bolt was mere millimeters from his glabella. He could feel within his mind and heart that abnormal power within that bolt. While it wasn't the force of eradication, it felt different. It felt alluring, disgusting, yet arousing. These conflicted feelings were simultaneously flashed within the depths of his thoughts. They were impossible to remove and overcome his mind and body. Oh no. The sound that he usually experienced on a mental level, that was indicative of a reaction from his bloodline of sin, kept resounding. The darker light that was dim started to rapidly flicker and then engulf Yuan's entire body. Before the lightning bolt could travel a millimeter further, this light integrated with Yuan's skin, and while he couldn't see it, he felt numerous symbols be marked into his flesh. In the briefest of time, His entire body was covered in these symbols, and at the center of his glabella was an even strange circle with various runic markings and esoteric symbols that emanated a trace of sinful light. What was sinful light? Even Wine wouldn't know, but it would likely invoke actions similar yet somewhat different from this lightning bolt. After it had completely encapsulated Wine, on his glabella was a strange-looking eye composed from those markings and symbols into an intricately designed image. It was horrifying and seemed to remind one of a vertical demonic eye with sideways pupils and eyes. It was dark red entirely, but there was a very small patch of gold at the center. It was so small yet seemed to be the centerpiece of the eye. Woo-won! The lightning bolt was a mere micrometer away from the eye when Wine's glabella emitted a tiny bit of silver light. For a moment, it appeared and touched the dark red light and the golden patch at the center. There was the slightest reaction before it retreated even faster than it arrived. The lightning bolt that seemed like heavenly punishment entered the dark red third eye and was actively devoured until it completely disappeared. From the third eye to Wine's fingertips and toes, images of lightning crawled onto his body that was golden for a moment before becoming dark red, tainted by those symbols. All of this happened so swiftly that a picosecond could be considered too fast. But similar to when it occurred, it vanished all the same. Wine's marks and symbols retracted and seemed to find their home in his right arm. They formed the bloodline of sin tattoo. Wine regained his conscious awareness as he noticed the cloud that formed above had disappeared alongside the lightning. Besides the original descent of the lightning, he observed nothing. The entire event was simply too fast despite his freedom having been claimed by Eden and Kratos. How did you two do it was a thought that emerged for a moment before he realized it wasn't the appropriate time to question. Instead, he felt his right arm burning with a searing temperature. He didn't make a single sound of pain. However, his silver eyes focused on the tattoo and saw that its characters were rapidly changing. Karmic luck value 563. To 563. 3. With his eyes never leaving the tattoo, he experienced a rapid shifting of symbols that he still couldn't quite read, but he innately understood. It was like watching a swiftly moving digital clock. For a moment he thought his karmic luck value would only increase by 1. The same amount it had when he killed the commander near Ash Dragon City. However, his thoughts were too premature. Karmic luck value 563. 3. 562. 3. Karmic luck value 562. 3. 532. 3. Karmic luck value 532. 3. 432. 3. He was briefly taken aback by the abrupt rise and then fall. Was this normal? His heart raced, but he wasn't actually anxious. An incomprehensible and unreasonable amount of excitement flowed through his mind. This was followed by a wave of cascading euphoria that originated from his right arm throughout his body in the most intense manner. It nearly caused him to moan and close his eyes, but he remained strong-willed and kept his silver eyes locked onto the changing tattoo. Karmic luck value 232. 3. 1. 432. 3. Their IT was the karmic luck value gain. It was as if all his previous theories were verified at this moment and elation overtook his thoughts. He could actually take the karmic luck value of a blessed he had personally killed. This meant from the lowest 0. 1 to this astonishing 869. 1. Yuan Longqi really did have far more karmic luck value than he did. He had nearly double as much. What was he saving all this for? Was the Bloodforge continent unable to allow the heavenly douse to orchestrate lucky chances? Was his level too high? Was the location too poor? Since arriving on the Myriad Monarch planet, he hadn't experienced any notable karmic luck value deductions. Simply the 0. 1 that directed his instincts towards the Bloodforge continent 3 years ago. However, in the Myriad Yor continent, when he wasn't supported by any force, still somewhat poor, and needed specific things for his cultivation, his karmic luck value was wildly changing. Even Bai Lin benefited from it. He still couldn't understand why it wasn't as active. Could it legitimately be because he could grasp anything on the continent without the heavenly Tao's support that he didn't need its help? Considering that was somewhat true, it still caused him to feel somewhat aggrieved. He didn't mind if it wanted to throw him some Starfield toppling beauties his way. However, He felt that that wasn't the type of lucky chance that the heavenly Tao's preferred for him. That likely aligned with Long Chen more. With a slight pout, his happiness was almost diminished before he dismissed this jealous thought from his mind. Really? When did he start becoming the jealous type? Before he could drive this idle thought further, he noticed the world was still frozen in time. Looking around, he saw even the moisture within the air was still. All the energies of the world were in a state of stillness that was eerily disturbing. I felt like I had rigor mortis when I could move. Did that mean I was frozen for a long period of time before I regained my freedom? He took a single step forward when he felt a pinch. This pinch originated from his arm and carried itself into his brain with exceptional intensity. The pain was unbearable as he clutched at his head. He felt a presence peering into him, his soul, and his existence. It was as if it was judging him, and it was truly unbearable. He grunted heavily for a few seconds as he tried to acclimate to the pain and regain a sense of self and thought. But it only continued to intensify. Light started to crazily emerge from Yuan Longshi's corpse. Wai Wine's silver eyes twisted into that direction alongside his neck, and he saw a golden light that started to turn exceptionally dark and fierce. It wasn't black, but dark. It was so sinister and seemed to embody evil. However, he was better than to describe evil as a feeling. But it was one of the things that entered his mind. Before he could react, the light exploded and drowned his body. He felt tainted in it. He felt unable to escape from that light, and it only shone on him and no one else. In a few seconds, it vanished and Yuan Longshi's corpse became normal. Wai Wine's heart raced as he hurriedly inspected his body to ensure no damage was dealt. However, as he looked towards his tattoo on his right arm, his eyes shrunk into needles and a wave of disbelief battered his heart. Karmic luck value 1, 432. 3. Second calamity suppressed 9 years. Chapter 235-233 I am a virgin. Chapter 235-233 I am a virgin. Yes, Wai Wine exclaimed excitedly as the world and all its inhabitants resumed its normal flow of time at this moment. Yuan Longshi's corpse fell to the ground and his oddly twisted neck elicited gasps and exclamations of wonder to the crowd. Their hearts pounded endlessly with shock and disbelief. Wai Wine, the Prince of Everlore, had killed Yuan Longshi to the citizens of the Bloodforge continent. Yuan Longshi was a menace and a legend, while he had slaughtered his way to the top. His talent, potential, and strength were all praiseworthy to the extreme. After all, he reached the second stage of the astral core realm before the age of 50. He could be regarded as the most talented genius to have been born from the continent in the last millennia. While cultivation was difficult, he was one of the talented few that surpassed normal conventions. It was only due to his gruesome reputation and ice-cold, distant, and murderous attitude towards others that made him an unlikable character. A few detested him, others worshipped him, and some were so terrified that they avoided his steps. In this continent, there were likely numerous young maidens with starstruck eyes that had crossed paths with that would cry at this news. Yuan Longshi was dead. He was killed. The truly unfortunate matter was that he was killed by Wai Wine. There will be no revenge. And the thought of it never crossed their minds. While Wai Wine didn't care about what was on their minds. Instead, he was fascinated and filled with excitement as he observed his right arm with a bright gaze. Killing blessed causes the calamity of hell to arrive sooner. Tch. If I had known that, I would've killed more. If anyone were to know of his situation and be aware of his thoughts, they might become as pale as ash at such heretical thinking. However, Wai Wine was truly happy about this unexpected event. Not only had he obtained a high amount of karmic luck value, at least high relative to what he originally possessed, but he sped up the second calamity of hell by nearly 3 decades. While this could be seen as him having less time to prepare, he was already as ready as he could ever be at this moment. In fact, the torment of this calamity still caused him horrific nightmares that snatched sleep and peace of mind away from him. With what he had, he would either fail and die or succeed and strengthen his determination for the future. It was a defining moment. A moment that will decide whether he could strive without the soul of true sin and overcome these calamities with his own preparations and planning. He was ready for hell and all it offered. as he was enraptured in his own thoughts. Quiet exchanges were happening to those nearby. Their point of topic was Yuan Longqi. Wai Wan's silver eyes swept towards his corpse and thought for a moment before waving his hand. First, element dissipated its energy form and returned to his sea of consciousness. Second, he directly stored Yuan Longqi's body. Lastly, he flashed over to Zhu Yaifei, inspecting her status. He was relieved to see the Yang and Yin dragon soul remain calm and content within their locations, the heart and sea of consciousness respectively. With time, she'll be able to adapt to their strengths and obtain unimaginable benefits. If she could cultivate a draconic heart, she'll take the path of bloodline cultivator. With those dragon souls within her, she shouldn't have as much trouble regulating her bloodline powers like Yuan Longqi. In fact, he learned that Yuan Longqi was half demon and half human. His mother was a human who experienced a fatal illness and succumbed to it. Her death left a profound void within his heart, and this was followed by the betrayal of his first love. As for his father, he seemed to have visited the Bloodforge continent briefly and belonged to the demonic Abyss Mountain, one of the 5 hegemons of the Tri-Vision Starfield. One of his goals was to travel the Starfield and confront his father. While he wanted to demand an answer, Wai Wan felt a yearning for love and recognition. Su Duan, Wai Wan called out as he stomped his feet. The astral array slowly deactivated. Zhu Duan had been a mute this entire time, and fear had festered into his heart. When he saw the myriad monarch sex members and all those unrelated to the Zhu country politics depart in unison before Wai Wan's arrival, he saw his death. Others might not have, but as a ruler, he saw through the scheme that he had inevitably fallen for. However, Yuan Longqi's presence seemed to instigate an alternate course of events, and Wai Wan revealed his identity and didn't slaughter everyone present. This brought both relief and tension into his soul. Now, hearing Wai Wan call him by name, and not by any respectful title, he perked up and walked over like an obedient stooge. His smile was somewhat wretched and forced as he tried to give off his best impression. While others might not be able to break the age-old tradition of allowing the Bloodforge continent to keep its autonomy, Wai Wan could definitely get this policy changed swiftly. While it might take a while, it was possible. Yes, Heavenly King Wai he was so respectful that his demeanor and bearing as a king was no longer in existence. Yet no one ridiculed him for his actions. Even if you removed Wai Wan's frightening talent, current status, and backing, his strength was more than enough to kill everyone present with relative ease. If they were called out to, their expressions and actions might even be lower. Wai Wan inwardly shook his head a little. He had wanted to establish a prominent reputation in this world, but his actions were so impactful. 4 years and everyone was quivering at his name alone, both wanting to meet him and wish to avoid him. While he understood it from an objective point of view, it was still difficult for him to reconcile with. After today, when his compatibility and current cultivation realm is revealed, the world might explode. He contemplated suppressing this news but decided otherwise. It would be best if his reputation continued to erupt like this for now. While he would be a target, he had sufficient protections against this starfield and its enemies. In a few years, if he could concoct 9th-grade products, he'll fear no one as his cultivation base would increase by leaps and bounds. As a mortal sovereign alchemist, the pills, elixirs, haste, and pellets that only appeared during the King of Everlore's era would experience a resurgence. I need to move up my plans. With Zue, Ying, and Wen Mingna, I'll push towards building an elite squad my arrow. I'll firstly apologize for the disruption to this exquisitely prepared ceremony for me. You've truly kept your word, and I've personally loved it, and I'll be sure to treat your daughter well. These words filled others with a wisp of envy and jealousy as Wai Wan layered the compliments and acted friendly. In their eyes, it was Zhu Duan's blessing and luck that his daughter was Wai Wan's concubine. Why couldn't they be so lucky they had daughters too beautiful, some with big breasts, wide hips, small chest, nice curves, filled with all sorts of flavor and variety. However, their thoughts and inner wails went unheard. Zhu Duan nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Thank you. Thank you. This humble one had tried his best. Heavenly King Wai eyed Zhu Duan for a moment and sighed in his heart. In the end, due to his alternate course of action, he had to choose another plan to take over the Zhu country and then the Bloodforge continent. He walked to Zhu Yifei and lifted her into his arms in a bridal carry. Her long hair and gorgeous face rested on his shoulder. Her unconscious face was gorgeous beyond mortal words. Like an immortal fairy of another world, it was breathtaking with every glance. Thinking about those lips that he had pressed his own against before, he felt somewhat excited that he hadn't killed her. Sometimes altering one's plans has certain benefits. He felt somewhat lucky as he ensured her neck was comfortably placed onto his shoulder. Zhu Duan, I'm returning to the Myriad Monarch sect in 3 days. As thanks and an apology for this interrupted event, I invite you to my Sky Palace. Zhu Duan was taken aback, but from the structure of Wai's words, this wasn't a choice he could refuse. It is my honor, Heavenly King Wai. He bowed slightly. Perhaps if Zhu Yifei was Wai's wife or consort, then he wouldn't need to express such etiquette. He would be a father-in-law and could communicate with him while ignoring the obvious difference in status. After all, the Bloodforge continent was still technically under the Myriad Monarch sect's rule. Unfortunately, for the moment, that was only a dream. For now, Chen Xiaowei can act as interim Bloodforge monarch until you return. Wai said as he turned around, no longer facing Zhu Duan. The crowd remained startled and silent. Going to the Myriad Monarch sect, Chen Xiaowei was the interim Bloodforge monarch. How domineering he was, directly barking out orders. Yet all these experts, and those with boundless political power within their country, remained mum like mutes. Chen Xiaowei wasn't present. She had made an excuse to not be here for the upcoming tragedy that was to befall all these people. Even now, he remained in her manor, not daring to be clearly seen in public, viewing the chaotic battle outside. She was given strict orders and she followed them decisively. Unfortunately, I can't replace Zhu Duan as the Bloodforge monarch with his daughter as my woman. I can only help his cultivation reach the 3rd stage and act in a capacity to dominate the rest of the continent. The Bloodforge continent did not allow any non-native experts at the 3rd stage of the Astral Core realm besides the Continental Guardian. As long as one of them reached that level, they could easily overwhelm the other contested areas with their power and claim everything. It was quite an intriguing policy. But knowing that the Bloodforge continent was created by these descendants, and the Myriad Monarch sect established democratic rules, exclusive protections, and rights to this continent made sense. He didn't want to tarnish that legacy either. In a way, he just had to establish Zhu Duan as a temporary leader for now and allow Chen Xiaowei to ascend into the 4th stage of the Astral Core realm and win via an election to become the new Bloodforge monarch. It will take some time, but it wasn't an issue with his resources, considering he wanted to live past the 2nd calamity and thrive. It was best to make plans that would exceed that deadline. For now, Zhu Duan and his relationship with Zhu Yifei would be enough for him to benefit from the Bloodforge continent's resources. The only frustrating thing was that he originally wanted to control the Bloodforge continent from the shadows to avoid conflict or it being targeted. Zhu Duan finally reacted and he felt like crying tears of joy. He had experienced a looming death grip on his life and willingly release it. Since Wai had invited him to his Sky Palace, the chances of him coming across tragedy were zero, as this concerned the public prestige of Wai's integrity and ability. In fact, he had a feeling that he would experience a massive boon because of this. He thanked the heavens for giving him such a gorgeous daughter. Then, he started to make arrangements. He only had 3 days. The next 3 days were filled with Chen Xiaowei receiving temporary power as interim Bloodforge monarch. No one dared to object for fear of antagonizing Wai. Since Chen Xiaowei was a native, someone born, bred, raised, and holding an official position within the country, they couldn't even if they wanted to. While some sniffed her out as Wai's connect with the Bloodforge continent, this didn't stop them from forming relations with her. If she was truly allied with Wai, then it was likely she had access to cultivation products that they could only dream about. In a thatched hut, there was a stone bed and a chair at its side. Wai sat in the chair and Zhu Yifei sat at the edge of the bed. Her hazel eyes and his silver eyes met in what seemed to be a deep exchange of stares. After a long moment. I am a virgin. Chapter 236, 234 A New Destiny. Chapter 236, 234 A New Destiny. Wai Wan's eyes stared unblinkingly at Zhu Yifei. Then, I know. Wai Wan rubbed his nose with laughter in his eyes after hearing her randomly spout this out. His celestial eyes could see her intact primal yin and hymen that contained the purest and freshest essence blood untethered to the rest of her body. It was this gate that acted as a way of marking a man forever. If broken, that man would be tainted by her aura for life. This was the case for all women. If it wasn't for Wai Wan's continuous changes of physical energies and essence, he would be drenched in quite a few essence blood of virgins. Now, he only had one person's aura on him. However, he understood her worries. Since Yuan Longqi and her had an unordinary relationship, perhaps Wai Wan would believe she had engaged in such acts and might be displeased, or she used a method to disguise her primal yin aura. The latter method was employed by Wu Baoshai to hide her lack of virginity that was taken by Long Chen. So the moment she awoke from her 3-day sleep and saw him, she immediately spat this out. Wai Wan wasn't a stickler to the belief that pure women made the best women. While he wasn't keen on accepting a wife or consort who've been with another man, simply because of the values, principles, and traditions instilled into him by his parents, he had no issues accepting a concubine or woman of that nature. Zhu Yifei clenched her dress with her delicate fingers, but her gaze never left Wai Wan. She felt nervous sitting before him. She didn't know exactly why, but she did. I would say that you don't have to be so nervous, but that'll probably make you more nervous. Wouldn't it? Wai Wan had a slight grin as he observed the gorgeous Zhu Yifei squirm slightly on the bed. She had abruptly blurted out that she was a virgin to him. And while that was hilarious, it highlighted her tense and taut thoughts. Zhu Yifei tried to calm down, taking short breaths, closing her eyes, and regaining her focus. When her eyes reopened and met Wai Wan, she immediately felt uncertain. She had always had an intuitive instinct towards people, capable of peering through their thoughts and intentions. It was a skill that helped her survive and navigate life thus far when coupled with intelligence and awareness. Yet, when she saw Wai Wan, it was like looking at an ever-changing cloud. You can never be truly sure what shape it's taking one moment or the next. Don't. Zhu Yifei found her own behavior odd and embarrassing. She normally wasn't the shy type. Others would often call her an astute and extremely intelligent woman, but she being rendered unable to properly speak was truly out of character. In the end, Wai Wan lightly chuckled and said, "We haven't really been introduced. I am Wai Wan." From the beginning, while Wai Wan had found her appearance astonishing to the extreme, they never really held a conversation or greeted each other. To him, she was a pawn piece on the chessboard that would vanish to further his position. Her level of importance had changed. She was no longer a pawn, but a spectator that might be able to start her own game. Zhu Yifei was taken aback for a moment. Her eyes scanned Wai Wan's face intently. After realizing he was being genuine, she sighed lightly and smiled. A large majority of her awkwardness seemingly dispelled for no reason. Zhu Yifei. It was such a basic level of introduction, but it spoke volumes. Wai Wan's grin turned into a slight smile. "I'll be returning to Myriad Monarch Sect today. Will you be coming with?" Yes. Zhu Yifei didn't skip a beat in her reply. However, a wave of excitement caused her heart to race uncontrollably. She had thought that Wai Wan would treat her like normal concubines or be unreasonably dominant, but he actually didn't possess an air of a high status before her. He even offered her a choice to come along. This meant she had freedom. In the cultivation world, kept women were often the position of concubines. They were often purely there for sensual pleasure and dual cultivation. They would be bound to certain areas, restricted in their movements, and tamed by men. It was a horrific fate depending on how you viewed the importance of freedom and individualism. In short, they would soon be relegated to just another one of numerous others in their crafted harem. Just from the introduction and the choice she was given, she understood that Wai Wan didn't have such a habit or desire. He saw her as a woman that served a greater purpose than a trophy of dominance to display power, wealth, or indulge in comfort when bored or stressed. If he was treating her differently now, then her chances of changing her position of a concubine to something higher was increased for the future. Perhaps it was this possibility of her reality that caused her unease and nerves to become taut and tense. Thinking of it, it truly was this possibility, and it stemmed from Wine's potential. Most talented geniuses and exceptional cultivators were at the forefront of their own life and story. For men and women, their partners were often secondary and nearly like a ghost, their importance and existence being drowned out by other events or those who similarly made the same decision as them. For example, Yuan Lanshi. The entire world viewed her as a woman that reached her current place and status purely because of him. Whenever she was mentioned, the name Yuan Lanshi and demonic dragon was too far behind. Her own future was dependent on him. But for the king of Everlore, the renowned alchemist in legend, he wasn't simply at the forefront of his story, he ushered the stories of others even beyond his time. He was an exquisite writer that illustrated destiny with his choices. If Wine was merely a talented alchemist, his potential would be relegated to a position similar to the king of Everlore. But he was a cultivator of outstanding talent and combat strength too. She didn't know if this would affect her chances or cause Wine to treat her like an object to bring around for his own pleasure as he carved out his legacy. Especially not if it was for his own selfish desire to impose his wants onto her and vent his sexual desires because she was beautiful. She didn't want that. Wine nodded his head. Yuan Lanshi was killed by me 3 days ago. You've probably already noticed. But I've refined your yin dragon soul and implanted his yang dragon soul into your heart. If you so desire, he'll provide you with the products to restart your cultivation. She was immediately throttled into shock. Yuan Lanshi is dead while Wine had said he would claim his life. He didn't believe Yuan Lanshi would actually die. His displayed strength and cultivation was peerless. And he was only 35 years old. She could only sigh. Life was simply as such. And she let go. While others might consider this as heartless, she understood her own destiny if she was with Yuan Lanshi. Now that he was dead, she didn't have to worry about revenge or him trying to impose his selfish will onto her. The way he intervened at the ceremony was very telling. He seemed ready to commit murder without even asking her side. This was because he wanted to be the hero in his story. Thank you. What she was thankful for. Whether it was for refining the dragon souls, removing Yuan Lanshi from her life, or the offer to support her in any recultivation efforts. Even she didn't really know. The only thing she did know was that her future would be decided by her own choices from here on out. Whether those choices are the correct ones and lead her to the destiny she wanted, that was entirely dependent on her. After discussing a little more about the plans after arriving at the Myriad Monarch sect, the two were alerted by the arrival of Xiao Bai, who landed beside the hut with a prideful neigh. Wine opened the stone door and said, "It's time to go." Chapter 237-235 An Attempt. Chapter 237-235 An Attempt. Soaring through the skies of the Bloodforge continent was a black and white striped horse with majestic wings. Xiao Bai's presence startled those who caught a glimpse of it, and the recent circulation of news regarding Wine's arrival was the first thing that popped into their minds. Zhu Yifei and Wine sat on Xiao Bai's broad back directly beside each other. With merely a little distance between them, they were idling chatting about various matters and learning a tad bit more about each other. For example, Zhu Yifei learned that Wine had originally come to the Bloodforge continent to recruit members for his developing faction. And Wine learned about Zhu Yifei's favorite color, food, things she liked to wear, etc. He was quite thorough with his questions, fully wanting to know her particular interests and life. She was intelligent and honest, and even a little shy with her answers. But as she talked more and more with Wine, that thin veil of unfamiliarity between them started to slowly grow thinner. This was especially so at his witty comments and jokes. It wasn't long before she was covering her mouth to prevent her teeth from showing as she smiled. Her idea of Wine had entirely changed. She had thought he was a reclusive eccentric with an explosive and ruthless personality. This was how he had been portrayed by the public. From entering into the sect, to brutally murdering a fellow disciple for injuring his horse, to eradicating a faction for minorly offending him, and causing the downfall of an entire clan. Mind you, that clan's strength exceeded the entire Bloodforge continent and was well established with various elite geniuses. They were mostly captured, hunted, and killed by various individuals. While they didn't talk about wealth, she was excited when he mentioned taking her to a famous emporium for shopping. It was generally an unfair and not fully true stereotype that women loved buying pretty objects and things, even collecting them. She was one of these women. She loved jewelry, dresses, and art, especially collecting them from elite and famous architects and forgers. Before long, they arrived at the Bloodforge astral tower that held the void gate to the continent. It hung elegantly in the skies and emitting faint light that signaled to the world of its presence. It was also the residence of Kai Lang, the Continental Guardian. When Zhu Yifei arrived, she was shocked to see a familiar face. At a platform leading into the tower were 4 figures, 3 of which she knew: Zhu Duan, her father; Zhu Yu, her brother; Shang Han, the old man that protected her since young; Kai Lang, the Continental Guardian. Standing at the forefront of the platform was the 3, and Kai Lang was closer to the entrance. His expression was relatively indifferent and unconcerned. When Zhu Yifei saw Shang Han, she was somewhat surprised. Shang Han had once made a promise to her mother to protect her until a certain point. He had done this and allowed her to grow away from the struggles of the political world. But after that certain point, he had left her alone. It was only after her meeting with Yuan Longqi and various events that he had returned and publicly protected her. While she owed him, she knew that he was an opportunistic old man that cared about his face more than the lives of others. It was the only reason he kept his promise and even publicly protected her after Yuan Longqi slowly rose to prominence. As for Zhu Yu, this brother of hers was Zhu Duan's favorite, being spoiled and rotten inside. Their arrival caused the 3 to turn their gazes and reveal bright eyes. Each one of their eyes was glowing with expectation, especially Zhu Yu. He had never thought he would get the opportunity to visit the Myriad Monarch sect. One had to know that within the Myriad Monarch astral territory, it was the only force that accepted astral core realm experts as full-fledged members. And those below were insignificant, considering astral core realm experts occupied a number of 5 million in the starfield amongst tens of trillions of cultivators. One could tell how prestigious and impressive this sect was. It was truly worth its reputation as a hegemon of this starfield. However, even entering was difficult. He had attempted to pass the examination process, but couldn't earn anything more than a null disciple emblem. Xiao Bai landed, causing the 3 to step back in awe. Xiao Bai was a genuine Sky Thunder Pegasus, and it was why Wine's mounted strength was likely equal to Zhu Duan, and its flight speed could exceed 1,000 of him combined. A heart-palpitating feeling suffused the air. Zhu Yifei's expression was calm with a hint of indifference. She had barely any good feelings towards this father of hers. After all, her life hadn't been easy despite being his daughter. If it wasn't for their blood relation, she would entirely ignore him. As for this Zhu Yu, her half-brother, she was entirely apathetic to him. Her gaze even held a faint disgust. She knew of his lustful thoughts towards her. If it wasn't for Yuan Longqi and Shang Han's protection, he might have done unsavory things to her. She had half a mind to ask why Wine to send them packing, but she didn't feel she had such persuasion power yet. This was especially so since they hadn't become intimate. Wine grabbed Zhu Yifei's hand and jumped off. A crisp and gentle wind surrounded them as they softly landed, with a calm and relaxed stride, and with Xiao Bai following them. Wine walked towards the entrance. He directly swept a glance over each of these 3 individuals and walked directly past them with Zhu Yifei in tow. Their tongues tied, they could only haphazardly offer their respectful greetings, to which Wine didn't reply. Instead, he walked to Kai Lang. All preparations ready. Kai Lang nodded. Then, he walked towards the Bloodforge astral tower and entered. Wine followed, his silver eyes peering into the entrance with a calm gaze. A flicker of mysterious light entered his eyes, before disappearing. The other three followed with various expressions. But they didn't dare slight Wai Wayan. Today, Wai Wayan would take the Void Gate back to the Myriad Monarch sect. As for Su Mei and Zue, they had left to investigate the matter of the ancient Void Gates a month or so ago. He was intent on finding out their origins and what they might lead to. Just as they walked inside, Zhu Yaifai's soft body lightly trembled. Her yin dragon soul was suffusing a brief light. It was like a primal instinct that creatures had, sensing dangers hidden away. Wai Wayan felt this tremble yet didn't say anything as they entered the astral tower. Abruptly, without any prior indication, an explosion erupted that shook the world. The entire Bloodforge astral tower was engulfed in a fiery blaze of destruction and burning energies. From below, countless looked into the sky to see what seemed to be the fourth sun just below the sky layer. It was beautiful and gorgeous, spanning tens of kilometers. Then, the shockwaves hit and those below and afar felt it, like a malevolent gust of raging wind and fiery storm. They were impacted. There were those below who were incinerated instantly by the heat emissions from the explosion, and those a little further away were instantly shaken to death by this shockwave. Those too weak had their entire body blown apart into bloody mist, and the affected area covered a tenth of the Zhu continent. Far, far away, a hooded figure lifted its hood and gazed at the explosion that engulfed the entire astral tower. From within its gaze, a flash of pride could be seen. After a while, the figure turned around and then came to an abrupt halt as a figure stood directly behind them. Uncertainty and confusion flashed before shock and disbelief entered its eyes. Without hesitation, it turned around and soared through the skies in an attempt to flee. Chapter 238 Temporary Hiatus Sec A 2120. Chapter 238 Temporary Hiatus Sec A 2120. I made this an auxiliary chapter, but there's no announcements for auxiliary chapters it seems. I don't want the majority to be in the dark, but I also don't want to waste your coins for announcements. Unfortunately, I don't have any proper announcement giving tool for this. So here it is. This sucks. It really, really sucks. But it seems, for those who know, my refreshed feeling was temporary and a looming premonition to an upcoming calamity. In my body. Anyways, I've gotten sick. Is it the COVID-19 or not? I'm unsure. I'll keep you guys updated. But without going into too much yucky detail, fever and consistent bathroom visits. It's really screwing with my ability to write, think, sleep, and generally function, so I'm going to take a short break from writing and uploading until I'm well, healthy, and safe. I likely won't be writing for however long this lasts. And I hope it's short and just the rare August flu, so there won't be any makeup chapters or anything, just a regular and thorough break. No need to feel panic though. I have an unusually strong body and mind, so I'll ride this out. LT3. Wish me the best. BTW word count requirements can go straight to lorem ipsum dollar sit amit. Consecteter adipissing elite. Sed du iasmod temper insididunt ut labor et dolor magna aliqua. Udinim adminim venium. Quis nostrat exercitation alanco laboris nisi ut aliquipex e commodo consequat. Duis aut urier dollar in reprehenderit in voluptate velit s silum dolor eu fugit nulla periator. Exceptur sint aki ket cupidatit non proident. Suntin culpa qui officia deserant mallet anim id est laborum. Needed a few more words. No need for another block of text. Will likely delete later. Chapter 239-236 An Unexpected Culprit. Chapter 239-236 An Unexpected Culprit. Whoosh! It was at the very moment the robed figure fled with haste that the shockwave from the explosion had arrived, causing dirt storms and forceful winds to be generated. Surrounding the robed figure's body was a layer of astral force that propelled its body with extreme speed. The figure that had arrived had a set of calm silver eyes. From his lips was a wisp of discontent and dissatisfaction. Wai Wayan clicked his tongue as he felt the shockwave. So many people died. How did I miss this while the robed figure seemingly blazed across the skies? Wai Wayan remained silent as the emotions in his heart were somewhat seething in frustration. He had expected an assassination attempt, But he hadn't calculated such an explosion at the Bloodforge Astral Tower. The planning, access, timing, cultivation base, and resources required to pull that off without anyone noticing needed to be impeccable, impressive, and intelligently conceived. In the end, he could only lament at the resulting destruction and sigh within his heart. The only fortunate matter was that Zhu Yifei, Xiao Bai, and the others were safe. If he wasn't there, it was highly unlikely they wouldn't have survived such an explosion. At the moment, they were beyond the dark void with Xiao Bai. They couldn't survive for long, but Xiao Bai could live in that hazardous environment, and his bloodline powers can offer protection to others. He closed his eyes for a moment. At this point, the robed figure had already traveled 100 kilometers away with startling speed. While its cultivation base resonated with the qualities of a sky ruler, their strength was definitely comparable to a soul idol phase expert. This displayed her exceptional foundation in their cultivation. The robed figure's head turned briefly, confused by Wai Wan's inaction. But it was at this very moment that Wai Wan's eyes opened. When it saw Wai Wan, the world changed in its eyes. Celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, eye of illusion. The figure felt its entire world sloppily plunge downwards and fade away into utter blackness, before a sublime white world encompassed its vision and senses. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, the world started to crack like fractured glasses as countless chaotic lines crept into it. Instantly, it collapsed and the world had regained its clarity. However, when it did, the figure was aghast to realize a pair of silver eyes were staring at it with a hint of confusion. You broke my eye of illusion. Wai Wan was completely startled by this event, but not enough to delay his not actions. Before the figure could muster a fight, Wai Wan pressed his hand forward, causing a vast, endless, and world-collapsing elemental earthen force to gush outwards. A dark brown palm, no larger than his own, was manifested to crush towards the robed figure's back. The robed figure fell as if a mountain had pressed against their body, and they smashed heavily against the ground, causing tremors to echo out and producing brief earthquakes throughout the continent. A gasp of pain, horror, and rage screeched out. A woman Wai Wan's eyes brightened as he descended. The palm created from his elemental earthen force was relentless, suppressing not just the culprit's body but their astral soul as well. When he arrived, he saw traces of platinum blonde hair escaping from the figure's hood. The wail she released seemed like it lacked air, but it still contained her raw power, causing rippling waves. These ripples were quite peculiar, as if they were calling for something. Wai Wan didn't stand on courtesy. He removed the hood and got a look at the figure's identity. He was taken aback for a moment, his eyes flashing with more confusion, and then his eyes became serious. His original intentions to interrogate, torture, and kill this person had been set aside. He felt a cold, chilling ice sweep his body. He shook his head after feeling this. If you hadn't activated the bombs remotely and instead set it to proximity, I'd never be able to trace it back to you. While he said those words, and it caused the woman to still for a moment, she only bared her teeth and continued to struggle. She clearly wanted to speak, but the suppression of that single palm manifestation sealed her voice. Wai Wan bent down and saw her in with even greater clarity than before. She was a gorgeous creature. Her face, body, and lips were slender with a sharp chin, pale skin, bright eyes, and pointed ears. She was an elf, and a pureblood one as well, without a hint of demonic or human influence. From within her eyes, a light of innate superiority flowed like cascading waves. This was quite a rare existence. Even King Kimu wasn't a pure-blooded elf. Her platinum blonde hair was quite telling, causing Wai Wan's head to hurt slightly as he lightly rubbed his temples. He recognized her appearance and origins almost immediately. Since arriving, he made sure to brush up on those of exceptional status and standing. She was one of them. I thought it would be the Alchemist Association, but to think it's a force I've never had any contact with. How strange. His confusion continued to expand and he sighed further. He lifted his eyes and inspected the presence that had been called upon by this woman and was currently observing him. This observation was from a faraway area of the Tri-Vision starfield, but it still pierced through the void. There weren't any cultivators that could have such far-reaching abilities if he believed Wu Yu's explanation of cultivation, so it was likely a secret art that involved spatial energies and a tool that amplified or connected spiritual sense. To have such means, it could really only be a single individual. This eye that was observing him wasn't on him, but the figure below him. He soon realized that this pervasive sense wasn't directed towards him, but the woman before him. It was due to their proximity that he felt it. If he decided to kill this woman at this moment, it was very likely that war might spring up in the next couple of days and arrive at his doorstep. This war might be the ignition to a Starfield war, encompassing all the powers due to the complex relationships amongst them and their bottom lines. This was because this gorgeous elf that possessed the blood of hundreds of thousands of individuals on her hands in the last minute was someone of high status. A status so extraordinary that it was quite shocking she was even here. She was a member of the Sacred Light Palace, to be specific. The daughter of the Sacred Light Palace Master. The Sacred Light Palace was one of the 5 hegemons of the Starfield, and it was founded by someone of equivalent reputation and cultivation as the Grand Monarch Wu Yu of yesteryear. The Sacred Elven Queen. She had been a progenitor of many exquisite techniques such as the Haven Heart Kai method and the Sacred Yin Blessed Cultivation method. According to the records, she had forged 3 natal souls and combined them into a single, grander whole when assailing the astral core realm. Her abilities, means, and intelligence were world-shaking, a true trailblazer that left legacies for countless others. In fact, she was the highest-ranked architect known in all eras. Her reputation not lacking in accolades when compared to the King of Everlore. In fact, she had designed the basis of all the grand planetary arrays used by the 5 hegemons today. Her footprint was impossible to erase. Having never engaged with the Sacred Light Palace before, he hadn't even conceived that they would act against him. Considering he's barely been 5 years in this environment, it truly boggled his mind as he thought about it. But now it made sense. Quite a lot of the formations, arrays, and protective means were derived from the Sacred Elven Queen's legacy, and the core of which was located in the Sacred Light Palace. If there was anyone who could infiltrate and plant things, avoiding all whilst doing so, then it could only be them. However, the question remained why. He lifted his palm. As he did, a wave of spiritual sense filled with warning intent swept him. It was quite weak due to the vast distance, but the meaning was clear. If he decided to harm this elf, this illustrious and powerful palace master would use all their means to have him join her in the afterlife. While it frustrated him, he didn't want to be someone's pawn. If killing her was an intended move on someone else's plans to disrupt his status, position, or threaten his life, he surely didn't wish to fall into that trap. He didn't bother interrogating her nicely or with vicious means. Lightly, he directly touched her glabella with his right index finger. With her cultivation base suppressed, she couldn't resist as Wine's alchemic Eden force infiltrated and read her recent memories. He didn't go too in-depth to avoid potential lasting damage. Just enough to gather information sufficient to understand the situation. In moments, he sifted through and discovered her secrets. So it was like this. A deep, nearly vertical set or eyebrows revealed his thoughts. The woman's name was Jiang Lanlin, and she belonged to the main lineage that was directly derived from the Sacred Elven Queen. She is also the eldest daughter of the Sacred Light Palace's palace master, Jiang Feilan. Her reasoning for arriving here was simple: to kill Wine. Why? A member of the Alchemist Association was responsible. Indirectly, in fact. This was purely taken by Jiang Lanlin's own initiative, using the resources of her own sect, and a spur-of-the-moment decision, and it was all because of a close friend of hers, the one referred to as the Princess of Everlore. Wine felt rather helpless as he ruminated on these memories. Even his original assumption wasn't accurate. She wasn't the powder keg meant to instigate a war in an attempt to destroy the Myriad Monarch sect or him. A tool that would be sacrificed after he killed her, or she was killed in retaliation by the Myriad Monarch sect after killing or harming him. This arrogant, cold, decisively murderous, and uncaring of the common people woman had acted out of pure selfish desire. Because he, the Prince of Everlore, in her eyes was a love rival. and the target of this love rivalry, the Princess of Everlore herself. Chapter 240-237 Outlook. Chapter 240-237 Outlook. Preposterous, he spat. Jiang Lanlin selfishly and one-sided considered him as a love rival to someone he never met, took the initiative to kill him, and did not care about the resulting fallout. This was the very definition of spoiled rotten. He had half a mind to slay her right now. If it wasn't for her mother, she'd have long since been relegated to a corpse or a slave in his opinion. In her memories, he learned that the Princess of Everlore admired him, and Jiang Lanlin felt threatened as a result. Whether this admiration could lead to feelings or other emotions was unknown, but her mind was already settled on avoiding any possibility of it happening. He pressed his finger against her glabella. A pulsing wave of spiritual force surged and her eyes glazed over before slowly closing. After rendering her unconscious, Wine lifted her up by the waist. This matter should be handled by the Myriad Monarchs Act. While he indeed had the qualifications, influence, and personal power to handle this situation, since it involved the status of the sect and another hegemonic power, it would be best he didn't act carelessly or without much thought of the consequences. He wasn't a saint. He didn't feel a welling desire to exact justice on behalf of those who lost their lives. It was an unfortunate, heartbreaking event, but killing this woman would do little to alleviate the situation or the pain of those who were severely injured, killed, or lost loved ones from her actions. It'll only be the ignition for the call to war, and even the remaining people's lives would be at risk. It's shocking how it's the Alchemist Association's fault yet also not. Wine was starting to realize that his overly excessive planning was becoming a massive waste of energy and time. He had devised numerous stratagems and contingencies to contend and dominate Yuan Longxi, but had dealt with him in the most direct manner possible. He had created various safeguards against the Alchemist Association, but he never accounted for them to take such a violent, aggressive, uncaring, and destructive action, or that it would include the Sacred Light Palace. The unexpected was both simple and devastating. All his planning went down the toilet with no returns. Unbeknownst to Wine, the Alchemist Association was indeed making their move. However, just as he thought, their way of handling things wouldn't include such violent and concealed means. Despite their looming presence, they hadn't acted against him in the shadows yet. With a last sweep of the devastated surroundings, he decided to invest more in the continent. While the loss of life, the grief, confusion, and frustration that will be birthed due to this event couldn't be easily remedied or eliminated, he could invest to help make repairs and provide resources for those to withstand the resulting fallout. While he wasn't a saint, he also wasn't someone that would completely detach himself from responsibility. The continent's and its citizens' current state was partially due to him. Furthermore, he could expand Ying's objective to help others. If he did everything in Ying's name, he could eliminate two matters in his heart with relative ease. 3 days later, Wine and Zhu Yifei were sitting on a boulder, gazing emotionally at the scenery of the Zhu country's citizens trying to repair the damage dealt to their homeland. The efforts of these people were quite an admirable sight, regardless of how cruel the cultivation world revealed itself to be. In moments of tragedy like this, lifeforms with intelligence always found ways to band together in a united objective. Zhu Yifei's eyes were staring into the distance with a wisp of quivering emotions. While she may come off as indifferent sometimes, she actually cared deeply about her birthplace and the people in it. There were innocent children and infants, old elders reminiscing, and young men and women enjoying life. She, as a princess, was more exposed to the struggles of daily life for commoners than most. It was often said that those born from up high cannot understand those below, but wasn't it those above that had the best view of those below? She knew what she had and what they lacked. To think there are those willing to treat innocent lives like grass, eliminating others without a conscience for their own objectives. It's truly vile and evil. Her voice was rather low as she commented. Wine didn't hold back on informing her of the details. The daughter of the Sacred Light Palace's palace master had plotted to take his life because of her jealousy and self-believed rivalry. This resulted in hundreds of thousands dead and countless more injured. It was quite pathetic to Zhu Yifei, and unbefitting of Jiang Lanlin's status and worth. Wai Wine sighed as he shook his head. We don't know her innermost feelings or thoughts. We only know her purpose and reasoning. Furthermore, I don't find it evil. I don't find it vile. Su Yifei went silent. If the people that died and suffered weren't those you had a connection with, maybe your thoughts would be different. Wai Wine said. Su Yifei bit her lower lip, a hint of frustration radiating from her hazel eyes. She knew in her heart that Wai Wine was right, but having it dragged out in front of her made her unwilling to face the truth of her hypocrisy. Her words were said due to her emotion she felt, but that wasn't an excuse. She could only begrudgingly sigh. Yuan Lanshi killed numerous individuals without much thought, and I supported it, while it might not be at the same scale. A life is a life. You're right. There wasn't a single cultivator of any renown who didn't have blood on their hands. While the scale may be different, the cultivation world faintly followed the laws of the jungle where the strong dominated and weak were eaten. Wai Wine looked towards her and took her soft hand into his own. An open-minded woman was the best type of woman in his opinion. That day, I was planning on killing you and everyone unrelated to me at that ceremony for my own goals. Not once did it ever cross my mind the damage it'll leave behind to their families, friends, or the world they lived in, simply because it's not my world. This perspective of mine won't change. It's the cruelty of the cultivation world, and we cultivate for the sake of a long life, unquestionable power, and the ability to impose our wills on others and relish in our innermost desires. I don't blame her. Wai Wine explained his thoughts. Zhu Yifei felt Wai Wine's warmth of his hand touching hers, and her heart raced slightly. When he spoke those words, she felt her mind shake. Indeed, it might sound cruel, uncaring, and cold, but it was the truth. She should at least die. Zhu Yifei understood, but she still wanted justice to be enacted, because those were her people, and they were in her world. She could accept that her actions weren't wrong objectively, but personally, she wanted nothing more than to ravage with heartrending torture. If you or I can become strong enough to act without fear of consequence or retaliation, then she will, just not today. Wai Wine comforted. Jiang Lanlin had backing, and while it wasn't the most concrete way to preserve your life, it forced others to consider. When he tried to kill Long Chen in the Myriad Yor continent, Zhengling had interfered at the crucial moment. At that moment, he had to consider whether taking further action would result in his mutual demise, and if he valued Long Chen's life with the same importance as his own. This didn't factor whether he could kill or not, simply whether he was willing to risk it. The same applied even now with Wu Yu and now for Jiang Lanlin. If she didn't have an exceptional mother, would he not have tortured and killed her out of revenge by now? However, if he did act, would that not ignite a war? Would that not evoke a calamity upon his head? Was he passive? Was he a coward? Others might think so, but he considered himself intelligent and far-seeing. Acting without a modicum of certainty in his own self-preservation was a fool's gamble and often led to a foolish fate. The cultivation world was about becoming stronger, so as long as his bottom line wasn't touched, he could patiently wait. Zhu Yifei's eyes brightened. If one day she could possess power to ignore all backings and slaughter whoever she wanted, whenever she wanted, wouldn't she be the ruler of this world? The very thought caused her heart to beat with anticipation. Their conversation continued for a bit before Wai Wine received a transmission. It was from the Myriad Monarch sect. The Bloodforge Astral Tower was the only void gate on the continent, so its destruction would prevent his return to the sect. He had sent a message regarding this issue and had just now received a response. According to it, the Myriad Monarch sect usually took a few decades to build a void gate, and traveling the dark void was a nigh impossible feat. Many of these void gates were constructed and placed during the era where cultivators of the Realm Lord, Time Lord, and Star Lord level were far more prevalent. These cultivators could freely travel the dark void's hazardous environment without much issue, while they could send others to the Bloodforge continent. Leaving was impossible for now. This weighed on his heart slightly, his plans deviating a little. He originally had over 30 years before the second calamity, but his actions of killing Yuan Lanshi, a blessed, had seemingly provoked an acceleration of that timeline. Now, He had 9 years left. His elation of this was dampened by his current status of being trapped on the Bloodforge continent. This might not affect him much. And with Su Mei and Zhu He out acting on his orders, many matters could be dealt with. He still disliked the feeling of being trapped. HMPH Kratos coldly harumphed, causing Wai Wine's heart to throb deeply. He nearly choked. If it wasn't for his familiarity to such an event, he might have embarrassed himself in front of Zhu Yifei. What now? Wai Wine sent a message to Kratos. It was obviously upset over something. I am the Tao of Void. There is nowhere I cannot exist. Nowhere I cannot go. And nothing that could restrain me, Kratos boldly and arrogantly announced. As a draconic void astral soul, it had the pride of a dragon and the breadth of thought as expansive as the endless void itself. It seemed Wai Wine's thoughts of feeling trapped had triggered it, considering it could break the restrictions of the heavenly Taos. There was some truth in its words. At least for now. Just saying this doesn't actually help the situation. Explain clearly. Wai Wine rolled his eyes. King and Kratos were definitely the most arrogant of the four, with the former being prideful and vicious while the latter was prideful and arrogant. He enjoyed Aura's playful enthusiasm and directness the most. The others tend to act mysterious and conceal their ignorance and vagueness. If you need a portal, just make one, Kratos shouted with vigor. For a moment, Wai Wine felt a buzz in his ears as if he was struck with an epiphany. Void Gate, Tao of Void, Draconic Void Astral Soul. His eyes brightened to inconceivable levels. Chapter 2:41-38 Infinite Void Wings. Chapter 2:41-38 Infinite Void Wings. There were times in life where the solution to one's most pressing conundrum was literally directly within one's grasp, and it could be missed entirely. It wasn't because the person was unintelligent or forgetful. Simply a link between the problem and the answer had never revealed itself within one's mind. Wai Wine had access to void astral force, void energies, and not once did he ever link it with void gates. This was because the concept of the Tao of Void was so broad and confusing that he simply never considered it. What was the Tao of Void? According to Kratos, at the moment of his transformation, the Tao of the Void related to space, time, astrological forces, and void energy. Space was divided into fixed, stable, chaotic disturbances within the dark void and its various forms, including atmospheric space. Time was divided into the past, present, future, isolated, and paradoxical temporal periods of existence. Supposedly, this was its description in the most simplest set of words that Kratos could relay. Even still, it was too broad and confusing. Wai Wine didn't even understand what Taos were, so being that the Tao of Void governs all these things easily induced endless uncertainty. It was so profound that he still hadn't understood a trace of its true powers or potential. Without any guidance from a true expert, he was a blank slate with merely his imagination and comprehension there to carry him. He barely understood the intricacies of space, so to ponder on the Tao of Void could be likened to skipping algebra and jumping straight to calculus. When he was asking Wu Yu a series of cultivations, particularly about the world in exchange for his return to Longchen, the Tao and Void was briefly discussed. However, even Wu Yu, an expert that transcended the astral core realm, wasn't certain of what it meant to be a Tao or the Void. He merely explained the dark void that was the endless, lethally hazardous, cold, and dark space that existed outside continents, planets, stars, and housed all things in the world. How would I go about it? He pondered for a moment before asking this question to Kratos. Kratos. Once again, it lacked any response. The vagueness to conceal its own ignorance was staggering. Wai Wine felt his body tip in disappointment. Is everything fine? Zhu Yifei was still beside Wai Wine, so she noticed all his minute changes in the light of his eyes, body language, and facial expressions. She didn't know what he was thinking about, but it was definitely wild from her perspective. That transmission he received must have been important. Wai Wine bitterly smiled, not at his reactions but at Kratos' uselessness. There were times they could eclipse all his common sense to do extraordinary feats. Then there were times where they deliberately acted mystifying with no concrete reason besides pride and belief. It was truly an applause-worthy level of inconsistency. Regardless of his thoughts, He didn't allow it to flow into an ill mood. He had always been one who loved to attempt new things. And blazing a path of discovery and insight was still things he enjoyed. The time he developed his avatar art was still fresh within his mind. Yes. Well, no. The sect said that creating a new void gate would take several decades. There's also no means of transportation to return. If all remains the same, we would be stuck within the Bloodforge continent until then. Wai Wine explained. Zhu Yaifai's eyes lit up. No other way. Wai Wine shook his head. He knew that void gates were difficult to move when established. They were transfixed into set spaces and designed specifically for that location. If not for this, he would love to move an already established void gate from another location to here. As for using the ancient void gate, it used a different key and not void disks. If all else fails, he could enter the ancient void gate and explore it. The only issue was the uncertainty on the other side. If it was filled with prejudiced and exceptional cultivators, wouldn't his life be forfeit? A wisp of unwillingness to take this line emerged in his heart. For a moment, he glanced at his inheritor of sin tattoo. He had over 1,000 karmic luck value. Can't the heavens help him out? After several seconds and no response, he shook his head once more and realized he had to rely on himself. Zhu Yaifai felt conflicted, but in the depths of her heart, she had elation throughout. In her heart, this was a crucial period to settle her importance and herself into Wai Wine's heart, perhaps changing her current standing of concubine to something else. How could being stuck on a continent be a detriment to her? The hand which gripped Wai Wine's hand grew tighter. Various thoughts circulating. Unfortunately for her, Wai Wine had other plans. He'll be testing something. And if it works, we might be able to leave before then. Until I finish, you should decide how you want to handle your cultivation. The yin and yang dragon souls are residing in your sea of consciousness and heart respectively. So if you change your cultivation base a little, you could take the path of a draconic soul. Wai Wine had already offered her tools and means to restart her cultivation. Considering she was still in the Kai condensation realm, it was relatively easier than Zhu Hei's situation. A complete revamping of her identity of a cultivator was likely. Zhu Yaifai stilled. That's right. She had nearly forgotten about her future. And while Wai Wine's plan might pan out, her purpose was to not be incidental in her own life, playing an auxiliary role to another. Her desire was to become a leader. But when she thought about Wai Wine's talent and current strength, she couldn't help but feel uncertain. Would she continue to fall down the same pattern of being the reliable and intelligent woman behind the man? If so, she felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Fortunately, Wai Wine had patiently reminded her. He hadn't even allowed his lust for her to overtake her own wants. It was unexpectedly considerate considering how she saw within the depths of his resplendent pupils the ardent and blazing desire to take her. If Yuan Longqi was in the same situation, she felt that he would lack the self-restraint, especially after she essentially accepted her position as a concubine. Women of this title were often used for simply one thing: sensual comfort. I'll restart my cultivation, she declared with pulsating determination in every syllable. This was a major decision, but it was the only one with the path of an expert. Wai Wine nodded. After settling Zhu Yaifai's cultivation, Wai Wine took Xiao Bai to the sky layer. Standing on his broad back, Wai Wine was fully draconified. His draconified state was gorgeous beyond words. With his thin layer of hexagonal-shaped silver scales that glimmered in the sun, his hands, feet, neck, torso, thighs, shoulders, and chin were covered in a perfectly symmetrical network of scales. On his face, thin, nearly indiscernible lines were beneath the skin. As he moved, the scales revealed exceptional flexibility, no less than legitimate skin, and it seemed as if he had taken the form of a humanoid-shaped scaled creature. However, from his sharp and vertical dragon pupils that effused boundless might and authority, one could tell of his particular lineage. At the moment, his every breath shook the void. Even Xiao Bai beneath his feet was trembling from the bloodline strength emanated from his presence. Xiao Bai seemed to want nothing more than to stay a certain distance away and shirk away from his obligations. Despite awakening his bloodline potential, he was innately fearful of Wai Wine. especially when he evoked his draconified state. Observing this intense reaction, Wine bitterly smiled as he said, "You can land," as if an order from heaven itself. Zio bade an honest thanks. It descended without hesitation. Afraid Wine might change his mind, Wine chuckled as he lingered within the sky layer alone, wrapped by elemental wind force. While he couldn't fly through the world naturally by manipulating its ambient mana, he could achieve levitation and sustained gliding through this method. It was enough to ensure he didn't descend. "This is the only state where I can access my bloodline powers," Wine remarked at this limitation. Only when he draconify, when his entire body is infused with draconic void energies in the most perfect manner, could he access his innate abilities originating from his bloodline. Bloodline infinite void wings. His draconic void bloodline was evoked, channeling directly into his blood force, eliciting an unfathomable change. In an eruption, 2 fleshy wings exploded out of his back and freely brandished itself within the vast, endless void of space. They were true dragon wings, and they had a magnificent wingspan of over 30 meters. He let loose a pent-up dragon roar within his throat, causing the void to tremble. Those 2 wings flapped lightly as traces of nascent blood from their first deployment was splashed away, revealing their silvery form and faint emission of light. As he stood above the clouds within the sky layer, gazing downwards, he felt like a ruler of the void. Immediately, his elemental wind astral force dispersed and his wings used its own power to allow flight. With each flap, the void would endlessly ripple in response. Chapter 242 239 Grand Imperial Sages. Chapter 242 239 Grand Imperial Sages. While an unprecedented feat was being accomplished in the Myriad Monarch sect, at the 8th level of the Extreme Monarch Mountain was a singular sky palace. In this sky palace, 5 figures of exceptional status and cultivation had gathered. They were the 5 Grand Imperial Sages. They stood in a perfect circle, their auras concealed and controlled. Shuo Bihen wore his dull gray robes, seeming like an ordinary old man with a lazy glint within his eyes. However, those familiar with him would understand from his expression that his mind was occupied with exceptional thoughts. As the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Creation Mountain, a revered cultivator at the 6th stage of the Astral Core realm, and Alchemic Emperor, he was definitely the most prominent member here. In terms of status, ability, and seniority, he reigned supreme over the others without exception. Despite that, his relative low-key involvement in the sect's affairs was well known. Unfortunately, his lazy days of lounging about had to be placed on pause. "Is it true?" a voice filled with power and dark violence rumbled. It originated from a 3-meter-tall giant. He had curved black spikes protruding from his elbows and knees. His eyes were simply filled with violet flames, and his bald head was particularly smooth. His violet-skinned figure had an endless presence with his dominating musculature, covered by impressive jet-black armor. This was Yao Zhen, the newest Grand Imperial Sage, and the reason for the Extreme Demon Mountain's existence. He was undoubtedly the youngest amongst the 5, an indicator of his outstanding talent and potential. On his expression was an imposing frown that seemed terrifying without a hint of anger. "It is," a feminine voice responded. It was harmonious like music, and it could cause the bones of men and women alike to turn soft. Despite its quality, it caused those of a strong will to immediately become vigilant as if facing a great enemy. A tall, slender female elf that stood at over 6 feet tall, dressed in pure white robes with 9-colored mist shrouding her face. Despite her concealment, not a single one of these elite figures called her on her actions. However, one could tell she was an exceptional beauty of the ages. Those experienced would notice the faint pure yin aura emitting from her body, an unintentional and uncontrollable side effect of primal yin nourished for hundreds of years untouched. This aura was capable of causing weak-willed men to fall prey to their basest desires. Fortunately, none of these figures today lacked a hint of will. Their paths were littered with corpses, schemes, and conquered trials. If they lacked will, reaching their heights would have been impossible. She was Kinrui, the grand imperial sage of the extreme origin mountain. Yao Shen coldly growled. The entire sky palace rumbled. Even the sky layer beneath them quivered. Another interjected at this moment. According to Heavenly King Y's report, the attempt failed and Kai Lang, the Continental Guardian, has apprehended Jiang Lanlan. The attack wasn't a deliberate act of war. This statement diffused some of the tension. But Yao Zhen's violet flame started burning even fiercer than before. One could tell that he cultivated a fierce ocular cultivation method. And his emotions were leaking through. They attacked a continent under our control, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands. This obviously violates the Tri-Peace Accords, Yao Zhen spoke. And while it was low, it was intense that wind seemed to be birthed within the room. The robes of everyone fluttered. The one who sighed was a valiant-looking middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and canine-type piercing eyes. He had a tail sporting from his back that seemed like an independent life form, and his ears were ears of a canine, an indicator of his beastman lineage. His aura effused a sharp aura, but this intent was twofold, as if one was boundlessly tyrannical and the other endlessly majestic. He was the one who tried to diffuse the tension. It's not that simple. Grand Sage Yao. The Tri-Peace Accords was established 200 years ago by the San clan, the current ruler of the Tri-Vision Starfield. It was settled after a devastating conflict had erupted, and the Sacred Light Palace, Demonic Abyss Mountain, and Elemental Heaven Pavilion clashed with the Myriad Monarch sect. This conflict was intense, and at the time, the Myriad Monarch sect was the strongest force. This war lasted for 30 years. And the Myriad Monarch sect had to reveal some devastating trump cards from the previous eras and unleashed hell. However, the losses sustained by the Myriad Monarch sect might have been lesser than the three other forces, but they sustained the most damage individually. The San clan intervened when the Myriad Monarch sect was about to release their strongest trump card and take down the other three forces with them in a final effort. If they hadn't, the entire Starfield might have been left in shambles. Not one of these hegemons were to be underestimated, especially the Myriad Monarch sect who ruled over the entire Starfield once before, a feat the other three forces hadn't accomplished. In an attempt to establish peace, the Tri-Peace Accords were deliberated, agreed upon, and signed. The San clan would act as mediators and deal punishments against those who broke the agreement. It was only this intervention that allowed a peaceful era to begin. Unfortunately, the Myriad Monarch sect's all-inclusive and authority-based system with clear rewards and punishments couldn't eclipse the nepotism and favored systems of the other forces. They produced numerous elites while they struggled to regain their footing after the war. This was the only reason the Myriad Monarch sect lacked. In fact, their system wasn't horrible in the cultivation world, and with sufficient time, they would certainly regain their previous strength and their peak status. It was because their strict system gave everyone with talent the ability to ascend new heights. In terms of the number of experts, those in the astral core realm in general, the Myriad Monarch sect was unmatched, exceeding all three sects combined. They merely lacked top-tier experts because they didn't devote all their resources to individuals who hadn't earned it or displayed their worth. The Tri-Peace Accords specifically forbids attacks on continental flat Earths by third-stage astral core and above cultivators. Jiang Lanlan is at the second stage. Technically, she didn't violate the accord. Jai Changkong, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme War Mountain stated. His sharp aura fluctuated and revealed his discontent with this loophole. Just like their own restrictions on the Bloodforge continent, the accord stated the same. This had to do with the difference in sheer power between second and third stage experts. Those at the latter could easily cause a collapse of a continent with a full force attack, killing the lives of all those on the continent and shattering its stability. Furthermore, if they wanted, their soul idol and spiritual spells could cover an entire continent, silently shattering the mind, body, and spirits of everyone on the continent in a flash. It was horrifically easy to do. Kai Lang, the Continental Guardian of the Bloodforge continent, and Zhang Ling, who acted as the Continental Guardian of the Myriad Yor continent, were both at this level and could cover the entire continent with their spiritual sense. In moments, They could inspect all activity without much issue. Jiang Feilan sent their ambassador with a statement. The one who spoke had a calm, drawn-out voice. She seemed old, and his scaly face and reptilian eyes revealed her beastman lineage. With the dark green turtle shell and hunched back, her eyes were calm and wise. She was the beastwoman of an ancient tortoise lineage. Despite that, her age paled when compared to Chuo Bihan. Her name was Zen. Her words caused all those present to turn their gazes over. Jiang Feilan was the palace master of the sacred light palace. It was an elven-dominated force, and the force established by the sacred elven queen after the king of Everlore era had reached a near end. Jiang Feilan was a figure with reputable strength and a splendid cultivation base. She was in the top 3 most likely to successfully ascend the 7th astral tribulation and become a realm lord. Of course, Yao Zhen, their newest and youngest grand imperial sage, was similarly within that list. Zhen waited for a brief moment and then continued. Jiang Feilan's official response is that her daughter's actions were those of an inexperienced youngster. It shouldn't be taken seriously. She will send an envoy to retrieve her and personally punish her for her actions. What Yao Zhen flared. Chai Chankong was too far behind. His aura was like a saber and sword as he expressed his discontent and shock. This was absolutely insulting. They expected at least an apology and words alluding to compensation. Not this garbage. She's lucky Heavenly King Why didn't execute her on the spot, Qin Rui said coldly. To think Jiang Feilan wanted to simply brush this event aside and claim her daughter with 0 losses. What did she take them as? If they think well, simply smile and move aside while they treat our citizens and continents like disposables that could be damaged and discarded at will. They underestimate us. War. Yao Zhen's fist clenched as he shouted. The violet flames in his eyes erupted wildly. War. Qin Rui echoed, while her voice was like music. The crescendo and tone at this moment were lethal. The myriad monarch sect wasn't a sect that allowed such actions without retaliation. Chai Chankong didn't respond, but his eyes and aura said it all. None of these figures were those nurtured with resources that they hadn't obtained themselves and fought for. They climbed mountains of corpses and made rivers of blood on their way to the top. They had innate pride and self-respect that couldn't be impugned on. We can't, Shuo Bihan plainly said. The raging auras of 3 grand imperial sages were daunting. But to Chuo Bihan, he didn't lose out despite not leaking a single trace of his aura. Why, Yao Zhen exclaimed. But his emotions had clearly receded a little. Before Chuo Bihan, he held the utmost respect for. Without this man's guidance and kindness while he was rising, allowing him to earn and receive 8th grade alchemical products, reaching his current heights at his age was highly unlikely. The tension lowered slightly. He's right. The tri-peace accords weren't broken. Jiang Feilan knows we can't take action unless we want to be attacked from every direction, including the San clan. While we might be able to ensure they suffer tremendous losses, the myriad monarch sect would definitely vanish from this world. Zen's words were spoken with a wisp of insight and wisdom. If it was 300 years ago when they stood at the peak, they could fight to the last and take everyone and everything with them. But now, while it was sad to admit, it was the truth. The room became quiet. We demand compensation, Chai Chankong stated. This was his bottom line. If they didn't agree, he steeled his heart to personally kill Jiang Lanlin at this very moment, traveling to the Bloodforge continent to do so. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Zhen and Qin Rui had similarly made this oath in their hearts. Of course, Shuo Bihan nodded. Zhen swept her gaze around and shook her head slightly. They were all prideful and unyielding individuals. In the end, this was the least they would accept. Shuo Bihan didn't continue on this subject. That little ass is stuck on the Bloodforge continent. These words caused everyone to frown. Wai Wine's 4 years in the myriad monarch continent was an absolute godsend. Others might not know this, but Wai Wine was providing a steady supply of astral dipper fountain pills. It wasn't just in the hundreds, but the tens of thousands. While it was merely a loadier 7th grade pill, it was immensely beneficial to Kai condensation realm experts at the infused spirituality phase. It allowed them to build up their mortal states, allowing the creation of more experts. With his current situation, that supply was severed. and due to constraints. This would likely last decades. Yao Zhen frowned. While the others might not know, he had specifically accepted an exchange. No, to be frank, it was a bribe. For 10 astral sea pills and demon sea pills. He turned the other cheek and allowed Yan to leave the Myriad Monarchs Act. This was supposed to be a private matter and his identity was meant to be concealed. No one was supposed to know he had left. Jai Changkong frowned. While the others might not know, he had specifically accepted an exchange. No, to be frank, it was a bribe. For 10 astral sea pills and blood star refinement pills. He looked the other way and allowed Yan to leave the Myriad Monarchs Act. This was supposed to be a private matter and his identity was meant to be concealed. Qin Rui frowned. While the others might not know, she had specifically accepted an exchange. No, to be frank, it was a bribe. For 10 astral sea pills and 9 element infusion pills. She closed her eyes and allowed Yan to leave the Myriad Monarchs Act. This was supposed to be a private matter and his identity was meant to be concealed. Zhen frowned. While the others might not know, she had specifically accepted an exchange. No, to be frank, it was a bribe. For 10 astral sea pills and aquatic blessing pills. She let him use the void gate and allowed Yan to leave the Myriad Monarch sect. This was supposed to be a private matter and his identity was meant to be concealed. Shuo Bihan saw the simultaneous changes in everyone's expressions. They were all given agreements to not permit Yan to leave without an escort. Yet, somehow, he escaped beneath their noses. He felt somewhat displeased at their negligence. Our number one priority is developing a replacement void gate to bring Heavenly King Y back, Zen added. Agreed. Jai Changkong, Qin Rui, and Yao Zhen echoed without hesitation. Shuo Bihan felt something wasn't right. Chapter 243-240 Identity Known. Chapter 243-240 Identity Known. In the end, Shuo Bihan hid his suspicions and didn't press. That little lass had the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity and had clearly bought half the sect somehow. Even under their watchful eyes. He still left without anyone noticing. Even Kai Lang had admitted that he was under orders to not report Yan's arrival by Yan. It was quite stupefyingly impressive how embedded Yan was in the sect in just 4 years. While his status of Heavenly King was bestowed to him, he truly gripped immense power and influence in the sect in such a short period of time. If Chuo Bihan knew that even the Grand Imperial sages had been corrupted, who knew whether he would laugh or cry to an early grave? They proceeded to return to the subject of Jiang Lanlin. They carefully decided on the compensation they would demand. If the demand was refused or not met, then Jiang Lanlin will stay within the sect until it is. If the Sacred Light Palace took action, she would be the first to be publicly executed as they declared war. Their bottom line was this. It couldn't be crossed. Yan hadn't left any instructions on how to handle this. This was a matter he didn't have the power, influence, or status to decide. As for wealth, he didn't particularly need this. While rare, high-level astrograde resources were desired, the Myriad Monarch sect had most, if not all, that he needed. It was best that he the task of negotiating for these wily old experts. Likely the Sacred Light Palace might lose more than resources, but territory as well. This was why he didn't give any advice or input. In his heart, he had already decided to seek his own vengeance on his own terms when he was strong enough personally. They handled it perfectly. After everything was settled, they moved on. It's rare for all of us to be gathered. Shall we talk about other matters? Qin Rui said. The eyebrows of everyone rose. It was indeed rare for all 5 to be gathered in the same mountain. Most of their communications were done via avatars, transmissions, or envoys. While this wasn't an issue in deciding things, it was best to handle and discuss important matters in person. There wouldn't be any miscommunication, lack of conveyed tone, or lag in their conversations. What do you have in mind? Jai Changkong's canine eyes swept Qin Rui's figure, arriving at her concealed face. Her yin aura was so tantalizing that, while he could control himself, his thoughts couldn't help but wonder. In the entire starfield, there were less than 30 figures at their level. Of those 30, Jai Changkong was the only female that still possessed her intact primal yin. It had been nourished for hundreds of years in rich energies and an exceptional bloodline. If Yi or Yao Zhen were capable of refining it via dual cultivation methods, assailing the 7th stage of the astral core realm in the next decade was possible. Unlike the other tribulations, the 7th, 8th, and 9th astral tribulations were purely destructive. They couldn't fail and survived. If you assailed the 7th phase, you must succeed or die. There was no other option. This was because it wouldn't cease until it was dealt with. That being said, the benefits received after conquering the tribulation were immense. The combat difference between the 6th and 7th phases was fundamentally unsurpassable without extreme methods. Armaments, or a godly foundation. About 99. 9 of all 6th phase experts couldn't last a single exchange against those at the 7th phase. It was a hellish gap, greater than between heaven and earth. Qin Rui felt Jai Changkong's gaze, but was unbothered. While her primal yin was useful to men, wasn't it useful to herself as long as her primal yin remained intact? She could draw unimaginable power from it. It was her best chance in overcoming the 7th astral tribulation. There was an incident with Long Chen and Prime Imperial Sage Huanfu Wengu. Her words caused silence to overtake the room. The eyes of everyone shifted to Chuo Bihan. Chuo Bihan's expression was indifferent as he shook his head. Huanfu Wengu was a Prime Imperial Sage and alchemic king of his extreme creation mountain. A short while ago, an incident happened with the Huangfu clan's younger generation and Long Chen. To most, Long Chen was a feeble figure that was struggling, but they had already understood some clues of his identity as he kept trudging his way up their rankings. Just recently, he gloriously ascended the astral core realm, and overcame it with a merged astral soul, just like the sacred elven queen once did. It had caused endless ripples and news to resound, and speculation of his potential after breaking a relatively unbroken limitation of cultivation since the sacred elven queen. After all, his imperial slaughter sword astral soul was terrifyingly strong. He revealed unprecedented battle prowess equating to the peak of the 2nd stage and dominated the Huanfu clan's disciples in consecutive battle. He easily started to be recognized. And for his efforts and combat prowess, he was given special exemption and became an earthly elite rank disciple. The resulting uproar was tremendous as his talents were slowly unearthed and revealed to the world. As for the clues, how could they be ignorant of the Imperial Heaven Kai method? It was a lost art that was said to have been discontinued, yet it revealed itself in Long Chen. This meant he was likely the next Grand Monarch. This was based on the foundational rules of the sect. However, their sect had always been fair and impartial. Even your backing outside of sect rules mattered little. Only those who earned or deserved their power were given it. And resources could only be earned, never given without reason. They kept true to their modus operandi. Despite that, they felt slightly uncomfortable in their hearts. This child had a knack for offending everyone and their mothers. In fact, Jai Changkong, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme War Mountain, the mountain that Long Chen was a part of, received a bold declaration by Long Chen. Qin Rui was a little frustrated. Originally, she didn't like Long Chen because of King Qimu. While King Qimu wasn't her direct descendant, she was an exceptional elf with boundless potential who was a part of her mountain. When she first learned of his actions and how he nearly got her killed, including their close relationship, her first instinct was to shut it down. This was before his ascent to the astral core realm and revealment of his status. She had silently interfered, but this led to nothing. King Qimu remained by Long Chen's side, and she felt unwilling to involve herself too much. Shuo Bihan's eyes narrowed. From his understanding, Wai Weian and Long Chen were at direct odds. When he was investigating him, he learned that Long Chen's personality was unyielding and willing to kill for the slightest grudge. He was quite petty, and according to his way of actions, including the incident with that girl named Na Zini, it was unlikely he'll calmly accept Wai Weian. He was conflicted. Even vague thoughts of killing Long Chen emerged in his heart. He even made a slight comment that led to Huanfu Wengu's conflict with Long Chen. In truth, he was responsible for it all. Fortunately, That went against his own heart, and he was certain that Wyan wouldn't want that. Unbeknownst to him, this was a silent struggle of the heavenly Taos and too blessed. If he had taken action, he would merely be stopped by Wu Yu and worsen his karmic ties with Long Chen. Regardless, Huanfu Wengu was his responsibility, but any attempt he made to lessen the conflict was disrupted and only exacerbated the issue. With Long Chen's identity revealed, he simply allowed Huanfu Wengu to do as he pleased, only explaining the vague consequences. After all, he couldn't reveal Long Chen's identity to others. I've done what I can. He'll have to handle everything on his own. If he's truly the fated successor, if he can't handle this much, then he'll be useless to the sect. Shuo Bihan indifferently said. Jai Changkong nodded, agreeing with Shuo Bihan. Qin Rui remained silent alongside Zen. As for Yao Zhen, he frowned. His thoughts towards Long Chen were slightly antagonistic. His son had a fascination with Long Tingyu and was pursuing her, while Long Chen and Long Tingyu were supposedly adopted siblings. He still felt uncertain in his heart. He couldn't shake this ominous feeling. But with Long Chen cultivating the imperial Heaven Kai method, he was the legacy inheritor of the Grand Monarch. We should speak about the gateway discovery found near the borders. The elemental heaven pavilion seemed to want to contest, Zen said, causing the expressions of Jai Changkong and Qin Rui to brighten. They seemed particularly interested in this matter. Just as Yao Zhen was about to speak his concerns in his heart regarding Long Chen, an odd sound echoed throughout the entire world. It was soft. So soft that it was nearly a whisper. But every last living existence on the planet simultaneously heard this sound. Hop. The 5 Grand Imperial Sages' expressions drastically changed as they vanished from where they stood. Chapter 2:44-2:41 Ungodly Thing. Chapter 2:44-2:41 Ungodly Thing. It was an unprecedentedly bizarre and unexpected sound. Yet when it resounded, there wasn't a single existence on the myriad monarch planet that hadn't heard it. It was as if there was a bubble filled with gushing air that had been poked and exploded. But it was so soft, so low, so all-present that it was difficult to make sense of it. However, to most, this sound was merely strange and had zero effect on their response. At most, they turned their heads in synchronized confusion. To those who could feel the sound, they reacted intensely and acted with the utmost solemnness. The 5 Grand Imperial Sages, Heavenly Commanders, Prime Imperial Sages, and Heavenly Kings on the planet were the only ones that felt it. Their astral souls rumbled as their innate spatial energies afforded to them by their cultivation base resonated. Numerous figures throughout the world turned their heads, opened their eyes, looked in a certain direction, and vanished. They left their secluded cultivation, concoction sessions, intimate moments, and idle meditation to flash through the void. They were like fleeting shadows as various movements arts enhanced by spatial energies were executed. These were all characters that were beyond the 4th stage of the astral core realm, the spatial resonance phase. In a total of 2 seconds, a single location within the myriad monarch sect was the gathering place of all these elite experts. This location was within the extreme monarch mountain, the myriad void gate stationed in the 1st level. This myriad void gate was Lai Ling, a peak mortal captain rank elder. And while she heard the sound, what started her was the numerous auras arriving above the void gate. Her heart raced as she left her office in a hurry, and she was accompanied by a sight that would normally be seen in crisis or worth gathering of the sect's most elite experts. Shuo Bihan levitated above the void gate alongside the other 4. They surrounded the void gate in a perfect pentagonal formation, their spiritual sense bearing down on the myriad gates. They all had dark expressions, with intense gazes. Away from them in a secondary layer were those at the 5th stage of the astral core realm, the light reflection stage. They acted as a secondary barrier almost instinctively. Since the true experts of the sect had arrived, they would only be able to serve as support. Those at the 4th stage acted as the 3rd layer. A mammoth 3-layered circle filled with experts was formed, their auras primed and ready. Bouquet was also there, his body wreathed in demonic wind force that manifested as a violet and verdant green cyclone. What's happening? He was startled to notice the formation they took based on who arrived first. And they all came here. From his perspective, he felt a boundless mystifying surge of spatial power in this area. He simply traced it and arrived here out of curiosity. After all, it was very rare. But the moment he arrived, the Grand Imperial Sages, Prime Imperial Sages, and Heavenly Commanders were already here. He could only distance himself as he realized this incident was beyond his scope. What possible matter could simultaneously attract every expert on the planet? His eyes honed onto the myriad void gate. Its arc structured and runes remained untouched and unchanged. It was as if nothing was happening outwardly. But he kept feeling as if there was a single point, infinitesimally small to the point of impossible to see, was currently located there. It was at the very center of the arc. This was what his body refined by spatial energies told him. You see it. Jai Changkong was the first to speak, breaking the silence. His words weren't towards anyone besides the other Grand Imperial Sages. So they all remained silent as they listened. Many of their hearts were wildly racing. What did they see? The other four remained silent. However, in each of their eyes, rays of light, either scintillating, dim, soft, or blazing, were being emitted without end. This was their spiritual arts being executed. Jai Changkong was similarly staring with eyes that unleashed sharp light. Zen said while hefting the turtle shell on her back with a shrug, "There's a spatial anomaly." Her voice was still drawn out and slow, but each syllable shook the hearts of everyone present. How could there be a spatial anomaly? One must know that the entire planet was wrapped around by a unique spatial array that prevented any unauthorized access to the myriad void gate. This wasn't an array designed and built from their generation, but during Grand Monarch Wu Yu's reign. It contained mysteries and profundities that exceeded the astral core realm. How could they not be startled? The level of graveness in everyone's eyes increased by several notches. A hint of fear, uncertainty, and vigilance entered their thoughts. Shuo Bihan narrowed his eyes dangerously. His old hands clenched slowly and vigorous astral force started to accumulate. The sheer power within these hands could cause the collapse of dozens of continental flat earths. The entire space started to ripple and tremble. "Wait," Zen called out. She realized Shuo Bihan's thoughts and hastily urged him to pause. Amongst the 5 Grand Imperial Sages here, Shuo Bihan was the one with the oldest age, sturdiest foundation, and robust energies. Not only was he the only human Grand Imperial Sage, but he was also the strongest human expert at his cultivation level in the entire starfield. Unlike most, he had the luxury of concocting alchemical products for himself. This disparity should not be underestimated. However, Shuo Bihan didn't. His eyes narrowed further and vast, boundless, insane levels of astral force started to bellow as space contorted from the deviating power of gravity. Sunlight twisted and turned, absorbed by his body, and space itself rippled. Yao Zhen, Jai Changkong, and Qin Rui paled instantly. What was he planning on doing? The other experts were immediately overwhelmed by the cascading display of power and the entire planet started to tremble. It took their all to stay in position. But many were forced back. They all gawked in horror. Was this the strength of a 6th phase expert? Zen shouted again. Bihan, stop! Her old heart was also shaken. But not because of Shuo Bihan, but because she knew why he was readying for a cataclysmic battle. Shuo Bihan's dull gray robes fluttered, and his entire body emitted boundless light like an immortal from myth. He seemed to have turned deaf. His eyes and aura were stable and determined. The only thing reflected in his senses and pupils was the myriad void gate. Zen realized Shuo Bihan won't listen, so her heart shivered. She was about to act. But abruptly and without warning, a voice echoed throughout the world. It carried the same qualities as that distinctive pop. But this was a voice. Why does this always happen to me? This voice snapped everyone's thoughts towards the myriad void gate. Shuo Bihan, the one seemingly ready to destroy the planet itself. Eyes widened in disbelief and shock. This was because that voice was distinctive and clear. His power deflated as he shot towards the myriad void gate. The other Grand Imperial Sages were shaken as well. They too recognized this voice. It was the voice that bribed them without a hint of shame. Why? Just as they were about to follow Shuo Bihan, within the center of the void gate, a black dot formed. This dot was mysterious, was the size of a marble, and it released no aura. It caused everyone, Shuobihan included, to halt their actions. They felt that this black dot was beyond strange. Before they could assess it, a groan of pain echoed as a gray object protruded out of the black dot. This gray object was smooth, and within it was countless ripples in every direction. It looked like. It's a fingertip. Yao Zhen immediately realized the shape of the object. In terms of the anatomy of humanoid creatures, this was the fingertip of an index finger. It lacked flesh, veins, arteries, or a hint of blood, and it was merely the bone portion. A fingertip. Then, the dot expanded. It became capable of fitting 2 fingers, and the fingertip plunged further outwards as it revealed itself up to the second joint. It moved, wiggling about as if trying to expand the black dot. What? 2, 3, 4, and a thumb. Soon, the black dot expanded enough for an entire gray-colored hand to reveal itself. This caused everyone's eyes to widen into full moons. A gray bone hand was piercing through the black dot and causing it to grow. Furthermore, this hand had a storage ring on its middle finger. Hurry the fuck up. The voice echoed once more before the black dot expanded in a flash and encompassed the entire myriad void gate. It became a perfectly spherical object that lingered slightly above the ground and seemed to contain black nothingness within. It reminded everyone of a void portal and its black void it creates. However, never had they seen a spherical portal. Usually, they were like mirror surfaces with the void gate's arc as the frame. Is it him? Chuo Bihan's expression turned completely odd and uncertain, but he couldn't reconcile with what he was seeing. Finally the voice echoed out for the last time, but the omnipresent-like quality had ceased. With its soft tone becoming clear and near, the hand left the black sphere, accompanied by a bony elbow, shoulder, chin, and head. It soon created a complete picture. A skeleton. This thundered in everyone's minds. Their eyes popped out of their eyes and they saw a sight. Seeing the absolutely disturbingly and nearly impossible sight before them. A naked skeleton. But it wasn't completely a skeleton. Its silver eyes were brilliantly resplendent, connected to a brain that seemed to be permeated by 7 color lights, and a central core that radiated an indistinct color. There were no eyelids or flesh around these eyes. Looking ghastly and horrific. At its chest was a beating gray heart several times larger than a normal human, seemingly covered in scales. Each beat of this heart was like a mythological roar of a legendary creature. While no sound was emitted, this was what their senses and minds perceived. At his dantian area, directly above his navel, was the only mass of flesh. Besides that, its legs, arms, neck, and head were entirely bone. No, actually, there was one other feature they forgot. There was another piece of flesh that hung from between the skeleton's legs, and it was pointed downwards, swaying with each movement. And its features, they were impressive, to say the least. However, there were strings that attached it with the heart and brain, with gray and 7-colored light surging through these strings. There was also distinct golden-colored energy just above it, clearly emitting a glow that permeated into the 2 dangling spherical objects below. When the skeleton moved, they all took a step back subconsciously. They were elite experts, but they weren't used to seeing such an odd corpse. Wait, was it a corpse? The skeleton paused. Its silver eyes swept the crowd unblinkingly, since it had no eyelids. The sweep was exceptionally terrifying and piercing. It turned its bony head around to look left and right as if to see everyone present. Then it turned to see its hand, body, and current situation. How the hell am I alive? Wine asked with uncertainty. His entire body was stripped of flesh, blood, leaving his brain, heart, and genitalia. By all means, he should be dead. However, just as he said this, he felt a jolt at his spine. His body neck twisted to his backside. Where are my wings? I feel them. But he was confused. From his memories, he had unleashed his infinite void wings. Then, he attempted to travel through the void by using void force to generate a void portal. But that's not what happened. No, that's exactly what happened. However, He was merely experimenting with the possibility and didn't expect a void portal to actually be created. Not only was it created, but he was also sucked into the void portal. At that moment, he felt as if he was split into a billion different pieces and experienced a billion different things. His mind was absolutely overloaded with information. He lost himself for a moment until Eden and Kratos acted. His infinite void wings unleashed his boundless power as they stabilized himself, and his mind became increasingly clear as the information was accepted and refined by Eden. When he regained himself, Kratos called him foolish and demanded he hurriedly determine a location. Realizing the danger, he tried to mentally fixate on his home in the Myriad Monarch sect, his first and only home within the Y clan's grounds where his mother, father, older brother, and himself lived. However, Kratos angrily shouted that he couldn't, and his infinite void wings started to unleash more power. Before he knew it, he was before a white dot and he tried to open it. During this time, it felt both like a century and a millisecond. It was beyond strange. In the end, he tried to pierce through it, but was accompanied by a startling amount of feedback. This feedback caused him to feel pain that nearly rivaled being burned alive, but paled in comparison to hearing the details about hell. It was so painful that he tried his hardest to exit from the white sphere. When he exited, he found himself surrounded by the Myriad Monarch sect experts. And he was a skeleton. So bothersome, this was the only location I could connect with. Kratos spoke with annoyance. Wine felt its discontent. Quickly, he understood. Since Wine's choice was invalid, it likely opened a spatial portal to the most recent fluctuation of the void. That was the Myriad Monarch sect's Myriad Void Gate on the first level. The location he set off to. Shuo Bihan's eyes stared for a second, noticing that monstrous thing dangling between its legs. His mind rumbled. All of you disperse, he gave a direct order. Instinctively, trained by the constant exposure to the power of authority, all those beneath the Grand Imperial Sage departed without hesitation. They traveled a distance away but remained vigilant. Shuo Bihan lifted his hand and erected a spiritual barrier to prevent senses from encroached. This even isolated the other Grand Imperial Sages. The others didn't question it. They merely stayed at the boundary of the barrier. The inside of it was misty and uncertain. Shuo Bihan approached, his eyes sweeping Wine's skeletal form up and down. Are you that little lass? If Wine had eyelids, they would be twitching. He realized Shuo Bihan had a habit of changing his reference often. He could distinctly recall being called little boy, and little fellow in the same exchange. Now it was little lass. Wine tried to speak, but his jaw opened and no sound was emitted. He was uncertain. Didn't he speak before? He could have sworn that he had spoken several sentences a few seconds before. In truth, if it wasn't for Wine's silver eyes and manhood, Shuo Bihan wouldn't have been able to determine his identity with certainty. The first was rare, but the second was indistinguishable. He had seen it fully via his spiritual sense when he broke open the sky layer for his crane. You're him. But how did Shuo Bihan was speaking when the black sphere started to visibly tremble. Zip. In a blink of an eye, it was like space was zipped up and the sphere vanished. When it did, Shuo Bihan's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Wine realized his flesh, blood, skin, and various energies had returned into his body. Well, he didn't have any clothes still, but he had returned to normal. He lacked his infinite void wings, but he could feel his bloodline source had thoroughly been exhausted, forcing a regression. As for why, he wasn't certain, but it could be. Lag. Shuo Bihan gave Wine an odd gaze. It caused Wine to feel uncomfortable. What? Wine asked. Elation suffused his heart. He truly thought he was dead, and likely became a ghost. Brat, are you into exhibitionism? Shuo Bihan asked honestly. Wine's expression darkened. Chapter 245-242 Gateways Realms. Chapter 245-242 Gateways Amp Realms. The incident stirred all the experts, which cascaded into alerting everyone else. Before long, everyone in the sect had realized that an event had occurred. Unfortunately, all details of this event were kept under complete suppression. But they knew that the sect had a rule of transparency. so the details would be revealed soon. Wai Wan was in the 8th level of the sky layer, in the same location that the 5 grand imperial sages had held their meeting. Now, they were gathered once more, but with a new addition: Wai Wan. He was fully clothed, adorning his heavenly king attire fitted to the extreme creation mountain's color black. Every last one of these experts stared at Wai Wan with an intentful gaze. Their minds were filled with questions. This was especially so for Jai Changkong, Yao Zhen, and Qin Rui. Their main question wasn't about Wai Wan, but to Chuo Bihan. He seemed ready to fight to the death. So what was he expecting? The usually old, auraless man that seemed lazy had revealed his superior cultivation strength. They were all curious about his actions. Wai Wan spoke first. I found an ancient void gate on the Bloodforge continent. I used my own methods to breach the void and connect with the myriad void gate. The skeleton was indeed me, but it was likely an illusion created by an odd interaction with my method and the void gate. I'm completely fine. The 4 grand imperial sages remained silent, but their spiritual senses and instincts were fiercely honed onto every syllable of Wai Wan. They could easily deduce if an individual was lying, and even Wai Wan couldn't avoid such abilities. Due to this, he didn't lie. Instead, he said only the truth. The Grand Imperial sages were smart and knew that while what he said was true, he omitted too many details. As such, they were filled with suspicion. Fortunately, they didn't have to pry. After all, Wai Wan was a member of their sect and was deeply invested within. Furthermore, he was a talent that rivaled the King of Everlore and had exceptional potential. They heard about his battle on the Bloodforge continent. He ascended the astral core realm and had strength that could rival the 3rd stage at the jump. This meant he likely had made countless preparations to reinforce his cultivation base the moment he ascended. They didn't doubt it. After all, Wai Wan had given them 10 astral sea pills and 10 other cultivation reinforcement pills. If he could give them peak tier 7th grade pills like that, then he must have a stock of his own. While it was somewhat unbelievable to possess such a fantastic cultivation base at the beginning, which one of them couldn't overcome a cultivation level without such top-tier resources? Suhei, for example, could fight those at the 3rd stage while at the 2nd stage. He comprehended 2 intents, battle and slaughter. But which one of them hadn't comprehended multiple intents? For example, Jai Changkong was renowned for his dual blade arts, using sword and saber. Yao Zhen's unique bloodline contains a rare fire intent, and he's comprehended fist intent. The most notable was Zen. She comprehended water, ice, and aquatic intent with an exceptional bloodline lineage. Despite that, Shuo Bihan, the one who comprehended no intents, was the undisputed strongest because he had the Tao of alchemy supporting him. With enough foundational cultivation products bolstering your potential, your soul idol and spatial resonance would be higher than everyone else. That was the difference. Therefore, they didn't question it. As long as Wai Wan was safe, they didn't need to, nor did they dare to. Which one of them wasn't aware of how shocking Wai Wan's development has been for the last 4 years? He pretty much had half the sect within his pocket, and the other worshipping his name. It was shocking to the extreme. The fact that even they were bribed. One could imagine how much they valued Wai Wan and his products. It was these products that would one day allow them to have the confidence to tackle the 7th astral tribulation. Even Shuo Bihan, the strongest human expert in the starfield, wasn't certain of surpassing the 7th astral tribulation. One could clearly see the immense difficulty within it. It was like crossing a heavenly chasm. Shuo Bihan sighed inwardly. These grand figures accepted his explanation and didn't grill this little lass to the bone. Was his potential that scary? He shook his head. If the others knew what he was thinking, they would rage. In their entire lives that spanned for hundreds of years, they might have consumed 100 or so 7th grade products. As for 8th grade, only Yao Zhen and Qin Rui received such benefits, and they were concocted and given to them by Chuo Bihan. Even still, they merely consumed one. Shuo Bihan was exceptionally stingy too, but Wai Wan was like a factory. He concocted thousands of 7th grade products and distributed them to the sect in just 4 years. From how he's making connections and alliances left and right, he likely was giving out numerous more on the down low. 7th grade products might be designed for lower-tier astral core realm experts. But an astral C pill can still expand their astral cores and enhance their meridian structure. There were numerous other products that can benefit them, strengthening them by a notch. They treated his thoughts and impressions even greater than Shuo Bihan. In fact, they felt he was more important than Long Chen and the Grand Monarch lineage. After all, Wu Yu wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for the King of Everlore. Actually, none of these legendary names would. Whether it's the Divine King Hanzei, Sacred Elven Queen, or the Abyss Master of Demons, none of them would have reached their phenomenal heights without his influence. After all, cultivation was difficult. The fact that thousands of years after his departure, the decline of the starfield was steady. Before, those at the Mystic Ascendant realm ruled. Realm Lords, Time Lords, and Star Lords were abundant and renowned. The number of astral core realm experts were in the hundreds of millions. Now, 5 million, and only 2 realm lords exist. In fact, they only existed because of the shadow of the King of Everlore. It was quite telling. If Wai Wine lived up to his namesake, the Prince of Everlore, then wouldn't they soon become the new Grand Monarch Wu Yu Sacred Elven Queen Divine King Abyss Master of Demons? How would they grill him and worsen their impression of themselves in his mind? After sweeping his gaze around, Shuo Bihan realized the conversation was said and done off a few sentences. He could only sigh. Just like before, trouble didn't exist for Wai Wine. You should refine that method. Heavenly King Wai, you breached the planetary spatial array. If you can master it, there would be no place you couldn't enter. Zen's words caused the thoughts of everyone to thunder. That was right. Wai Wine had breached the array and arrived. However he did it, it was a priceless and fearful method. We'll keep the details to ourselves and say that you found an ancient and half-functioning void gate in the Bloodforge continent. You attempted to use it and it worked. By luck, you arrived safely back to the planet. Zen established a story for the public. It was filled with truth. While there were uncertainties, facts spoke louder than rumors. Wai Wine arrived via the Void Gate in a unique and odd fashion. And he was here. That was enough. In the end, there wasn't much to discuss. They didn't pry into what method Wai Wine used. Shuo Bihan coughed. Let's resume our discussions. Specifically, the gateway. Since they were all still here, this would be best. As for Wai Wine's presence, this wasn't a bad thing for them. Qin Rui and Jai Chincon's eyes simultaneously glowed. They seemed to be very energetic for some reason. Wai Wine's silver eyes roamed, noticing Qin Rui's misty veil. His celestial eyes were exceptionally powerful and he saw her gorgeous, alluring, and attractive features. She looked like King Qmu, in terms of countenance, bodily curves, and proud twin mounds. But she was an older version by a few years and with long black hair that had 4 colorful streaks of highlights. Each color seemed to embody a basic element. It was exquisite. She looked like a painting as her eyes emitted an attractive yin quality that exceeded Nazini, while Nazini definitely overwhelmed Qin Rui in quantity, as her 3-point yin physique bestowed her 3 primal yins. But Qin Rui outrageously blew her away in quality. He had never seen such powerful, dense, and potent yin energies before. His own yang essence was quivering. His true dragon bloodline was burning slightly. It was as if it was trying to inform him that if he dual cultivated with Qin Rui, use such yin energies to reinforce his bloodline, he would jump a level or 2 instantly. Desire flashed in his eyes, and this desire was unintentional and instinctive. But the beginning discussions ceased. Who were these 5 people? They were grand imperial sages who've cultivated for hundreds of years, and their senses were incredibly acute. They noticed Wai Wine's yang aura flare, a sign of arousal for men. Qin Rui stilled. Jai Changkong and Yao Zhen turned to Wai Wine, with the former holding a frown and the latter with an intrigued gaze. Shuo Bihan remained impassive while Zen revealed an expression of realization. There's no way Qin Rui would've met Wai Wine personally before. She was the most mysterious of the 5, keeping mostly to herself and avoided men. If it wasn't for Chuo Behan viewing her as a niece, she might have not revealed herself before him. After all, he was terrifyingly strong with exceptional skill as an emperor alchemist. Despite his old age, he had all the features one would want in a husband or Dao companion. Unfortunately and fortunately, Chuo Behan had one love who long since passed due to old age. Since then, he's remained unavailable to all. However, Wine was vigorous and filled with potential. He would definitely be attracted to Qin Rui's innate aura that even she couldn't conceal. If he desired her, what would she do? A frown emerged on Zhen's face now, realizing the situation might not end so well. If it was anyone else, it might not matter. Even if it was Long Chen, but if it's Wine. Several seconds passed in awkward silence. Wine's eyes moved, turning away from Qin Rui and to Zhen. Grand Imperial Sage Zhen, please continue. I'm curious about this gateway. His abrupt change in subject was shocking, and the young flaring head subsided. Somehow, Wine had completely suppressed his natural male instincts. How frightening must his willpower be for this? Zhen, Yao Zhen, and Jai Changkong simultaneously revealed expressions of surprise, especially Jai Changkong. When he first met Qin Rui, he had lost his will and was beaten by Chuo Behan due to it. This was before he became an official Grand Imperial Sage, and far before Qin Rui did. Now that they reached this level, weren't her attractive powers far greater? Zhen didn't look a gift horse in the mouth and continued. At the border of our territory, at the Auric Sea, one of our subordinate sects discovered a gateway door. Wine's heart raced. Gateway doors were names meant for spatial entrances. They led to secret realms. Those at the Realm Lord phase were said to be able to slice into space and fit a tiny world within its layers. These tiny worlds were called realms, and could be classified as secret realms and world realms. Secret realms were usually locations that realm lords and those above stored their treasures and the location of their storage rings. As for world realms, they were oftentimes like continental flat earths and needed an immense amount of resources, strength, and time to create. Most of these gateway doors were concealed by various formations and arrays. This was because a storage ring can be destroyed, and the gateway door allowed the user to gain access to it. According to old records, these realms were often for descendants and lineages to survive and thrive in. The Myriad Monarch sect had a training-type world realm, but it suffered damage due to the earlier war between the other three sects. The Myriad Monarch sect also had several gateway doors established by Wu Yu and the other Grand Monarchs, and the secret realm stored all their most valuable treasures, legacies, and even descendants. If the sect was besieged and destroyed one day, they could retreat within and survive in secret. Finding gateway doors was exceptionally difficult. It required a little bit of luck and a sufficient cultivation base that rivaled its creator. Even then, it might take a century of search to accurately pinpoint. Only those who have the means to find it or knew its location could find it with ease. Therefore, for a gateway door to be discovered was incredible, regardless if it was a secret realm or world realm. The benefits within can't be little. After all, at minimum, a realm lord had to have created it. The resources they planted, tools they left, legacies, and the environment left behind might be beneficial for cultivation. And if it was a secret realm created by a Time Lord or Star Lord, oh boy! Jai Changkong and Qin Rui's excitement was well justified. With something like this before him, Wine knew he had to participate. Chapter 246, 243 Her Indecision. Chapter 246, 243 Her Indecision. The Myriad Monarch sect was renowned for its transparency, so those speculating over the strange events earlier were swiftly enlightened. Firstly was the sound that every living thing heard, and then the voice. They explained it away as a unique spatial art causing ripples in space after interacting with a void gate. And the originator of this voice was Wine. Not only was this revealed, but also his breakthrough into the astral core realm. Even the news regarding events on the Bloodforge continent was explained and handled properly, leaving no imaginations left to wonder or develop conspiracy theories. This caused an uproar to ignite amongst the citizens of the planet and members of the sect. Conversations filled with wonder and reverence kept echoing throughout the world. The renowned Prince of Everlore kept performing feats that amazed the world. It was less than half a decade yet his reputation and abilities were accelerating at lightspeed. Word swiftly spread without end throughout the myriad monarch astral territory. Soon, 3 days passed. In the myriad monarch sect, the Extreme War Mountain's 4th level, there was a residence established with the earth as its foundation. It was a tall, dark, and exceptional palace that was used by earthly elite rank disciples. It had various formations and arrays to support and reinforce cultivation bases. This particular palace belonged to a recently promoted disciple of the earthly elite rank. Within this palace was a gathering of young talents, both men and women, with a single leading character, Long Chen. His black hair and eyes contained an innately majestic aura that seemed to highlight his presence. On his back was a black sword sheath with a translucent sword hilt embedded within. Beside him, amongst the group, were female creatures of exceptional quality. They lacked nothing in beauty or innate potential when compared to others. They were notable figures to anyone familiar with Long Chen. Wu Beizhai, her aura stable and stately, eyes flashing with intelligence, and an innate pride that had been refined from exposure with the Grand Star Field. Her cultivation base had changed greatly since the myriad Yor continent, touching upon the 8th stage of the Kai condensation realm. From the depths of her cultivation base, her Kai essence numbers exceeded 30. Lion Yu. Her serene aura was unsurpassable as she seemed like a quiet lake within a beautiful picture. Those sapphire eyes of hers rippled slightly with the delicate softness of water. Her cultivation base reflected herself, and she too was at the 8th stage. Her Kai essence numbers didn't lack when compared to Wu Baoshai, Hongru and Zhao Bing. They stood opposite to each other, their auras a stark contrast amongst each other, as one had a chilly and frigid, the other was blazing and fiery. As earthly elite disciples, they had long since entered the 2nd stage of the astral core realm. While they were of similar ages to Lian Yu and Wu Beizhai, their treatment and access to resources were heavens apart. That being said, their foundations were certainly lacking, as they both forged their astral souls at the 5th mortal state. From this point, while their cultivation bases and strength was beyond Lian Yu and Wu Beizhai, their innate potential and future were gated unless they obtained grand opportunities. Besides Long Chen, there was another male among this group. This young man had a stout appearance, his belly somewhat protruding from his robes, and his face was chubby as if there were remnants of baby fat within them. He had a baby face, soft and nascent, and seemed to be astonishingly young. However, his aura couldn't be ignored, despite his youth. Looking no more than a teenager, his cultivation base was at the astral core realm. They were all gathered in a particular room. Their eyes focused on a young woman with an ashen complexion that laid atop a jade bed. Her eyelids fluttered about as a weak light suffused those gray pupils. Her skin was somewhat cracked, dry, and lacked its normal brilliance. Each strand of her light brown hair lacked its glow, seemingly losing its luster. It was Na Zini. Her aura was frail and fizzling. What happened to her, Lu Fang? The chubby young man asked with a shocked expression. His words caused Long Chen's expression to darken as guilt flitted through his eyes. The other girls merely kept silent, but they were also curious as to what plight Na Zini suffered. Only Wu Baoshai's eyes were saddened. Na Zini lifted her eyelids weakly to observe the room. That gray gaze of hers found its way to Long Chen, whose face was lightened with guilt. A soft, gentle smile suffused her lips. Don't look down, I decided to of my own free will. Her voice was somewhat raspy as she spoke, causing the guilt on Long Chen's face. Is there anything we can do to help? Big Sis Zini. Lu Feng felt pain seeing Na Zini in a weak state. Since becoming friends with Long Chen, he tagged a form of emotional importance to each of those in his circle. He treated Na Zini and Lian Yu at the most important of the circle due to their kind temperaments. Unlike the other girls, they never made fun of him because of his chubby cheeks or youthful looks and mentality. Na Zini and Long Chen didn't answer him immediately. Instead, Long Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Na Zini reached out and touched Long Chen's face with her feeble and soft hands. The sensation of her touch instigated a change in Long Chen's expression as his eyes widened and shook. "Little Lu, your big brother Long needed something. I gave it to him. That's why I'm like this. But it's only temporary. It'll get better soon." She beautifully smiled away any inkling of concern, completely relaxed and blissful. Lu Feng was taken aback, but he realized the situation was a little more complex than expected. Long Chen forced a smile, grabbing her hand into his own. Their eyes remained on each other's faces. Only after a long moment was it interrupted by a soft voice. "She needs rest." It was Lion Yu who spoke. "Hanru, Xiao Bing, Wu Beizhai." And Lu Feng soon understood the meaning and left. Long Chen stayed a little longer, his eyes never leaving Na Zini's face as if to brand it into his mind. "You too," Lion Yu said. Long Chen inhaled deeply and exhaled softly. He nodded, reluctantly rising and leaning forward. He left a kiss on Na Zini's forehead and whispered to her, "He'll find a way to restore them. I promise." He soon left after those words, his steps steady and his back strong. Lion Yu waited until they were all left before walking to Na Zini's bedside. Na Zini's eyes grew misty as her body shivered. She was experiencing an immense amount of pain within every cell of her body. This was a side effect of the method she deployed earlier. Lion Yu waved her hand, bringing forth a chair to sit on. She softly said, "My water healing arts won't help you," Lion Yu admitted. But Na Zini's face suffered no change. It was as if she already knew. Biting her lips, Lion Yu couldn't help but feel for her. "You didn't have to do that." Those 6 words carried so much pity and sadness that it was heartbreaking. But Na Zini still didn't blink or show any change in her expression. Na Zini thought about the events that had transpired. After the events on the platform of criminal execution, Long Chen's desire for strength grew. He started to become a mad dog of cultivation, wishing to ascend the astral core realm and become a true disciple of a sect. Only then would he have the authority to protect himself and those he loved. Because of his lack of strength, Lin Zian suffered immensely and was crippled in every manner imaginable. As for King Qiumu and Long Tingu, they were on the borders of being executed. While this wasn't directly his fault, it started because of him. The sensation of watching them be taken away and their lives being decided by others fueled him to no end. This maniac desire for strength led to a change in his own personality. He became fiercer and strict, attempting to fight for every opportunity for strength. In doing so, he engaged and got into conflict with the Huinfu clan's younger generation. This Huinfu clan was supported by an alchemic king, so each member was above average in strength and potential. In the end, just a short while ago, he challenged an expert at the 2nd stage of the astral core realm. This was something an 8th stage Kai condensation realm expert could never match and defeat. He would undoubtedly lose. Perhaps if he wasn't madly pursuing the zenith mortal state, he could ascend the astral core realm and fight above his cultivation level. But he was. Without reaching the zenith mortal state, he would never assail the next stage or realm. She knew this. They all knew this. Thus, Na Zini risked herself. She was the possessor of a unique physique, the 3-point yin physique, and she had primal yin energies that exceeded normal women that were immensely beneficial for the cultivation of a variety of different types of energies. If one amassed a vast amount of pure yin energies, they could convert that into Kai essence with the appropriate cultivation method with relative ease. When she was at the foundation establishment realm, normal dual cultivation allowed him to ascend into the 4th stage of Kai condensation. This showed how impressively beneficial her primal yin was to opposing cultivators. Her thoughts were shifting towards giving herself to Long Chen, and her remaining 2 primal yin, as she had nourished them until she was at the 8th stage of the Kai condensation realm. Their effect would be immensely beneficial to the opposite sex. However, she didn't lay with him. Instead, she employed a direct method that caused her to suffer immense loss to her lifespan and innate energies. With this method, she extracted her purest yin source from her 2 untouched primal yins and wholeheartedly gave it to Long Chen for cultivation. It was the only way for him to receive 100% of the benefits in the shortest period of time, and ascend into the astral core realm with the zenith moral state natal souls. 1 yin source for each natal soul. The consequences of such were apparent. Her body and meridians were damaged and her body suffered an acute and massive loss of yin energies. While her physique's innate ability to contain 3 yin sources remained, she no longer had a 3-point yin physique due to her actions. She had sacrificed her gift for Long Chen. With it, he achieved his goal in an incredibly short period of time. With Wu Yu and the myriad monarch canon support, he fused his 2 natal souls into one, achieving the rare cultivation path that the sacred elven queen was renowned for. Subsequently, he defeated all the Hu and Fu clans juniors and elite geniuses with unprecedented superiority. Revealing his shine for the world to see, she didn't regret it. Her ultimate sacrifice will definitely be repaid tenfold by Long Chen in the future. Her belief in him was firm. Why didn't you use the normal method? Lion Yu asked curiously. If Na Zini had dual cultivation with Long Chen, while the benefit might not be as impressive, her body wouldn't have suffered this degree of damage. Furthermore, she would simultaneously benefited and saw a spike in her own cultivation base. Why one-sidedly extract and give up her yin sources? Na Zini's glazed eyes shook slightly. She turned her head away and didn't answer. She didn't even want to think about why. But Lion Yu saw her emotions ripple outwards at the moment her question was revealed. It's because of him. Her words were soft, but Na Zini's entire body shivered slightly. The him was clearly Wai Wyan and his offer. As long as she remained untainted, he promised to marry her as long as she decided to in 30-odd years. Lion Yu stared at Na Zini. After a moment, she shook her head. I'm thankful for what you did, but if you choose to love him, then you should do it wholeheartedly, keeping your options open. How could he not notice and see it within your eyes? What do you think he'll do? Na Zini, you know already in your heart that Long Chen isn't one to drop a grudge. He'll see your hesitance and feelings, and he'll solve your choice for you. He'll feel the need to. Lion Yu knew Long Chen's personality well enough to know that he was an emotional troublemaker with a desire to prove himself to those he loved and himself. Furthermore, he had a murderous streak and tended to solve his issues with the edge of his sword. While he was charismatic, talented, and honest to those he loved, traits that caused those of the opposite sex to flutter towards him like doves to bread. It was those very traits that made one feel insecure. Even Lion Yu had doubtful thoughts about Long Chen, but she had decided to accept him fully regardless of his choices in the future. She simply wanted to see the man she had given her heart to succeed and reach his fullest potential. Na Zini's shivering body stilled. Lion Yu's words held deep meaning. If she didn't choose, Long Chen would definitely kill Wai Wyan in the future. While she had somewhat written off her grudge against him due to his fulfillment back in the myriad Yor continent and his help later, Long Chen might not have done the same. In his heart, a grudge might be festering due to her. She bit her lower lip, but her heart remained undetermined. Why? Why couldn't she choose? She gave up her yin sources without hesitation, a fiercely damaging action. But she couldn't give her entire self wholeheartedly to him. She couldn't do what Wu Baozhai, Lion Yu, and Lin Zian had already done. This made her uncertain. Lion Yu couldn't understand her, and she barely understood herself. But the desire to be a figure defined by her own achievements versus the achievements of others were imprinted into her heart since she was freed by Wai Wyan all those years ago. Every day, she heard word and rumor spread about the new Prince of Everlore. She could hear the vast reverberation of history and its current influence due to the King of Everlore, regardless of who it was. If they've reached amazing heights and established thousands of years of reputation and reverence, the King of Everlore's name was silently behind it. While these figures were talented, exceptional in their own right, they all became renowned rulers. In her heart of hearts, she wanted that. Who didn't? But would Long Chen be able to help her? Will she merely be the foil for him to rise? Given comfort and slowly fading from history as she was reserved to birth his children and warm his bed. A life like that. I'm tired. Lion Yu's eyelids drooped as she felt a tinge of discontent at Na Zini's indecision. This feeling became a heat of anger in her heart. She couldn't just leave as she abruptly walked forward and glared at Na Zini. Forgetting her fragile state as she exclaimed, "Do you think Long Chen's not capable of fulfilling your wants? Do you not love him? Her normally serene eyes were now suffused with blazing rage. Na-Zini remained silent, which only fueled Lion Yu's emotions. Stoked by Na-Zini's verbal silence, Lion Yu clenched her delicate fists. I don't believe Wai Wine will ever surpass Long Chen. He's an alchemist. Nothing more. Even the king of Everlore was merely a pill dispenser. He wasn't strong. Merely capable of allowing others to become strong. Others simply used him until they exceeded his capabilities, giving him proper respect after. When he vanished from this world, he was the ultimate foil for others. He has no force or status in this world. Only someone like Long Chen will have the ability to reign supreme throughout the eras. Her words were her most innermost thoughts. While she remained silent throughout their interactions, she watched Wai Wine and Long Chen interactions. She had her own thoughts and opinions, and she honestly believed that Wai Wine wasn't Long Chen's equal. Long Chen was someone with infinite potential and an honest heart. He would never stoop so low as to force himself on a woman or abandon his sect who helped him reach his current achievements. He would never abandon his loved ones and friends. Long Chen was the only light in this dark, dirty world of cultivation. For Na-Zini to not understand this thoroughly enraged her. But Na-Zini clenched her teeth, her fists weakly shaking. You! Lion Yu heard this and bite at it. You what? You don't understand. Please leave. Na-Zini turned over, gripping the covers of the bed and wrapping it around her body. Lion Yu's ample chest rose and fell repeatedly. It was only after a while did she calm down and directly left. The door slammed behind her. Na-Zini's heart was stinging with boundless pain that exacerbated her already horrible condition. Was she selfish? Was she wrong? You really don't understand. I do feel like you do. But I want to reign supreme throughout the eras. Her words were little more than a whisper. But in the end, no one could hear them. As Lion Yu left the room, she walked outside to see the five gathered about discussing something. Lang Fu was the first to notice her arrival and his eyes were flashing with brilliant light filled with intrigue. Big sis Yu, he called out. His short stature and legs walked towards her. Lion Yu smiled gently. What is it when she asked this? Her eyes briefly glanced at Long Chen whose expression was indeterminate. He seemed to contain a little frustration, thinking, and determination, but also something new. Lu Feng excitedly bounced about and said, News just in, Heavenly King Wai was responsible for that voice, and he seemed to have secretly left for the Bloodforge continent earlier. He just returned, which caused that sound and voice to resound, and he reached the astral core realm. Lion Yu's eyebrow lifted. Before she could speak, Lu Feng energetically continued. It said his strength, when he ascended, could rival those at the third stage of the astral core realm. He defeated an impressive genius on the Bloodforge continent. Lion Yu stilled. What? Third stage? At the first stage? Recalling Long Chen's struggling victory against those at the second stage of the astral core realm, her heart quivered slightly. She glanced at Long Chen, recalling what she said before. Her face wasn't hot yet, but Lu Feng's next words felt as if it was a slap to her face. Because of his shocking combat prowess that even rivals Heavenly Kings in terms of battle, not only have those started calling him the Prince of Everlore, but the Prince of the Myriad World, they are calling him the next Grand Monarch. It makes sense, after all. He doesn't have an alchemic astral soul like the King of Everlore, so he should be able to cultivate normally. With both talents in the Tao of Alchemy and the Martial Tao, he's truly the improved version of the King of Everlore. Lu Feng was quite excited at the news. He admired Wai Wine deeply, untainted yet by the bad blood between Long Chen and Wai Wine. Lu Feng's eyes became dazed. Chapter 247-244 Do it, do it, do it. Chapter 247-244 Do it, do it, do it. How bothersome. Wai Wine complained in his heart as he rested on his bed. Shortly after returning to the Myriad Monarch sect, he happily arrived at his home between the sky. Since returning, a full week had passed, and that week was riddled with various issues that plagued his thoughts recently. Not externally. All things on the outside were developing decently. The gateway to the recently discovered realm had been planned around, but there was a little conflict with the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. A dispute over who owned and could enter. Within were likely boundless benefits, and both hegemonic forces didn't wish to relinquish their right to it. Its location was the Auric Sea, a location within the myriad monarch astral territory. But it bordered the elemental heaven astral territory. So they discovered it when the subordinates of the myriad monarch sect had, by right, it belonged to them. But the elemental heaven pavilion was relentless, unwilling to surrender. That being said, it was soon agreed that they wouldn't inform others and seal information regarding the gateway, so no others infringe on their rights. A conflict still arose, and this was on the limit of individuals that could enter. After investigating the gateway, they determined it was likely a world realm. Within was a location similar to a continental flat Earth developed and raised by the Time Lord or Star Lord responsible. As for why Realm Lord was eliminated from being suspected to have created this gateway, it had a complicated temporal spiritual formation embedded within. This restricted those above the age of 300 years old from entering. It was either a training ground for the ancient elites or a legitimate world used to protect descendants. Since none of them wished to risk shattering the temporal spiritual formation, they decided to enter with those of that qualification. Despite that, there were likely ancient tools, resources, and cultivation grounds that remained that could be used to develop their youths or bolster their forces' overall strength. But there was another issue. The gateway had a limit on how many could enter. This furthered their belief that the gateway led to a trial to train young elites or a desperate hideaway for descendants. This issue meant they could only send a limited amount each, having to divide their spots between each other. It was similarly this reason why they locked down news from transmitting outwards about the gateway. As a heavenly king, below the age of 300, he was clearly an individual that will enter. He reserved his spot, and would be waiting for them to hash out all the details and prepare their youths. According to the Grand Imperial sages, this could take a few years to prepare. With this newfound free time, he decided to explore his infinite void wings ability to travel into that unknown space. Unfortunately, his bloodline source was thoroughly exhausted and recovered very slowly. Even after a week, he couldn't draconify. While his draconic force and void force restored swiftly, his bloodline powers were unavailable. Therefore, he was severely lacking the key to do so. However, Kratos and Eden had informed him of a few things regarding his trip. Firstly, Eden had said his sea of consciousness was overwhelmed with information, memories, and details. These pieces of information seemed to originate from everywhere and everything at the same time. In the simplest explanation, his brain took a flash photo of everything throughout that point of time and all of space. If it wasn't for Eden using his alchemic Eden energies to deconstruct and obliterate this information, he would have become a full-blown mentally disabled at best, and his sea of consciousness would have exploded at worst. The strain of eliminating so much energy had caused it to draw energies from Ori. They both were exhausted completely by the time he exited. Furthermore, Eden couldn't rid his sea of consciousness of all of it, having to seal and slowly eliminate it within itself. Even now, information was still there. When Wine tried to gleam into it, he fell unconscious. A single strand of information was beyond intense. What he saw, felt, heard, tasted, and smelled overtook his senses and thoughts until his entire self nearly exploded. Furthermore, this was merely information about an air molecule. Yes, an air molecule. He had never thought so much information could be contained in such a small existence. He allowed Eden to slowly destroy this information. Perhaps his cultivation base would reach a level where he could glimpse into this photo and gain an understanding of the entire universe. But his ability was obviously severely lacking. Kratos had also told him unfortunate news. This regarded the lag he experienced. But while it was explaining, he didn't get it. It was too vague and pretty much gibberish. The only thing he understood was that he had nearly died. But Kratos used the king's energies to support the transition. When he exited the portal, besides his innate energy stored within his flesh and bones, he lacked all the astral force and energies within his 4 astral souls. If they lacked even a little bit, his death might have been certain. Essentially, he escaped death from 2 different directions. While relieved, he couldn't help but be happy about Xiaobai's discomfort at his bloodline pressure. He was planning on taking him, but that would have been a horrible decision. If he came, Xiaobai's death would have been certain. With all said and done, he exhausted his bloodline source and nearly died. Su Yaifei is stuck on the Bloodforge continent, thinking of that gorgeous woman. His heart burned with a little feverish heat. While he exerted impeccable self-control, she was his concubine. The thought of such a gorgeously enchanting woman wreathing beneath and above him stimulated his natural male instincts. He sighed. While he could travel to the Bloodforge continent via a void gate, returning was impossible for now. He didn't know how long it would take for his bloodline's source to recover, and there was no pill or elixir at the 8th grade that influenced bloodline source, only 9th grade. This meant becoming a mortal sovereign alchemist. If he could concoct the 9th grade, Lodier Everblood source pill, then recovering would be a relatively easy feat. This particular recipe was renowned for recovering, promoting, and birthing bloodline sources. This was typically used for star beasts like Xiaobai or beastmen who cultivated their unique bloodline alongside their natal souls. For example, Zen cultivated an aquatic astral soul with her bloodline powers bestowed from her B-side. She can, like him, tap into the powers of her bloodline and intermix it with her aquatic astral soul. This was all due to her bloodline being an aquatic bloodline. With these two portions of strength combined, her power could not be underestimated. This was especially so when surrounded by water. Bloodline source. It's essentially what generates my essence blood. I draw power from my essence blood to activate my innate bloodline abilities. Essence blood contains my purest bloodline strength and defines my power. My Mark of Myths level determines the quality of my essence blood. When it is used up, I use my bloodline source to replenish my essence blood. However, if my bloodline source is exhausted, my ability to generate essence blood stalls. Wine quietly recalled this information. It was Anus 3 essence blood drops that allowed him to refine legitimate, true dragon essence blood and travel the path of a draconic heart of bloodline. He felt depressed slightly. His two partners had left the planet after his departure, and Zhang Ling was in secluded cultivation with Long Tingyu. With Zhu Yaifei, he couldn't idle the time away with comfort. Why not try? Aura's voice resounded in his mind. Wine's inner thought shifted as he focused on Oi. This divine elemental soul was energetic and kinda childish, but it was definitely not unintelligent. In fact, it was likely smarter than Kratos and King. They both had difficulties conveying their thoughts, especially the former who spoke in vagueness that was borderline hair-pulling. However, Ori was outspoken and clear. Try you know. Tried to concoct the 9th grade, although Ori tended to come off a little. Regardless, Wine understood its thoughts. You want me to try concocting a 9th grade product? The thought had occurred to him, but for some reason, he was slightly nervous in imagining himself doing so. This was the first time since he started concocting that he felt like this. Perhaps it was because only the King of Everlore, a living legend of grand proportions, was the only existence in the entire Starfield's written history to achieve this feat. In the entire myriad Yor continent, there were only 3 Emperor alchemists. As for the entire Starfield, less than 20. He hadn't even officially entered the ranks of alchemic emperors. And while he could concoct 8th grade products, he never revealed this fact. While he did so mostly to ensure his shine wasn't too much of a threat to others before he gained enough strength to defend him. The truth was that, the moment he concocted more than 100 8th grade combat pellets, few in the entire Starfield could threaten him. At that point, he could have revealed his ability without fear. If enemies besieged the sect, he could just spend his time concocting pellets before allowing the Grand Imperial Sages to throw them at his enemies. Who could defend such an assault? The nervous itch didn't vanish. The mental reverence towards the King of Everlore was somehow entrenched in his thoughts. He wanted to reach his limits, but he also was terrified of failing, considering he now had alchemic astral force. 9th grade products shouldn't be an issue. He closed his eyes. You should do it. Who cares if you fail, or not? Do it. Ori was very energetic as she urged him to push forward. There's nothing we cannot do. And no one we need to look up to, Kratos added. Its innate arrogance was clear. To it was a supreme existence. Ninth grade too low? King merely stated this with a sharp, biting tone filled with disdain and contempt. This was likely the most words it spoke at a single time, shocking Kratos and Ori. 4 words. Eden remained silent for a moment, but the 3 astral souls were clearly looking in its direction. In truth, Eden was the driving force behind the concoction, while wine essentially was the conductor and literal driver, and whether they succeeded or not was definitely a large part based on him. Eden still was what provided that strength. His opinion on the matter was the utmost of importance. Furthermore, it was the one who decided who received what. They had long since treated Eden as a jolly grand existence, delivering presents for them to improve themselves. Eden added only a single word, but it contained boundless confidence and desire. It was defined by the alchemic Tao. How could it not wish to improve and touch the limits of mortal products? It wished to enter the realm of mystic products, touching upon the profound mysteries the world had to offer. One day, it wanted to meet the sun and the moon. Wine grinned. He lifted himself off the bed and stretched lightly. The determination to concoct a 9th grade product and enter the mortal sovereign alchemist level blazed within his heart. This step will define his future. He felt it in his bones. Chapter 248 245 The Stellar Manifestation of the Mortal Sovereign. Chapter 248 245 The Stellar Manifestation of the Mortal Sovereign. Beneath the final atmospheric layer of the vast sky of the myriad monarch planet, bellowing winds raged endlessly, causing clouds to be sundered and twisted. These turbulent and chaotic gales had an epicenter, clear as the sun in the sky, a proud, dignified, and luxurious palace that sat upon the sky. Blasting from within to the outside world was loud rumbling sounds and scintillating 7-colored light that pierced through the windows, entrances, and cracks within the palace. Those 7 colors were striking, tinting the world in their vibrant hues, and this caused the clouds and air to change alongside it. At times, there would be a single color amongst the 7 more dominant than others, alternating in a set pattern. The commotion was endless, and those below the sky layers were looking up in wonder as the light show cascaded downwards. From their perspective, it was as if the sky was being painted and near collapse. It was both a terrifying and invigorating sight that attracted the attention of everyone. At this moment, the sky palace that seemed to give birth to this event was surrounded by numerous figures as they watched with shocked eyes. Among these figures were 5 unmistakable individuals that were recognized and respected by the entire Starfield, 5 Grand Imperial Sages. It had just been 2 weeks ago that a phenomenon had been caused by Y's insane return. Now, they were startled and shocked to discover another event that drew an infinite amount of attention. Regardless of what this youngster does, he was a star that could not be ignored. From the time he stepped in the sect, it had been following his lead. What is happening? Is it bad? Qin Rui lamented in her heart as her subordinates of her extreme mountain were behind her, watching the events with astonished gazes. These were the sky nobles, heavenly kings, earthly elites, heavenly commanders, imperial sages, and prime imperial sages of her mountain. Her words that were uttered without much thought caused those behind her to tremble. Even their revered grand imperial sage was confused. They couldn't help but watch more intently, but simultaneously preparing themselves for any unexpected event. It wasn't just them who reacted as such or was watching nearby. Essentially all of those of sufficient ranking, be it disciple or elder, were here. This meant all Extreme Mountains experts and geniuses were currently watching the sky palace above. Yao Zhen was wreathed in a demonic aura as he imposingly stood next to Chuo Behan. He was the only grand imperial sage that stayed near another. The others were spread out as their subordinates were behind them. As for the demons of the Extreme Demon Mountain, they were watching from an even safer distance. Grand Imperial Sage Chuo, what's happening? His violet eyes burned brightly as it inspected the sky palace erupt in a variety of colorful lights, and caused the air to vibrate into a chaotic rumble. Unlike the others, he felt the 7-colored light was quite familiar, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Chuo Behen's dull gray robes fluttered endlessly as he levitated with furrowed brows. In the end, a confused light suffused his eyes. It shouldn't be possible. He shook his head, trying to consider the various things he knew about Wai Wine. But it shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't. Yao Zhen frowned and inquired. Alchemic force. He had seen alchemists before. He knew of the alchemic aura, energies, and forces that could unleash in concocting products. It typically produced a glow, but the glow wasn't clearly 7 colors. Despite the alchemic Tao being divided into 7 traits, alchemic Kai and force was clear. The only evidence of it was its aura that often permeated the atmosphere, giving off a unique smell and feel. Wait, could it be? Yao Zhen stilled immediately and his expression became dignified. Shuo Bihan's eyes stared at the phenomena and still couldn't reconcile with what was happening. He was an emperor alchemist, but he cultivated a unique method to convert essence into energy with alchemical properties. However, there was one indicator that caused the normally clear form of energy into 7 colors. In alchemic natal soul, the purest form of alchemical energies was defined by their 7 colors. But it's utterly impossible. After all, Wai Wine had an astral soul. He hadn't realized it was too, believing it to be a merged astral soul like Long Chen. When Wai Wine returned, his internal body was visible by all, but he threw away the oddities. Primarily, there were tens of thousands of cultivation methods alone that could turn one's skeleton gray, one's brain to release light, and heart to become scaled. For example, Yao Zhen, his eyes weren't originally violet flames. He refined his eyes with demonic flames of the violet sun. By doing this, he simultaneously opened up a unique path for spiritual spells and violet sun arts. He strengthened himself and changed his physiology for cultivation. This standard belief and the commonly accepted reason was similarly why the other grand imperial monarch hadn't questioned his irregularities. In their eyes, it wasn't. If you extracted their blood, sinew, their brain, bones, or heart, one could find numerous abnormal changes to them. As for why Wai Wine possessing an alchemic astral soul was impossible, it was because he had combat prowess. From what he gathered from the Bloodforge continent, Wai Wine's astral force was powerful and vast. He used his astral force to overwhelm his opponent, a genius of that continent, with relative ease. This meant the alchemical energies within his body were refined via a method and used specifically for the concoction process. To be clear, Shuo Bian, a renowned emperor alchemist and non-wielder of an alchemic soul, his body currently contained no alchemical energies of any kind. If his alchemical energies were to infuse with his other energies before being converted into astral force or enter and permeate his astral core, the entire batch of force would become an innocuous force. This was the general method all alchemists who lacked an alchemic soul employed. But those with an alchemic astral soul entire body was permeated with alchemical energies. This wasn't possible to stop. When their bodies, mind, and meridians were continuously refined by this energy, its qualities would inevitably merge into every facet of one's cultivation. It was impossible to change. Or so it was believed. It's not possible. That rascal should be executing a conversion method, attempting to create pure alchemical energies for the concoction. Chuo Bihan wasn't a narrow-minded individual with a lack of thought, but his 1,000 and longer years of cultivation reinforced his belief that Wai Wine couldn't have an alchemic soul. Yao Zhen found this explanation plausible and relaxed. His eyes lost its fear as he seemed to find the reasoning behind the commotion. If Wai Wine was using a conversion method to refine out pure alchemical energies, then he should be safe due to the energy's lack of offensive and threatening potential. Furthermore, he should be preparing a big move. Qin Rui's eyes roamed and saw Chuo Bihan and Yao Zhen. Seeing Yao Zhen's relaxed and expectant expression, she frowned and flashed over. Her subordinates reeled. Losing their sense of safety, they retreated the same distance as Yao Zhen's demons. Qin Rui questioned Yao Zhen and Chuo Bihan. Yao Zhen explained their thoughts, and Qin Rui's expression similarly relaxed with expectations. Why would someone need pure alchemical energies that rival an alchemic astral soul? It was obvious that it was to concoct a product. Even she felt a hint of expectation within her heart, her fear dwindling to absolutely nothing. Chai Chengkong and Zhen witnessed this and similarly flashed, soon learning what Chuo Bihan had reasoned out. Their expression brightened as expectation suffused their cheeks. Is it an 8th grade product? Jai Chankong asked Chuo Bihan with bright eyes. He was the only alchemic emperor of the Myriad Monarch sect. The other two in the Myriad Monarch astral territory belonged to other forces. But their skills, age, and experience paled greatly beside Chuo Bihan. An 8th grade product had a maximum effect on those at the middle phases of the astral core realm. Even the low-tier 8th grade product would be exceptional. Regardless if it was a pellet or paste, it would be useful. Chuo Bihan didn't answer. His eyes were fixated on the sky palace. If the intensity of this light was any indication of the alchemical energies brewing within, then it would rival an alchemic astral soul. This was unprecedented. According to logic, an alchemic natal soul can produce alchemical energies rivaling an astral core realm alchemist's conversion method. And an alchemic astral soul can do the same, producing energies that rivaled the mystic ascendant realm. If that's the case, an 8th grade product seemed to be too little. No. Rumble. Just as he was pondering what product it could be, the entire planet rumbled. It wasn't just the clouds, the sky layers, the mountains, but the entire planet. It was ceaseless, and everyone's expressions turned into ash, abject fear flashing within their hearts. Even Chuo Bihan and the others had widened eyes as they felt the boundless power that was affecting everything on the planet and even the planet itself. Their cultivation bases circulated without end as boundless astral force instinctually left their bodies. This startled the others. Their bodies immediately felt the boundless astral force and they were washed with it. Immediately, everyone was paralyzed. The Grand Imperial sages were simultaneously rendered aghast as they felt their astral souls act on instinct. This should be nearly impossible because astral souls typically don't have true sentience. However, they did act on instinct. They barely cultivated and recovered by themselves, without the urging or will of their masters. But this was the same as lungs breathing or heart beating while unconscious. While the lungs might react against a person's will, it needed to be stimulated by a frightening external force to leave their bodies and protect themselves. What in the hell was happening? While the world's rumbling remained constant, the eyes of everyone on that same hemisphere of the Myriad Monarch planet, as YYN Sky Palace was met with a brilliant silhouette above the skies. It was bright, vibrant, yet imposing and hung overhead while emitting endless color. It felt as if it was a celestial body, a star, and a moon, yet had the shadow of a planet in the distance. What the hell is that? Oh my god. Is that a sun? How the hell is that possible? Is it crashing into us? No, it's a moon. No. A planet. The commotion below was filled endlessly with similar comments. The vision of those who were looking above was met with a blazing spherical object that seemed like a shadow that emitted light rays. Its confusing appearance made determining its identity nearly impossible to determine. Whether it was a sun, a moon, or a planet, they all felt in their hearts that it was some sort of celestial body. To those below, they saw this. To those beside YYN's Sky Palace, they were met by a different sight. The entire world was covered in an aurora borealis of dazzling and gorgeous colors that were ever-shifting. It mixed with the astral force released by the Grand Imperial sages and the others, constantly changing into colors. When it touched a certain astral force, as if synchronizing with it, its colors would change. For Qin Rui, the aurora borealis contained 4 colors, each denoting the 4 basic elements: fire earth, water blue, earth dark brown, and wind light green. For Chuo Bihan, the colors were light gray. It reflected his path of a purist, cultivating only astral force without a particular element or focus. His path was the same as Duke Xiao of the Bloodforge continent. Those of this cultivation path focused on mastery of arts, spells, and the foundation of their cultivation bases, not diverging their time in comprehending all sorts of elemental methods. Yao Zhen's had multicolored shades of violet. It was one of the most beautiful ones. Below the sky layer, Long Chen and his group were staring at the skies above. Their eyes were filled with wonder and shock. While they had no idea what was happening, they were all cultivators who fought numerous battles, and they didn't feel danger from this manifested phenomenon. Instead, they were beside themselves with speculation and a desire to approach. Long Chen's eyes reflected the celestial shadow that emitted various lights. It was beautiful to the point of exceeding a heavenly painting. He felt a desire to reach the manifestation and reach out, claim what caused it, and soar through the heavens. His unassuming black ring that contained Wu Yu's consciousness briefly flickered. The others were too distracted to notice a spiritual form exiting from the ring and manifesting before them. It was Wu Yu. His imposing aura and regal demeanor were overshadowed by the awe, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. The lips of his spiritual form quivered. Impossible. Others couldn't hear his words. But Long Chen could. He turned to see Wu Yu and his heart shook. He had thought Wu Yu still needed more time and materials to recover before regaining his ability to manifest outside the ring. Or at least that's what he said. Is everything okay for Wu Yu to forcibly exit his slumber and manifest? The situation had to be pressing. A wisp of fear entered his heart. He knew of Wu Yu's past and his previous height. If he was concerned enough to act like this, then how shocking must this event be? Wu Yu seemed dazed, his eyes flashing with memories of the past. A sense of nostalgia surged throughout his spiritual form and he said, the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign. Those words were accompanied by a heart-shaking reverberation. Others might not be able to recognize this phenomenon, as it's likely been thousands of years since it was last seen. But he, who lived in the King of Everlore era, was incomparably familiar with it. Once it manifested, it usually meant the unstoppable birth of an expert of the old era. The stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign. Long Chen was confused in his heart. What was that? Wu Yu turned his eyes towards Long Chen. When he did, he recalled the journey they've traveled thus far. Together, they went from nothing to here, becoming prominent and an upcoming expert that could rival the geniuses of the King of Everlore's era. He had a hint of pride within his heart originally, but now, his thoughts recalled that silvery figure. The figure that Long Chen was swearing day and night to kill if he dared to cross him. As a spiritual form that was connected to Long Chen since he was a child, and knowing his personality, he felt in his heart that they would inevitably fight. This was especially so considering Na Xini and King Qiumu. This wasn't something he could change. For a moment, a thought flashed in his thoughts: should I give the Imperial Heaven Kai method to? But what about his gaze towards Long Chen soon became filled with conflict, blurred by the possibility of his revival. Furthermore, the possibility of recovering his previous heights and pushing beyond that. If he stayed with Long Chen, the chances of reviving were still incomparably slim and far away. But Long Chen felt the odd gaze sent his way by Wu Yu. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. What's this manifestation mean? Wu Yu closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He lifted his head towards the shadow of an indeterminate celestial body and said with a sharp and impactful voice, "It means the birth of a mortal sovereign alchemist." Chapter 249-246 The Ninth Grade Pill. Chapter 249-246 The Ninth Grade Pill. What? Long Chen's mind, heart, and body shook from shock. A flash of disbelief crossed his thoughts as he couldn't possibly conceive this as a real event. The birth of a mortal sovereign alchemist, what did that mean? It meant another king of Everlore that propped up an entire era was born. It meant a mortal sovereign that could promote and support those to become realm lords, time lords, and star lords in the current Trivision era. There were merely two realm lords. They belonged to the San clan, whose history was deeply intertwined with the King of Everlore. Despite this, the San clan wasn't renowned for their talent, because of their bloodline limitations, as in they only cultivated and supported those of their bloodline. Their talent pool was massively low, and their geniuses paled in comparison to others. If it wasn't for their realm lords, they would barely count as a hegemonic force. To better illustrate, there were less than 36 stage astral core realm experts throughout the territory. The Sen clan had the same amount of those as realm lords too. The Myriad Monarch sect, known for being the weakest of the hegemons, had 5, while this didn't count guardian beasts that could exert such power or external tools. This was their strength. The other 3 factions had 6 or more each. Even the Alchemist Association had 3 experts at that level. While 2 of these experts were mostly independent and ran first-rate sects and forces, they were in a deep, unbreakable alliance with the Alchemist Association. while the other expert was reclusive and truly independent with no force holding her down. She freely roamed the world. This was a total of 29 known experts at this level, while there were likely more in secluded cultivation, trying to accumulate enough fortitude and strength to ascend to the 7th stage. This was those publicly recognized and widely considered as rulers. Yet the birth of a mortal sovereign would change the landscape once more he became animated. If he had an expert of that level supporting his cultivation efforts, he believed that with his talents, he could reach the mystic ascendant realm in less than 100 years. His foundation would similarly be more robust and vast than others, promoting his combat abilities to a level that rivals those ancient characters. "Who is it?" Long Chen asked Wu Yu, but he was met with a non-response. Wu Yu kept his eyes closed and kept his head pointed towards the sky. Long Chen's curiosity was left unsated. Forcefully, he had to make his own guesses. The Extreme Creation Mountain's Grand Imperial Sage Chuo Bihan was an expert with 1,000 years beneath his belt of experience and cultivation. According to Hong Ru and Xiao Beng, he was regarded as the #1 human cultivator in the entire starfield. This was mainly due to his purest path and his efforts in the Tao of alchemy. He could support his own cultivation with products of 7th and 8th grade. So how could his cultivation base be fragile? If it was Chuo Bihan, their myriad monarch sect would experience a grand breakthrough. If he tried his best, perhaps he could earn some products from him. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Unfortunately, he was the only one who was informed of the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign, so no one else could even begin to guess. In truth, he didn't truly understand it either. The stellar manifestation of a mortal sovereign was termed as such because it was the phenomenon that was created whenever a 9th-grade product was successfully created, regardless of what it was. This was a form of recognition by the alchemic Tao. The 9th grade of a product was the peak of mortal limits. If Wu Yu was clear on this, then Long Chen's thoughts would be different. This meant the legitimate birth of a 9th grade product. "What's that?" A weak voice resounded him behind the group, causing all to turn their heads. Wu Yu vanished, retreating into the ring within a blink of an eye without being seen by anyone. While he rested in the ring, he sighed deeply. If it was Chuo Bihan, that would be good. But only alchemic astral force could concoct 9th grade products. This was a rule established in the alchemic Tao. While an alchemist at the mystic ascendant realm, using conversion methods, would be able to produce equivalent alchemical strength, they needed to reach that level first. Otherwise, it was impossible. Long Chen turned and saw Na Zini walking while panting. Her fragile body was covered in faint sweat. This sweat wasn't fragrant. In fact, due to her lack of yin energies, it was quite putrid and disgusting to smell. A single whiff might turn one into vomiting their lunch and breakfast. Her current state truly lacked any form of feminine appeal and charm commonly renowned amongst cultivators of her gender. From her smell to her dim eyes, she seemed in desperate straits. Long Chen unhesitantly arrived beside her, grabbing her frail body by the waist and said with concern, "You should be resting." Na Zini gently smiled and turned to look up at the sky. A new moon. It was said that those of certain constitutions saw certain things clearer than others. From her lack of confusion regarding the shape of the manifestation, merely its appearance, one could see she was one of those people. Long Chen said, "It's a stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign," announcing the information he was just told. His eyes lifted to look at the light intensely. Na Zini exclaimed in wonder, followed by everyone else. "What's that?" Hong Ru said. Her fiery body and disposition were truly tantalizing to the eyes, especially when bathed in the multicolored light of the manifestation. Everyone else's ears opened wide as they turned to Long Chen for answers. Long Chen said with awe and amazement, "It means a mortal sovereign alchemist has been born." Everyone went silent from shock. The normal reaction for most would be disbelief, especially with their constant upbringing on the undisputed legend of the King of Everlore. But they reacted differently. They all fully believed Long Chen, who was usually more knowledgeable about matters, and their eyes widened into full moons, while they were sent into silence because of shock. Lu Feng, who remained innocent and ignorant of various matters, said with astonishment, "Heavenly King Y is already a mortal sovereign alchemist. He truly is the Prince of Everlore. Awesome, unlike the others." He was born recently. Not even being 20 years of age, his exposure to the external world was mostly superficial. Therefore, he spoke what he first believed to be true. Na zini. Lion Yu. Wu Beijai. And Longchen's pupils shook simultaneously. Especially Na zini. Up in the sky palace. Within it, there was a single figure who was drenched by the light. Before him was a cauldron that was the source of this light. His silver eyes were steady as he regarded the single existence within it. In his heart, he hadn't expected the phenomenon. According to King Ori and Kratos, the entire world was rumbling because of the influence the pill had on the world's ambient mana. It was like every piece of dirt and air particle was being suppressed by a sky ruler's sky pressure. It led to a tremendous reaction. Furthermore, he couldn't conceal the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign from arising. In fact, he couldn't divert the slightest bit of attention away from the concoction process. While the other products were absolutely easy, and even 8th grade products were rather simple for him to concoct, but this 9th grade pill was 1,000 times more difficult. He felt that a single mistake, a single slip-up, and the reaction from failure would definitely injure him severely. It was like walking on a thin needle-like rope. It was likely due to his first time concocting it. But the process was infinitely more complex and confusing. Fortunately, he had alchemic Eden force and the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. With it, he could clearly see and observe every reaction and change during the concoction process, and hurriedly use various methods to compensate or deviate to correct an error. It was thanks to their dual efforts that he succeeded in his very first try. If anyone were to hear that he succeeded concocting a 9th grade product at his first try, perhaps many alchemists would revere him as a god. However, he still found this a little disappointing. This was because his first pill of the 9th grade was low tier and of the low quality, barely capable of passing the limits of a successful pill. The light within the cauldron started to fade at this moment, and so did the manifestation. It vanished as if it was returning to the world. The light that painted the clouds, sky, and the world slowly faded as well. He felt as if the pill had achieved its goal of proclaiming its creation into the world. Now that it was finished, it could do its purpose. He reached out and wrapped his hand around the pill that levitated by its own power. The pill looked like a miniature black sun with endless ocean waves within its body. It was barely the size of a children's marble, but the energies and alchemical efficacy within could rival a continental flat earth. He felt the innate power vibrate against the skin of his palm. He hadn't even touched it yet. But he knew that this pill by itself could kill all Kai condensation realm experts with its aura alone. If he threw it somewhere, its aura would change the environment after several years and create a holy cultivation ground that might be able to birth astral core realm experts. He overturned his palm, bringing it closer to himself, and he observed its dark color and solar prominence it was emitting. It truly looked like a small, black sun. So, this is the Everlore Ascension pill, he marveled. This was the Everlore Ascension pill. The very same pill that started the King of Everlore's reign and the Princess of Everlore's current rise, birthing an alchemic astral soul by overcoming the mortal star formation tribulation. In the original description, it states the pill can help regulate the offensive power within the mortal star formation tribulation and allow for ease of ascension. But having overcome the astral tribulation himself, concocted the pill himself, he knew that its effect was far more profound. This pill was absolutely heaven-defying and could allow others to experience what his astral souls felt, the full nourishment of the mortal star formation tribulation, with the tempering being fully accepted without a hint of danger. One could comprehend intent far easier than before, and gain immense insight into the foundational constitution of their astral soul. All this without danger. How fantastical! The alchemic Tao was truly wondrous. Furthermore, that was merely its first effect. Products typically had a primary and secondary effect, with a few having a tertiary effect. A complete low-quality pill will have 100% of its primary effect. A high quality will bolster a secondary effect, and a peak quality will strengthen the secondary effect and could sometimes unlock third effects. The secondary effect of the Everlore Ascension pill, the one that defined the King of Everlore's name, was its most prominent effect. With it, one can give birth to a wisp of Everlore essence. This essence can increase the mortal states of experts of any and every realm, all the way to the 9th mortal state. This meant changing a person's foundation to the utmost. Post-mortal star formation tribulation. This was absolutely and truly heaven-defying. It was this reason that Wu Jiao in the Myriad Yor continent said a mortal sovereign alchemist was required. This was purely based on his minor understanding of the King of Everlore's legacy pill. A peak-quality Everlore Ascension pill created Everlore Zenith essence, and it can allow an astral soul at the 9th mortal state to reach the Zenith mortal state. Wine frowned as he looked at the Everlore Ascension pill. It was merely a low-quality pill. It would be beneficial to Su Mei, Ying, and Wen Mingna. From what he knew, it was this pill that caused countless astral core realm experts to be birthed. According to records, the King of Everlore diluted the pill into a pool, lowering its efficacy. But all those at the 6th and lower mortal states could still use it to effectively bypass their mortal star formation tribulation with relative ease. I can make this a liquid solution and birth 100 astral core realm. If I dilute it further, those at the 5th mortal state and lower, but it expands to 2000. If even further diluted to its effective limit, 4th mortal state and lower with a number of 50,000. That's impressive. No wonder the King of Everlore's era was renowned for its hundreds of millions of astral core realm experts. A single pill can make a legitimate army. Wine was in awe. But he didn't idle further in his own thoughts as he realized the commotion had brought forth an audience. For now, I should have enough strength to proclaim myself as an emperor alchemist. I need an excuse for this anyways, lest others investigate too deeply. It would be best if I used an 8th grade pill as a smokescreen for now. He sighed somewhat as he carefully sealed and kept the Everlore Ascension pill. Then, he once more brought out materials and concocted an 8th grade pill. The Spatial Spirit Pill. It was a low-tier, 8th grade pill that prematurely adapted the astral soul with pure spatial energies. When one assailed the 4th stage, it would benefit in forming a greater degree of spatial resonance, strengthening the innate quality of one's refined spatial energies, and the rate at which it was absorbed. It was the best preparation pill for those who wished to ascend the spatial resonance phase, especially for those like Zuhei who lacked compatibility with spatial energies. According to the recipe, this pill can guarantee a minimum of achieving a 5 ripple resonance. This was far above average, and thus was absolutely insane. Even Shuo Bihan, a purist who cultivated their foundation to the maximum they could, was only capable of forming a 6th ripple resonance, overcoming the 6th level of that astral tribulation. After completing the pill, its aura freshly baked, he calmly inhaled and left his alchemy room. It was about time to create another uproar. Chapter 250-247 Alchemic Stars of Mortal Spirituality. Chapter 250-247 Alchemic Stars of Mortal Spirituality. As the world regained its natural state of tranquility, the 5 grand imperial sages alongside the other high-ranking members of the Myriad Monarch sect were gathered, standing at the entrance to Wine's Sky Palace. Despite their revered status, strength, and reputation, none of them stepped into the Sky Palace. They merely waited. What was that manifestation? Jai Changkong asked, specifically towards Chuo Bihan. When the manifestation erupted, the world's ambient mana became violent and vigorous. It was this unexpected event that caused their astral souls to instinctively react, protecting them from its influence. To them, it felt as if the entire planet was quivering with excitement. We were directly in it. But I still don't know what it was, Zen said in a drawn-out manner, but her voice carried a wisp of detectable solemnness. Unlike the others below, they were directly within the heart of the manifestation and hadn't been able to observe the sights of an indeterminate celestial body. Furthermore, the ambient mana was so chaotic that their spiritual senses were overwhelmed. That being said, Chuo Bihan's eyes were incomparably calm as he fixated on the entrance. He didn't speak, merely watched. As an emperor alchemist, and likely the only one amongst all those present who studied the King of Everlore's history with an avid passion, he acutely noticed things. The only issue was that he wasn't certain if his thoughts were correct. Then what they witnessed had been a phenomenon produced by the creation of a ninth-grade product, stellar manifestation of a mortal sovereign. It was referred to as such by those in the King of Everlore's era, and it was usually accompanied by an Everlore ascension pill. There was even a specific day in the year that was celebrated back then by all, referred to as the Day of Everlore. While the day was no longer celebrated with such zeal, there were a few who would use it to revisit the King of Everlore's legacy and influence during his era and the other eras after while paying respects. On the planet Everlore, the central planet of the Sand Clan, it was remarked as a day to pay respects. There, the King of Everlore was worshipped like an ancient mythological deity. Considering the Sand Clan's history, this made sense. It shouldn't be possible. Right from what he knew, while Wine was extraordinarily talented, he had merely started his path in the alchemic Tao a little over a decade ago. Even the King of Everlore required decades before he stumbled into creating the Everlore Ascension Pill, and even more years before he established himself as a publicly recognized mortal sovereign alchemist. But, a little over a decade, seeing that Chuo Bihan remained silent, clearly unwilling to make speculations, their hearts shook. This might be more impactful than they originally thought. In the end, they could wait for that figure to step outside and deliver an explanation. This was the reason why all these elites and experts were waiting with bated breaths. The sound of footsteps resounded as a figure approached the door from the other side. These footsteps caused the heartbeats of these experts to resonate with it, causing their hearts to tense in anticipation. The sound of the door opening was accompanied by a figure, garbed in black robes. His stature was impressive, with impeccable symmetric perfection, and the outlines of his muscles that those robes hugged revealed power and exquisite design. Tall, imposing, yet with eyes that seemed to contain the silver moons and glittering stars. These stars, which numbered 7 in each eye, were faint, emitting various colors that accentuated his silver colors. Wine hadn't noticed these stars when he was cultivating, but they were faint marks of a mortal sovereign alchemist. They were the recognition given to those who reached that stage by the alchemic Tao. It was an incomparably precious gift. Its manifestation was quiet and unnoticeable, so even Wine hadn't realized it. They were called the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, the embodied two Taos, the mortal Tao and the alchemic Tao, providing benefits to alchemists. When Wine's eyes met the crowd, he saw a unique aura within the bodies of those present. It was a strange wispy aura that fluttered and twisted oddly. Each wisp was of the same color, but varying shades, from dark or light, and varying sizes. He frowned for a moment before Eden's voice echoed in his heart. "Your eyes," Eden exclaimed uncharacteristically. Immediately, Wine realized his sight was different. He could see these wisps within the bodies of others, something even his celestial eyes hadn't perceived before. Eden was swift. In a flash, it directly informed him of what he was seeing. These are alchemic spirit remnants. They store the unused efficacy of various products within. One explained. Wine immediately understood. Alchemic spirit remnants were the leftover efficacy unrefined by others, because it was simply impossible to refine 100% of it. It stayed and stored in a certain area of a person's spirit. This was a profound aspect of the Tao of alchemy. It wasted nothing. When these people died, these remnants would re-enter the mortal world eventually and produce various materials or treasured grounds at their burial sites. If an alchemist were to extract these remnants, they could create all sorts of unique products. He was startled for a moment, but when his eyes saw Chuo Bihan and witnessed those widened and disturbed eyes of his as if he had just saw a ghost, Wine realized this was evidence of his mortal sovereign abilities. He blinked. In that blinking moment, Eden went to work and hurriedly concealed the manifestation. When he opened his eyes, his clear silver irises and black pupils were all that remained. Chuo Bihan's eyes widened in even greater horror. It seemed it wasn't something that could be concealed to an emperor alchemist with sufficient knowledge of the Tao of alchemy. In that case, the smokescreen would only work as a brief and temporary relief, as the Alchemist Association will definitely know of the manifestation's purpose. He sighed inwardly. This is troublesome. In the end, he could only accept it. He continued to walk until he was directly before the others and gently smiled. But everyone could tell that his eyes were filled with jubilation. "I've concocted my first, solo 8th grade pill," he announced. The crowd was silent. Before they could fully process his outrageous statement, he waved his hand and a box appeared. With care, he lifted its lid to reveal a freshly concocted 8th grade pill with his unique spiritual aura. The spatial spirit pill, he once more announced, this time causing quite a few powerful hearts to thunder outwards in shock. These were from the beastmen that cultivated their fleshy bodies and contained their astral souls within their hearts. It was vigorous and loud, like chaotic drums. As for the other cultivators, their expressions widened in shock. This was especially so for those sky nobles and heavenly kings from the other mountains. They were wittied and slackshawed. Wine had succeeded in concocting an 8th grade pill, but he wasn't even 50. In fact, he was barely 42. Besides the Princess of Everlore and Wine, there wasn't even an alchemic king below the age of 500. Yet there was now an emperor alchemist at 42. Okay, perhaps that was jumping the gun a little. To be classified as an official alchemist, he needed a certain degree of success rate with 8th grade pills. But considering his age, perhaps that was a mere formality. These sky nobles and heavenly kings were all at the 3rd stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase. So the spatial spirit pill was endlessly beneficial to them. Their hearts were overwhelmed with desire for it, their alchemic souls screaming to consume it. If it wasn't for Wine's presence. No, it should be grand imperial sages and the rest. Right, well, if it wasn't for all these important people, they might have tried to snatch it. Wine didn't mind this as he allowed his excited eyes to flash with exhaustion. Despite the appearance of this pill, these experts acutely noticed this and they immediately voiced their concern. "Are you okay?" Heavenly King Y, a young female sky noble of the extreme War Mountain, one renowned for her brutality in handling matters, was among the first to speak. It was echoed by numerous young elites, especially these women. They seemed ready to leap forward and lift Wine away if he tottered even a little. They might even nurse him back to full health. Qin Rui cleared out her throat, silencing these youngsters. Her actions were timely as these old froggies were nearly done deliberating their willingness to lower themselves to the young women's level. Wine slightly smiled at this. He knew the attractiveness of an emperor alchemist. It was highly likely that obtaining the favor of one would soon allow them to experience a rise, becoming a peak expert at the 5th or even 6th phase in their lifetime. These experts were rare and ruled entire planets or were a part of the hegemon's upper echelons. Their names were renowned and remembered, and even the San clan had to give them exceptional respect and face. Fine. I've just exhausted my mental energies a little during the process, so quite tired. I think I need to undergo a period of secluded recovery. Wine flashed a reluctant expression as he turned to Chuo Bihan. He no longer had a deeply shocked expression. Instead, he was serene like a windless ocean. He knew he couldn't conceal things. At most, he could fool those who weren't in the know. With a bitter smile, he turned towards Qin Rui. When he did, it was noticed by everyone. Jai Changkan frowned. He imagined a scenario where Wine uses his current momentum to propose marriage. In his thoughts, he felt that Qin Rui would be hard-pressed to decline, even if she wanted to. The chances of a rising expert like Wine returning to take her by force when he fully matured if she did was quite high. After all, these youths cared heavily about pride. But his thoughts were nothing but wasted energy. In fact, these thoughts were within Zen, Yao Zhen, and Qin Rui's thoughts as well. Beneath her veil, her expression was somewhat awkward and twisted. She recalled Wine's formidable display of self-restraint. Then, he causes this commotion was it all to prove his worth to be with her if he asked, should she accept? Their thoughts were quite colorful but pointless. Wine gently smiled as he said, "This spatial spirit pill is merely of the low quality, but I hope Grand Imperial Sage Qin can find a worthy recipient." His words caught everyone off guard. But before they could speak, the box closed and quietly floated towards Qin Rui. She absent-mindedly accepted the box. The responsibility of finding someone worthy of this pill was left to her, And this was a grand gesture and one that likely contained quite a few hidden implications. After that, Wai Wine clasped his hands respectfully. I need to rest. I apologize for not being able to accompany you all further. Thanks for your concern. After he said those words, he returned to his sky palace. Chuo Bihan swept his gaze around to see all these figures with varying expressions. Trying to digest all this information. Grand Imperial Sage Qin, you should handle this matter properly. He trusts your choice. Consider this carefully. As for the rest of you, return to your mountains. After he said these orders, a wisp of reluctance entered the eyes of many. To leave after being told that the youngest emperor alchemist in history had been born. Furthermore, it wasn't someone like the Princess of Everlore, someone with an alchemic astral soul, but an alchemist that had combat ability and 1,000 years of life in the astral core realm. If an emperor alchemist was a figure everyone and their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents wanted to befriend at any cost, then an emperor alchemist with combat prowess was enough to sell your daughters and sons. Chuo Bihan, the strongest human expert at the 6th stage in the entire starfield, was an emperor alchemist. His importance was enough to lead the myriad monarch sect in the absence of a grand monarch. How exceptional was this while there were no other human experts of this caliber at the myriad monarch sect? He was still considered the strongest of the 6. Dispersed, Chuo Bihan barked. The others could only accept this as they started to leave. A few sky nobles and heavenly kings looked at Qin Rui with desire. They were all thinking of various ways to obtain the spatial spirit pill to pave a smoother path to the 4th stage of the astral core realm, the spatial resonance phase. Unfortunately, they had to leave too after Chuo Bihan's glance. In seconds, only the Grand Imperial sages remained. Qin Rui gazed at the box for a brief moment. In her entire life, she consumed a single 8th grade pill. It was given to her by Chuo Bihan, and it was this very pill. It was with this pill's support that she could reach the 5th ripple resonance. With that came bountiful benefits as she crushed the light reflection and gravity emission astral tribulations thanks to her solid comprehension of space. In the astral core realm, the 1st, 4th, and 7th phases were fundamentally important to advance. In fact, it was said that unless one was at the 4th ripple resonance, trying to assail the realm world phase to become an illustrious realm lord was impossible. It was the truth, of course. But the higher your resonance, the greater your chances to advance. Similarly to how the greater your foundation, the stronger your soul idol and spatial resonance would be. This pill created her. If someone were to obtain this pill with talent similar to hers, wouldn't the sect create another 6th stage expert in a few hundred years? Her heart started to race uncontrollably as her face became flushed. She was just given the right to choose the next Grand Imperial Sage. Her soft lips were soon dry as she licked them a little. The others weren't ignorant. They too understood the importance of this pill, and their eyes towards Qin Rui was blazing. They wanted to grasp this pill for their descendants or disciples. But they halted their desires. If they dared to snatch this pill, wouldn't they irrevocably offend Wai Wine in the end? It just wasn't worth it. Chuo Bihan sighed in his heart. They hadn't even realized the truth. And even if they didn't, they similarly didn't realize the facts of what just happened. Even if Wai Wine had concocted this pill, it took him 2 weeks maximum. 2 weeks. To put it into proper perspective, it took him 5 years to succeed. And that was after being an officially recognized emperor alchemist for 100 years. He lost 5 years for a single pill that later gave birth to Qin Rui, a fellow Grand Imperial Sage a few hundred years later. While they were fascinated, he said ill and sure that this sly lad hadn't suffered too much of a backlash. After saying this, he walked into the entrance and closed the door. The others were brought out of their thoughts, but they couldn't say anything, since he was the only alchemist at that level, and a fellow human too. It was best he handled any negative after effects that Wai Wine suffered. They merely glanced before their eyes returned to the box. Qin Rui noticed this and felt somewhat threatened. She knew they wouldn't simply allow her to choose her disciple or family member for this pill one-sidedly. But she felt aggrieved, so she flashed away. The other 3 didn't hesitate to follow. While they can't snatch it, They absolutely couldn't let her freely decide. While this outrageous chase happened, Shuo Bihan arrived to see Wai Wine eating green cetus grapes and lounging on the couch. Clearly, he was relaxed and suffered not a hint of exhaustion. "You want some Wai Wine?" offered with a smile. Shuo Bihan quietly observed Wai Wine, particularly glancing in his eyes. He definitely saw the same lights oftentimes referred to when describing the king of Everlore. They were 7 colored stars within each eye, accentuating the ring of silver that was his irises. That was the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign, and your eyes contained the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, didn't they? Shuo Bihan asked, but his voice resonated with certainty. Wai Wine started for a moment. He hadn't known what to term the manifestation or his newfound abilities, but he knew from Eden's explanation that they emerged after he completed the concoction of the 9th grade pill. They were profound signs of his acceptance by the Tao of alchemy. The alchemic stars of mortal spirituality could be classified the same as sword intent or elemental origin intent. It was the proven result of understanding the profoundness of the sword Tao or elemental Tao. Yes, he didn't deny and straightforwardly admitted. Shuo Bihan stilled for a moment, then took several long and deep inhales and exhales. Only after a long period did he regain himself. "What 9th grade product did you concoct?" "The Everlore Ascension pill." Wai Wine didn't rise as he waved his hand, producing a box that could contain various energies and alchemical auras. But the pill within the box was already corroding it. When it opened, the black sunlight pill levitated out the box and its aura permeated throughout the room. Shuo Bihan's eyes flashed with pure shock. The eyes, the talent, and the pills. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you his reincarnation?" Wai Wine's expression froze. Could he be? "Is he even dead?" Wai Wine asked in response. There was no record of his death, and many refer to him as having vanished rather than having died. There were a few rumors, unsubstantiated, that stated he had died from old age, but that was absolutely impossible. As an alchemist, there were 1,001 pills that can increase one's longevity. Shuo Bihan was about to answer when his voice was caught in his throat. His expression rapidly shifted and then he revealed uncertain confusion. "I don't know." Chapter 251 248 What if I tried? Chapter 251 248 What if I tried? Considering Shuo Bihan couldn't answer, he didn't question it. Regardless of whether Wai Wine was the reincarnation of the king of Everlore or not, he was alive and young. If the king of Everlore could be birthed, then another could as well. No, in the end, it didn't matter. For now, Wai Wine was Wai Wine. "Will my smokescreen hold?" Wai Wine ate a grape, asking Shuo Bihan. He was uncertain that others wouldn't notice his manifestation. If the Alchemy Association and other hegemons learned of his potential, he feared they might launch an attack on the Myriad Monarch sect in an attempt to slay him. This was because he represented the Myriad Monarch sect. This was quite different from the Princess of Everlore's existence. The Alchemy Association's stance on matters was similar to the King of Everlore. Aloof and detached. It was unlikely they would dominate the starfield. But the Myriad Monarch sect was different. They were dealt a severely punishing blow by the other 3 hegemons and bore a heavy grudge. If they became rulers, developed a few realm lords, he had no doubt the Myriad Monarch sect would once attempt to rule the starfield as they had done once before. Their mantra and modus operandi aligned with such ambitions. If they rose to power, the other 3 forces would definitely be eliminated. In fact, Shuo Bihan knew this was the case in his heart. Which of the grand imperial sages today hadn't lost family, children, and friends due to the war hundreds of years ago? Yao Zhen lost his father to the Sacred Light Palace. He was trapped in a formation and exhausted to death. Qin Rui's parents were captured and refined by the demonic Abyss Mountain. Zhen's budding clan that was slowly rising to prominence had been exterminated by the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. Jai Changkong's wife was directly slain in front of him. These were the casualties of the war. They bore grudges that ran deep, and even Shuo Bihan experienced losses. When the fighting had begun, he was a top-tier elite with intricate and emotional relationships. He watched his comrades die in gruesome ways. How could he not hold hatred? In fact, he was in love with Qin Rui's mother. It was this very reason that he treated her differently than others, wasting half a decade to ensure she had a smooth path into the ranks of an expert. It was this very reason that Jai Changkong, Qin Rui, and Yao Zhen demanded war at the first offense. They wanted to kill to their heart's content now that they've gained strength. For rivers of blood to run and the wailings of their enemies to resound. Wai Wayan had always known about this grudge and the documented war and its final result. It was this reason why he purposefully concealed his true talents when he fully arrived. He wanted to even conceal his combat strength. But Zhu Yaifai's existence had changed his intentions. Shuo Bihen frowned deeply. Absolutely not. It won't hold. Wai Wayan's eyes became dark. This was indeed troublesome. Not as it is now. There are ways to do so. However, well, get out in front of this. Explaining the worldly disturbance away as a result of a method that drew in the entire world's innate energies to support your pill concoction. As for the manifestation, I don't think many would realize its significance immediately. Not even the Alchemist Association. 8th grade products have a manifestation, but not like this. Fortunately, not many can tell the difference or explain it in person. We can say it was a manifestation produced by the world's formation as it drew energies from the stars, moon, and planet. I don't know if it'll hold forever, but considering your age and cultivation base, as well as the short time since you've started practicing alchemy, we'll have to rely on others' disbelief. Furthermore, rascally babe, you've kept yourself hidden quite well, so there's an argument we can throw to muddle things. Wai Wayan's left eyebrow raised slightly. He ignored the fact Chuo Bihan had referred to him as babe, slowly becoming accustomed to his odd addressing. After all, he called him a lass once before. Chuo Bihan smiled with a hint of cunning. It's a fact that all alchemists know. It's absolutely impossible to concoct a 9th grade product without an alchemic astral soul. And he didn't finish as his eyes brightly shone with brilliance. Ah! Alchemic souls were universally renowned for having no combat abilities. Since his strength was verifiable and his cultivation lacked evidence of an alchemic astral soul, it was the perfect counter-argument. Anyone who tried to peddle his true abilities as a mortal sovereign alchemist would be laughed at. Wai Wayan grinned. Good. The uproar over the next few days was absolutely massive, especially after consecutive news was released. Wai Wayan had drawn upon the innate energies of the myriad monarch planet's core to strengthen his concoction abilities, to strive to produce an 8th grade pill. Furthermore, he succeeded. He had displayed that, with a sufficient cultivation base, he could succeed in concocting an 8th grade product. This was evidence that he was an emperor alchemist that will soon come to fruition in 100 or 200 years. This excited everyone as they realized that Wai Wayan's potential was grand beyond belief. The Prince of Everlore was living up to his name, establishing legend after legend before 50 years of age, while some were concerned about the planet's innate energies being used. Considering the pill that was created was the spatial spirit pill, all could be forgiven. Who didn't know about Qin Rui, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Origin Mountain? Didn't she use this very pill to establish a solid enough foundation to become a Grand Imperial Sage? This was the same as selecting another expert to reach their level. In fact, the following news revealed that the Grand Imperial Sages decided to host a trial to find the one worthy to obtain the spatial spirit pill, even if the innate energies of the planet were damaged slightly. A new Grand Imperial Sage easily balanced out this offense. In fact, it was greatly appreciated that many wanted Wai Wayan to concoct another pill regardless of the damage. This was especially so for those sky nobles and heavenly kings that desired this pill. They scrambled to prepare for the trial in hopes of obtaining the pill and ascending into the highest limits of the sky, literally and figuratively. In Long Chen's earthly elite palace, the group was discussing various matters, especially the recent news. They were filled with disbelief at the announcements, but the room was filled with tension. This was because of what Long Chen had said before. The stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign meant the birth of a mortal sovereign alchemist. When Lu Feng had exclaimed how awesome Wai Wayan was, they froze as an unwillingness crept into a few of their hearts. These few were particularly Wu Baoshai and Lian Yu, and especially Long Chen. He didn't divulge the true meaning of the manifestation, keeping its truth to himself. According to Wu Yu, the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign will only appear with the successful concoction of a 9th grade pill. As for using the innate energies of the planet, 3 suns, and moon to support his concoction process, it was absolute bullshit. This only depressed him further. In a blink of an eye, Wine had gone from someone at the same level as him, with merely 5 years older than him, to heights that rival a figure that even Wu Yu could only look up to. In his heart, he had always considered Wine as having a slight advantage. What genius or elite didn't have decades or centuries on him? He inevitably overcame them all in victorious glory. This birthed boundless confidence in himself. As for seeing Wine as a rival, he did. But he was an alchemist. Long Chen, focused on the martial Tao. He comprehended sword and slaughter intent, merged 2 astral souls, and cultivated the profound imperial Heaven Kai method. He was set to become a grand monarch of the sect, taking control over the myriad monarch canon, and ushering the myriad monarch sect to new heights. He merely needed time, and he would one day exceed even Wu Yu with his foundation. Wine's win was temporary, and he felt confident that he could triumph against him now that he ascended to the astral core realm. But Wine's reported combat strength exceeded his own by a level. Furthermore, his title of Prince of Everlore was rightfully given. If one compared his achievements with the King of Everlore, it would be an insult to Wine. The King of Everlore was trash before him. Moreover, with each passing year, Wine would have the support of alchemical products like the spatial spirit pill and other 8th grade and 9th grade products to establish the purest foundation imaginable. He would have a near limitless amount of wealth and access to the sect's resources, the support of all its experts, and full authority within the sect. Even if he became the Grand Monarch, he would be forced to bow before a mortal sovereign alchemist lest Wine supported a competitor and created endless trouble for him. If he was like the King of Everlore, a figure that remained neutral and supported every race equally without allegiances, then that would be best. After all, the King of Everlore had no practical combat ability due to his astral soul, but Wine had true combat strength. He witnessed this when he was suppressed by him in the myriad Yor continent. This was not false. At least, he's not a mortal sovereign alchemist, Lu Feng said with a depressed expression. He was just informed of the rivalry between Long Chen and Wine. His big brother was facing this giant with endless talent. It was hard to muster a confident heart. Those words caused Long Chen's heart to tense. Not a mortal sovereign alchemist. Wu Yu spoke to him telepathically. It's best you settle your grudge in your heart. He's not an existence that you can consider overcoming. At least not now. But Long Chen remained reluctant. He wanted to return the humiliation that was given to him in the myriad Yor continent. He wanted to prove to Na Xini that her love for him was justified, and she didn't need Wine. He would ensure her the greatest happiness. He wanted to prove to himself that he had no limits. Simply needed time. I refuse. Long Chen stubbornly resisted accepting this. In the depths of his heart, Wine was a demonic wall that he had to overcome. There had to be a way to do so. The cultivation world was boundless and limitless. There had to be some way. Wu Yu remained silent for a period as he felt the seething emotions within Long Chen. He sighed and felt sympathetic towards Long Chen. His path thus far had been met with countless obstacles, but with the support of himself and others, he always thrived and overcame them all with his tenacious will and honest emotions. For someone like him to accept inferiority after being referred to as trash during his childhood, it was highly unlikely. He had something to prove to himself, and he wouldn't accept anything less than the best. Wu Yu said suddenly, "There might be a path you can take, but it's rather uncertain." These words were like cool, refreshing water to a dehydrated man in the desert. Long Chen's eyes brightened. Wu Yu had never steered him wrongly, so he believed him wholeheartedly. "It's difficult but possible." Unwilling, Long Chen internally shouted. He wasn't willing to admit his inferiority. If it was my era, it might not be possible. But in this era it is. You have to gain the full support of the Princess of Everlore. Wu Yu explained. If Long Chen could obtain the Princess of Everlore full support, then he would essentially have a future King of Everlore supporting him. regardless of how impressive Wai Wan was. He could only rival her achievements in his eyes. This was because she had the support of the Alchemist Association and an alchemic astral soul. Even to Wu Yu, he never noticed Wai Wan's alchemic astral soul. He simply believed Wai Wan had found a workaround, likely by refining alchemical energies until they reached the appropriate point and using conversion methods. His thoughts weren't wrong because it was how the Alchemist Association had created the Princess of Everlore. Furthermore, Wai Wan still had to provide for the sect. If the Princess of Everlore dedicated herself completely to and for Long Chen, then his cultivation would explode without end. Those words embedded a seed within Long Chen's mind. Since he was young, he had unusually great luck with females, especially talented beauties. He had never intentionally pursued them, trying to focus on his cultivation, but a relationship would naturally develop and their relationship would become intimate. This was so for Na Zini, Lin Zian, King Qiumu, Wu Beizhai, Lian Yu, Hunru, and Xiao Bing. There were also other women he hadn't accepted that he knew how crushes towards him. But what if he purposefully tried? The idea deeply entrenched into his thoughts, permeating his sea of consciousness, and became hopelessly infectious. He could do it. He had the charisma, talent, and potential. Would any woman be able to resist if he tried to court them? If Wai Wan was privy to his thoughts at this very moment, he might laugh for 3 days and 2 nights. Regardless, he would feel that the ensuing events would be incredibly interesting. Chapter 252-249 a month. Chapter 252-249 a month. A month passed. Wai Wan cultivated quietly within his chambers, his thoughts clear as he comprehended the cultivation manual named Saber. Surrounding his body was saber light that flashed endlessly, created out of the world's essence. While his normal cultivation was hijacked and driven by his astral souls, he still required to train in various spiritual spells, formations, arrays, and arts. Since his talk with Chuo Bihan, he had a lot of free time under the guise of recovery. Despite the tsunami-like surging wave of news that swept the starfield of his potential Emperor Alchemist-level abilities, he wasn't bothered by anyone. Even Chuo Bihan was quite accepting, merely verifying the truth of his abilities and acting on his own. There was no urgent ushering of Wai Wan to delve into concocting products that could help the production of realm lords or anything of that nature. He was quite surprised as Chuo Bihan seemed entirely unconcerned, merely handling the concealment work regarding the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign. That old man seemed more focused on that particular activity than anything else. It seemed that his suspicion regarding the outcome, if his true abilities were ever revealed, was far more catastrophic than he had originally calculated. This inevitably brought forth an invisible pressure upon his shoulders. It's a little unfortunate that I can't concoct 9th grade products freely. Numerous 9th grade products are unimaginably beneficial to lower phase experts. Wai Wan couldn't help but pout his lips slightly at the thought. For example, the spiritual god ascension elixir that can enhance a soul idol beyond the 9 ring at the peak quality or enhance all aspects of the spirit to insane limits. If taken at the lowest quality, it would allow a cultivator to have enough spiritual strength to establish an 8-ring soul idol at minimum. Kai Feng merely had a 3-ring soul idol despite being a purist. Even Chuo Bihan was endlessly praised and renowned for having a 6-ring soul idol. With both a 6-ring soul idol and 6-ripple spatial resonance, Chuo Bihan undoubtedly claimed the strongest foundation of a human cultivator. It was this reason why he was considered the strongest human expert throughout the entire starfield. According to Chuo Bihan, the stellar manifestation of the mortal sovereign emerges each time a product is successful. If I tried to act as I normally do, concoct and practice a wide variety of products, the manifestations would be numerous and unable to be hidden away. The phenomenon was accompanied by the vigorous reaction of an entire planet's ambient mana. It was impossible to hide. Chuo Bihan spat a theory that a formation at the highest level within the astral core realm might be able to halt its influence, while the myriad monarch sect had one. It was truly linked to the innate energies of the planet. Using it would drain its strength and weaken the sect as a whole. Furthermore, it was only a possibility, not a certainty. He would have to settle on waiting until he could solve this issue. Luckily, He had found a possible solution. Heart of the world. World of the saber intent. It was merely a wild idea at the moment, but the saber heart intent allowed him to exert his will upon the world's essence to convert it into saber essence. His idea was if he ascended the second stage of the astral core realm, attaining the sky ruler phase, then he might be able to exert his saber heart intent upon the ambient mana. The entire phase was defined by one's ability to innately control ambient mana. By doing so, he might, in theory, be able to sever the manifestation's influence with a saber-type formation. The idea might sound simple, but it was intricately complex and difficult to conceive. Even King, the haughty and proud astral soul, was unsure if it was possible, while it would never admit it. Why Wine felt its hesitance. This was the same as dominating a portion of the world's ambient mana and controlling what went in and out with sheer intent. It was not an easy feat to imagine. If he could do so, finding a secluded location and concocting ninth-grade products would naturally follow. With the support of ninth-grade products, his cultivation base would erupt into an inconceivable level by today's standards. All that's left would be to ascend. His words were accompanied by the halting of his cultivation. During this month, he wholeheartedly focused on honing his saber heart intent and constructing an astral formation to accomplish this goal. Swiftly succeeding, the only thing left was to allow his astral souls to initiate and overcome the second astral tribulation, the Sky World Lightning Tribulation. While the second tribulation had another name, this was the one recognized by experts and elites who've undergone it. This was a stage he could have attempted to assail long ago. His understanding of mana was phenomenally expansive and in-depth. With his celestial eyes, he could visibly observe mana in motion and undergoing its numerous and infinite variations. Merely comprehending a surface understanding was enough for his astral soul to link with the ambient mana of this world, forcefully calling upon the Sky World Lightning Tribulation. It was these astral souls of his that were unwilling to ascend without fully refining their astral core and expanding their world sea to its utmost limits. This might have been nearly impossible to achieve through standard cultivation. And if it wasn't for his excellent near-endless supply of astral sea pills, it would have been. Thankfully, his astral cores were now thoroughly maximized. They were all 4 millimeters in size and contained enough astral force to drown a continent, likely even a planet. Due to its size, the innate quality of his astral force had touched upon the absolute limits of the first stage of the astral core realm. He now needed to undergo the next step, refine his astral cores further, and then he could expand them to an even greater size. Just as he was about to take this step, his 3-layered ring glowed. His eyes lit up as a light of excitement flashed within. During this month, he hadn't stepped outside or allowed anyone in as he focused fully on this pressing problem. Because of this, he could only communicate with a few individuals. Amongst these individuals were Zhu Yifei, his concubine. Since he was restricted here to find a solution and upkeep appearances as to the difficulties of concocting an 8th-ray pill, he exchanged numerous messages with her to occupy his mind. When she learned he was on the Myriad Monarch planet, she was startled. While Wine couldn't deduce tone from transmitted messages very well, he somewhat felt her disappointment. Unfortunately, his bloodline source was still exhausted. Moreover, even if it wasn't, he couldn't bring her over. If he couldn't find a way to negate the void portal effects when traversing them, such as the lag, flash photo of information regarding all things in the present, and determine if non-void creatures could freely travel in that environment, he wouldn't dare bring her along. That meant he had to wait for a new void gate to be established. Until then, they were restricted to this form of communication. He knew that in her heart she felt waves of disappointment. But as he sent over cultivation resources, methods, and a heavenly commander to guide her in cultivation, she felt the gratitude and happiness. Despite breaking the Bloodforge continent's rules, no one objected considering his recent achievements. It was just unfortunate that he couldn't have her next to him. As his only official concubine and publicly accepted female partner in the starfield, he could freely allow her in and out at this time. In the end, he settled for witty exchanges and casual conversation. The more he talked to her, the more impressed he was about her intelligence and thoughts. She truly held some intriguing outlooks on certain matters and even had a down-to-earth vibe to her. Perhaps it was her background, her childhood, or her experiences as an adult. But he resonated with her on more than one level. After reading her message, he replied with his own. It's only been a month and a half since he left, and she had already re-established her cultivation and reached the third stage of the Kai condensation realm, the elemental birth phase. Her goal was to birth all 9 elements. He had even suggested that she cultivate the Haven Heart Kai method. This suggestion shocked her as she heard the numerous ill things surrounding it, including its immense difficulties. But he felt that she could segregate the connections of her cultivation base. Her yin dragon soul connected with her Denshiana normal heart of Kai, while her true dragon transmutation art and yang dragon soul connected with her heart, a heart of bloodline. They would both be draconic hearts, and she might find the opportunity to merge them both while assailing the mortal star formation tribulation. If it was anyone else, he didn't feel it would be possible, but he felt she had all the pieces of the puzzle. In the end, she might be able to cultivate a draconic astral soul that embodies astral force and bloodline. Even if she failed, he had the means to allow her to restart. This idea was actually formulated because of the very same difficulties posed to everyone by the Haven Heart Kai method and the Sacred Elven Queen's success. When he first thought about Long Chen's success in merging his natal souls, he found it rare that no other elf or person succeeded after so many years had passed. Even though it was highly likely that the complete Haven Heart Kai method was within the Sacred Light Palace, it seemed too unlikely. Unless there was a specific reason or thing that required success. A reason or thing that was impossible to obtain in this era. Making an educated guess, he felt that it was the myriad monarch canon or something similar. An item revered for its ability to help cultivation that exceeded the astral grade, that facilitated and allowed Long Chen's eventual success. And he would be right. Taking this into account, he felt that the Sacred Elven Queen, who was raised in the King of Everlore's era, had devised this method, but used a complete Everlore ascension pill to facilitate her merging process. Due to its innate effects, the normal dangers or hindrances that would normally affect those with split natal souls in the mortal star formation tribulation would be reduced or negated entirely. Again, he would be right. Since he had an Everlore ascension pill, couldn't he ensure Zhu Yifei's success as well? The thought of 2 natal souls, both draconic in nature, one embodying metaphysical energy, another embodying bloodline powers, merging into a single entity felt unprecedented. While in his heart of hearts, he kind of wanted to simply experiment with the possibility. He was still really looking forward to it while hoping for Zhu Yifei's success. What unique creation would be birthed from this? She inevitably was convinced and agreed with a hint of hesitation in her heart. At first, even with Wai Wine's assurances that he would allow her to restart her cultivation once more in the case of failure, she was against it. It was only when he offhandedly mentioned that the merged creation might be the apex form of a draconic astral soul, birthing endless potential and establishing a boundless future. Did she agree? After all, her dream in life was to be renowned throughout the ages with her name. She wanted to live at the forefront of her life, not relegated as a foil for others. She was entirely reluctant to be that silent voice that supported, only mattering to her gloriously dominant partner as a trophy to parade, a source of emotional comfort, or when she was on her knees, back, or stomach. Wasn't this why she agreed to become a concubine, the concubine of a talented alchemist with a title like the Prince of Everlore, to have his support in reaching that dream? Becoming the next Sacred Elven Queen with a twist was a very good start. Wai Wine was waiting for her reply as he pondered on these matters. If she reaches the astral core realm, merging her yin and yang dragon souls within her, and establishes an unprecedented draconic astral soul, would her primal yin energies be effective to my bloodline? This thought was out of the blue, but caused him to dwell for several minutes as he became engrossed with the image of their future dual cultivation. TCH. He clicked his tongue as the imagery of Zhu Yifei's perfectly shaped and supple body melding with his own and her various lewd and orgasmic expressions elicited a natural male reaction. No wonder that demonic dragon couldn't stop pleasing himself to these thoughts. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.